The protagonist speeds through the city streets on his red sports motorcycle, a phone ringing loudly in his pocket. Protagonist answers the call, asking who is on the line. A system notification appears, identifying the food delivery guy as Wang Han. A female voice on the other end drops a bombshell. She's pregnant with his child and needs to talk. Annoyed, protagonist dismisses the call as a scam, declaring he's too busy delivering food. He quickly hangs up, but a moment later, he hesitates, thinking to himself that this old trick won't work on him. Protagonist revs his motorcycle, surging forward with incredible speed, leaving a trail of light in his wake. From an aerial perspective, protagonist navigates through heavy traffic, his motorcycle a blur of motion, demonstrating exceptional agility. In a striking contrast, protagonist is depicted in a sharp suit, holding a wine glass, with a majestic blue dragon aura swirling behind him, hinting at a hidden power far beyond his delivery job. Protagonist speeds away from the XX food delivery center on his motorcycle, while a group of delivery guys, including Fatty, gossip outside. Fatty comments that the Su family's young lady is no ordinary person, and another delivery guy adds that it's totally unfair. Protagonist's motorcycle headlights blaze as he rides, his expression one of focused determination. Protagonist pauses to tie his shoelace, while Fatty, standing nearby, questions why a rich girl's marriage matters to someone who only earns $5,000 a month. Fatty passionately holds up his phone, displaying a picture of Lady Hua, exclaiming how incredibly hot the Su family girl is. He then rants about the rich guy's son being an ugly sleazebag, deeming it a waste for such a perfect girl to be with him. Protagonist looks at his phone, a cigarette hanging from his lips, a sudden realization dawning on him as he recognizes the woman in the picture. He thinks aloud, asking if it's truly her. As protagonist remains engrossed in his phone, Fatty playfully nudges his back, trying to get his attention. Fatty asks protagonist if he's thinking the same thing, about a good girl being wasted on a pig. Protagonist internally responds with disbelief, recognizing the woman as the drunk girl who once tried to seduce him. Protagonist's eyes widen in shock as he processes the information. He questions if the earlier call wasn't a scam after all, realizing with a jolt that he actually knows the woman. 1 month ago, Lady Hua stumbles down a hallway, her head spinning with dizziness, wondering why her alcohol tolerance seems to have failed her. Lady Hua clutches her head, her face flushed with discomfort, as she suspects something might have been slipped into Chin Hao's drink. Barely able to stand, Lady Hua reaches a door, muttering that she's finally there, but in her haze, she mistakenly reads the room number 806 as 809. Lady Hua stares at the unexpectedly open door, confused, wondering if she forgot to close it when she left. Inside, protagonist sits on the floor beside a bed, frustrated, taking a large gulp of water from a bottle. Protagonist relaxes on the bed, looking weary, with empty bottles scattered around him. He muses that his aura was too intense, concluding he should simply return to his food delivery job. Protagonist's eyes widen in surprise as he discovers Lady Hua lying unconscious on the bed next to him. Lady Hua slowly stirs, her eyes fluttering open as she asks who protagonist is and if he's there to help her. Her head spins, and she feels intensely hot, while protagonist is captivated by her stunning appearance. Lady Hua leans desperately into protagonist, pleading for help as he looks utterly bewildered, questioning if he's dreaming. Protagonist's hand clenches tightly onto the bedsheets, a spilled water bottle on the floor reflecting the chaotic intensity of the moment. Back in the present, Fatty holds up his phone, still displaying Lady Hua's image, and asks protagonist why he's spacing out, snapping him back to reality. Fatty, still holding his phone displaying Lady Hua, bursts into laughter, mocking protagonist. He recalls protagonist's past tall tales, like sleeping with an international movie star, and sarcastically asks if today he's claiming to have hooked up with the Su family heiress. Another colleague, with spiky hair, adds to the mockery, recalling protagonist's claim of being an international arms dealer. Fatty then interjects, revealing the latest rumor. Protagonist is now supposedly the top dog of an elite Beijing family, with even big shots bowing to him. Fatty continues to tease protagonist, questioning why a big shot like him would be delivering food. Protagonist, coolly lighting a cigarette, dismisses them, claiming it's simply hiding in plain sight. The spiky-haired colleague laughs, claiming anyone can talk big, even boasting about sleeping with Beyoncé. Fatty cuts them off, declaring it's time to stop joking and start taking orders. The delivery crew disperses from the building, each mounting their scooters, ready to begin their routes. Protagonist, still exhaling smoke, prepares to join them. Suddenly, a sleek red sports car roars into view, its tires kicking up dust as it rapidly approaches. The luxurious red vehicle gleams under the sunlight, its polished surface reflecting the surroundings as it comes to a halt. Fatty and his colleagues stare in wide-eyed astonishment, their jaws dropping at the sight of the high-end luxury car. Fatty exclaims in awe. A slender leg, adorned with a stylish high-heeled shoe, gracefully emerges from the luxurious car, hinting at the arrival of its occupant. The elegant woman, with flowing brown hair, carefully steps out of the driver's seat, her presence commanding attention. Her gaze is sharp and composed, framed by long, wavy brown hair and elegant jewelry, revealing a woman of undeniable poise. Delivery drivers are utterly captivated, their eyes turning into hearts as they stammer in admiration. One exclaims, calling her a total knockout. As the stunning woman walks past, Fatty, still holding his phone, begins to recognize her, asking his colleague if she looks familiar. Fatty's eyes widen in disbelief as he confirms her identity. It's Su Chi, the Su family heiress. His colleague, equally stunned, starts to piece together a terrifying possibility. The woman, Su Chi, confronts protagonist, her voice laced with annoyance, demanding to know why he hasn't answered her calls. Protagonist, still stretching, seems unfazed. Fatty and his colleague are dumbfounded, their faces contorted in disbelief. Fatty exclaims, questioning if protagonist truly knows the Su family heiress, while his friend curses in shock. Protagonist takes a drag from his cigarette, his expression unreadable, as he calmly denies receiving any calls from Su Chi and asks what's happening. Su Chi stares directly at protagonist, her expression unwavering as she drops a shocking revelation. She's pregnant and the baby is his. Protagonist is visibly stunned, while his colleagues erupt in a chorus of disbelief. Fatty questions if she's truly carrying protagonist's baby, and another colleague swears he'll never doubt protagonist's wild claims again. Protagonist, regaining some composure, asks Su Chi if she's mistaken. Protagonist clutches his head, a troubled expression on his face, as he repeats his question to Su Chi, seeking confirmation that she isn't mistaken about the pregnancy. Su Chi's gaze is firm and direct as she instructs protagonist to accompany her to the hospital. Su Chi, already by the car, orders protagonist to get in. His colleagues, Fatty and the spiky-haired man, urge him to hurry, wondering why he's still standing there, pushing him to go with her. Protagonist remains silent, processing the situation. With a thoughtful expression, protagonist decides that if the situation involves him, he must go. He asks his colleagues to cover for him with the manager. The red sports car accelerates rapidly, leaving the delivery center behind as it speeds down the city street. Inside the speeding car, protagonist turns to Su Chi, his expression still questioning, asking for definitive confirmation that the baby is truly his. Su Chi responds with a rhetorical question, implying the gravity of the matter. Protagonist's gaze hardens with resolve as he declares that if the baby is indeed his, he will take full responsibility for both Su Chi and their child. Su Chi glances at protagonist, a subtle smirk playing on her lips, her expression unreadable as she continues to drive. Su Chi lets out a cynical laugh, questioning protagonist's ability to take responsibility. She mockingly asks if he intends to do so with his meager food delivery earnings. Protagonist leans back, unfazed by her taunt. He calmly defends his profession, stating he earns an honest living, and assures her that supporting both her and the baby will not be an issue. Su Chi, asserting her formidable background, reminds protagonist that she's from the influential Su family in Jiangning. Protagonist, however, dismisses her status, declaring all such status crap to be the dumbest thing. Lady Hua's response to protagonist's dismissal is immediate and impactful. Her foot slams down on the brake pedal, the car lurching violently. A sudden, jarring stop throws protagonist forward, his body straining against the seatbelt as the vehicle screeches to a halt. Lady Hua maintains a stony expression. Regaining his composure, protagonist challenges her. Damn it, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? What's so special about the Su family? Lady Hua offers a subtle, knowing smirk. From an overhead perspective, the red car sits stationary on the asphalt. Lady Hua's voice cuts through the tension, ordering protagonist to exit the vehicle. We're here. Get out. Lady Hua steps out of the sleek red sports car, her posture radiating cool confidence as she stands before the imposing hospital building. Protagonist remains slumped inside, a picture of bewildered frustration. Protagonist, however, quickly steals his resolve. His face contorts with determination as he declares, "No kidding. If the baby really is mine, of course I'll take responsibility." Lady Hua, turning to face protagonist, extends a calm invitation. "Come on, go in with me." Protagonist stares back, still processing the situation. As they walk through the sterile hospital corridor, a passing patient observes them and says, "Wait here for a bit." Protagonist, his eyes widening in alarm, questions their destination. "Operating room? Why are we going to the OR?" Lady Hua glances back, her expression unreadable, before stating her intention with quiet finality. "I'm going in." Protagonist's face twists in utter disbelief, his jaw dropping as a single, stunned word escapes his lips. "What?" Protagonist reaches out, grabbing Lady Hua's arm, his voice laced with urgency. Hey, are you serious? Protagonist tries to reason with her, asserting, you should know better. There's no way you can afford to support me and this baby. Lady Hua, however, dismisses his concern, calmly replying, money isn't a problem. I'll find a way. A nurse approaches, clipboard in hand, addressing Lady Hua directly. Su Qi, it's time for your procedure. Protagonist looks on, a mix of shock and helplessness on his face. Lady Hua simply responds, yeah, tightening her grip on protagonist's hand, a silent message exchanged between them as protagonist's expression remains conflicted. Lady Hua turns and walks into the operating room, leaving protagonist standing alone. He calls out, hey, you, but she doesn't stop. Protagonist clenches his fist, his thoughts betraying his frustration. Not even this could stop her? I really can't do anything about this woman. Inside the operating room, Lady Hua lies on the sterile table. A doctor, prepared for the procedure, asks, are you ready? Lady Hua's face, though composed, carries a subtle hint of melancholy as she lies on the operating table, her gaze distant. The doctor holds up a syringe, offering a calm reassurance. Don't worry, relax, it'll be over soon. Lady Hua's eyes close, a moment of silent decision hanging in the air. Suddenly, Lady Hua's hand shoots up, a burst of energy emanating from her as she declares, wait a second. Back in the waiting room, protagonist sits, lost in thought. He acknowledges the weight of her decision. If she's really determined not to have the baby, there's nothing I can do. The operating room door slides open, and Lady Hua emerges, her expression still carrying a weight of unspoken emotions. Protagonist's head snaps up, his eyes wide with surprise as he spots her. Protagonist rushes towards her, a flurry of questions escaping him. She just went in, and she's already out? Are surgeries that fast these days? Lady Hua, looking weary, asks protagonist to drive her home, adding, I'm a little tired. Drive me home, will you? You can handle my car, right? Protagonist grins confidently, wrapping an arm around her shoulder, boasting, of course, I can fly a fighter jet. The red sports car accelerates rapidly, leaving a trail of speed lines in its wake. The scene transitions to a clear sky, with a text overlay indicating their destination, Longwan, Block B. Powerful red sports car speeds through the residential area, its engine roaring as a phone begins to ring. Inside the luxury vehicle, protagonist answers the call, his voice calm as he greets the caller, then asks what's happening. Beside him, Lady Hua appears somewhat drained, a subtle glow surrounding her. The voice on the other end informs protagonist about a bidding event at Janya Tower tonight, stating that the old man wants him to attend personally. Protagonist simply acknowledges, then confirms his understanding as he's told that Lin Qingyun, president of Zhilong Chamber's Jiangming branch, will be supporting him. The red sports car pulls up to a grand modern residence, the Su family home in Longwan Block B. Protagonist thinks to himself that they've arrived, then gently announces their arrival. Protagonist looks at Lady Hua, who remains silent, her expression filled with unspoken sadness as he repeats that they have arrived. Stepping out of the car, Lady Hua states that she's home, then firmly tells protagonist he should leave before anyone from her family sees him. Protagonist steps out, observing Lady Hua's weakened state, and insists on at least walking her to the door. Lady Hua, with a resolute expression, rejects protagonist's offer, telling him to stay out of her business. As Lady Hua turns away, her high-heeled foot catches on an uneven crack in the pavement, causing her to stumble. Lady Hua cries out, her body pitching forward as she reaches out instinctively, while protagonist rushes into action in the background. Protagonist's eyes narrow with fierce determination as he moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion. With a swift movement, protagonist catches Lady Hua, cradling her in his arms, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as she looks up in surprise. Protagonist, holding Lady Hua, scolds her, calling her a klutz. Incensed, Lady Hua demands he repeat himself, to which protagonist boldly declares she is unbelievably clumsy. Protagonist's hand tightens around Lady Hua's arm, his grip firm. Lady Hua retaliates with a furious punch to protagonist's chest, causing him to cry out in pain while she declares that he is the one causing hurt. Protagonist swiftly catches Lady Hua's arm, stopping her from landing another blow. Protagonist's hands gently cup Lady Hua's ankle, assessing the injury. Still reeling from the impact, protagonist exclaims that her attack was way too harsh as he carries Lady Hua bridal style, her expression a mix of annoyance and embarrassment. The scene shifts indoors, revealing a tastefully decorated living room, complete with a vibrant bamboo plant, suggesting a calm and elegant atmosphere. Inside the elegant living room, protagonist kneels before Lady Hua, carefully tending to her injured foot while a first aid kit lies open nearby. Lady Hua, wiping her eyes, tells protagonist she doesn't need his help and orders him to leave. Protagonist, however, firmly tells her to stop moving as he continues to apply medicine to her foot. Lady Hua's high heels lie discarded on the polished wooden floor, a silent testament to her earlier stumble and the care she's now receiving. As protagonist continues to tend to Lady Hua's foot, she suddenly looks up, a startled expression on her face, alerted by something unseen. The back of a woman with short, curly red hair is seen, suggesting an unexpected arrival, with another person partially visible beside her. Lady Hua's mother, Yang Huimin, confronts the scene with a shocked and angry expression, demanding to know what Nan Nan and protagonist are doing. Beside her, Lin Xuefu observes calmly. Protagonist, holding the first aid kit, explains that Lady Hua twisted her ankle. Lady Hua quickly interjects, confirming that she indeed twisted her ankle. Lady Hua, avoiding eye contact, quickly declares that her boyfriend just came in to help apply some medicine, a subtle blush on her cheeks. Protagonist's eyes widen in utter shock, a silent exclamation of surprise at Lady Hua's unexpected announcement. Yang Huimin's face contorts in pure astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief at Lady Hua's sudden revelation. Her face contorted in disbelief, the woman in the red dress confronts the group, demanding to know what is happening with Su Qi. Pointing an accusatory finger at the protagonist, the agitated woman in the red dress demands to know the identity of this delivery guy. Lady Hua remains silent, her expression unreadable, a hint of melancholy in her eyes as she avoids direct confrontation. Lady Hua quickly tries to defuse the tension, claiming she was merely joking and the protagonist had only helped her inside after she twisted her ankle. The woman in the red dress looks at her, questioning, "A joke?" The woman in the red dress gently grasps Lady Hua's hand, her demeanor softening as she expresses her fear, reminding Lady Hua of her impending marriage into the Qin family and the need to avoid any missteps. The protagonist, his gaze firm, challenges their prejudice, asking what exactly is wrong with being a delivery guy. The woman in the red dress glares fiercely, dismissing the protagonist as a low-class nobody attempting to date out of his league, telling him to keep dreaming. The protagonist's eyes narrow, a dangerous aura beginning to emanate from him as he demands to know what she just said. Lady Hua intervenes, politely dismissing the protagonist, who simply scoffs in response before turning to leave. President Li watches the protagonist walk away, her expression thoughtful and unreadable, a hint of concern in her eyes. The woman in the red dress instructs Xuefu to help Lady Hua to her room, then adds with disdain that someone should wipe down the floor where the stinky delivery guy stood, calling it filthy. President Li acknowledges the instructions with a simple "got it," her gaze still distant and pensive. In the bedroom, President Li questions Lady Hua about her relationship with the protagonist, to which Lady Hua quickly denies any connection, stating there's nothing between them. President Li confronts Lady Hua, accusing her of lying and pointing out that her gaze towards the protagonist betrayed her words, asserting that she can't be fooled. With a solemn expression and a hand resting on her stomach, Lady Hua drops a bombshell, confessing that she is pregnant with the protagonist's child. President Li's eyes widen in utter shock, her mouth agape as she reels from the unexpected revelation, exclaiming in disbelief, "What? You're pregnant?" Still reeling, President Li questions Lady Hua's choice, expressing her dismay that it was with a delivery guy. Lady Hua, looking away, attributes it to drinking too much and calls it a fluke. President Li presses Lady Hua on her plans, concerned about hiding the pregnancy and the implications for the Qin family. Lady Hua, however, declares her firm decision to keep the baby. President Li's face contorts in fury, her voice rising as she accuses Lady Hua of losing her mind for wanting to keep the baby. Lady Hua reveals that she had already spoken to the protagonist, who assured her he would take full responsibility for their child. President Li desperately tries to reason with Lady Hua, reminding her of her status as a Su family daughter and disparaging the protagonist as a mere delivery guy unworthy of her. She then trails off, contemplating the catastrophic consequences if the Qin family discovers the truth. Lady Hua raises a hand, cutting off President Li and asserting her resolve to handle the situation herself. She then turns the tables, questioning President Li's sudden return. President Li offers a simple "oh" in response, which prompts Lady Hua to challenge her, asking if that's truly all she has to say. President Li's eye widens dramatically, a clear sign of shock or dawning realization washing over her. A mischievous glint in her eye, President Li announces that she's just thought of a brilliant idea, piquing Lady Hua's curiosity. Leaning in conspiratorially, President Li proposes a heinous plan. If the secret gets out, Lady Hua should claim the delivery guy raped her. Lady Hua responds with biting sarcasm, acknowledging the great idea and remarking that only President Li could devise something so awful. Unaware of the sinister plot being hatched, the protagonist walks down a quiet, tree-lined path away from the villa. The protagonist, checking his phone, remarks in frustration that there aren't any taxis available in the secluded villa district. Still stuck in the secluded villa district with no taxis in sight, the protagonist, phone in hand, scans his surroundings with growing impatience. His gaze sharpens, a hint of surprise crossing his face as something unexpected catches his attention just out of frame. A distinguished man with silver hair and a formal suit steps forward, introducing himself as Lin Qingyun, chairman of the Jilong Chamber of Commerce, and greets the protagonist. The protagonist turns, his back to the viewer, absorbing the unexpected introduction from the influential chairman. Lin Qingyun's expression is serious as he clarifies his purpose, stating he is there to escort the protagonist to an important bidding event. The protagonist, looking thoughtful, places a hand to his chin, recalling that his grandfather had indeed informed him about the upcoming event. He then instructs Lin Qingyun that he needs to shower and change clothes before they depart, to which the chairman readily agrees to arrange everything. The sleek black limousine smoothly departs from the luxurious villa district, carrying the protagonist towards his next significant engagement. Upon arrival at the grand bidding event, the protagonist observes the bustling hall, filled with numerous, elegantly dressed attendees. Now impeccably dressed in a sharp dark suit, the protagonist surveys the opulent room with a composed and confident demeanor. Suddenly, a woman in a striking white dress, observing the protagonist from across the room, calls out to him with a sharp tone. The woman confronts the protagonist, recognizing him as the delivery person from the Su household and demanding to know his purpose at such a prestigious event. As the protagonist begins to explain, the woman interrupts, scoffing at the idea that he might be working another part-time job here. The protagonist, visibly flustered by her assumption, attempts to deny her accusation. Without waiting for any further explanation, the woman firmly grabs the protagonist's arm, her grip resolute. She pulls him along, declaring that she needs to speak with him privately, leaving the protagonist bewildered by her forceful actions. The woman fiercely confronts the protagonist, revealing that her best friend, Su-chi, is pregnant because of him, and warns him of dire consequences if he doesn't take responsibility. The protagonist's eyes widen in utter disbelief, his mind reeling as he previously thought Su-chi had terminated the pregnancy. The woman furiously refutes his assumption, declaring that Su-chi is, in fact, keeping the baby, leaving the protagonist utterly stunned and questioning her words. A wave of realization washes over the protagonist as he questions whether Su-chi truly didn't go through with the surgery yesterday. The woman's voice rises in a furious warning, asserting that if he dares to abandon his responsibility, she will ensure he faces dire consequences. To emphasize her unwavering point, the woman deliberately steps on the protagonist's foot with her sharp high heel. The protagonist yelps in pain, recoiling and clutching his foot as the woman glares sternly at him, unyielding in her resolve. A voice from the stage announces the imminent start of the bidding event, momentarily diverting their tense attention. The protagonist's mind races, unable to comprehend that Su-chi kept the baby, resolving to quickly conclude his business here and find her. Presidently, with a warm and professional smile, approaches the protagonist and greets him respectfully. Presidently introduces herself as Lu Yu, his assistant, assigned by Chairman Lin to aid him throughout the event. The protagonist acknowledges her, reminding them that the bidding is about to begin, and urges them to proceed. With a determined stride, the protagonist and Presidently move forward into the bustling heart of the bidding event. As they arrive, an announcement echoes through the hall. Today's bid is for the new Qin District project, which the powerful Qin family is already claiming. With a confident smirk, Qin Lei, the eldest young master of the powerful Qin family, addresses the assembled bidders. He warns them to show respect or face severe consequences. The protagonist, observing Qin Lei, asks President Li for his identity. President Li explains that Qin Lei is from the Qin family, one of Jiangning's richest and their biggest rival for the night's bid. Dismissively, the protagonist questions Qin Lei's ability to compete with him. President Li further reveals the Qin family's intent to secure the new district project, which could also aid the Su family in their current troubles. Protagonist recalls Fatty's scathing remarks about Qin Lei's unsavory lifestyle and how he is completely unsuitable for Miss Su. This leads the protagonist to realize that the Qin family is the one Su-chi is engaged to. With a newfound understanding, the protagonist's expression hardens as he connects the pieces of information regarding the Qin family and Su-chi. The auctioneer announces the next item, Lotto 53 in the new district, the highly coveted project everyone has been eagerly anticipating. Qin Lei, radiating confidence, immediately raises his bidding paddle and declares an opening bid of 5 billion, asserting his family's dominance. The crowd erupts in murmurs, shocked by the Qin family's aggressive opening bid. They note the family's determination and the unbreakable bond between the Qin and Su families, making it difficult for anyone to challenge them. Without hesitation, the protagonist raises his own paddle, his gaze unwavering, and calmly counters Qin Lei's bid with 6 billion. The room is gripped by collective shock and outrage. Wang Han exclaims that anyone challenging the Qin family must have a death wish, while others note the protagonist's unfamiliarity in Jiangning. Whispers ripple through the crowd, dismissing the protagonist as clueless for daring to oppose the Qin family, who had already considered the project theirs. Qin Lei's hand clenches into a furious fist, his knuckles white as anger boils within him. His face contorted in rage, Qin Lei glares at the protagonist, demanding to know who he is and if he is intentionally seeking trouble. The protagonist, unperturbed, simply states that he heard Qin Lei, but questions what that has to do with him, maintaining a defiant calm. The onlookers are stunned, wondering who this audacious individual is who dares to directly challenge the formidable Qin family. Qin Lei, his face red with fury, once again raises his paddle and bids 700 million, his voice laced with venom. Protagonist, still composed, swiftly counters with 800 million, his expression betraying no emotion. Rising from his seat in a fit of rage, Qin Lei shouts at the protagonist, reminding him that in Jiangning City, the Qin family is the law. Qin Lei's face contorts further as he screams, asserting that no one can take what the Qin family desires. With a menacing glare, Qin Lei makes his final, desperate bid of 900 million, threatening the protagonist with death if he dares to continue. Protagonist merely smirks, finding Qin Lei's threats utterly amusing, a clear sign of his disdain. With an unwavering gaze and a casual tone, the protagonist drops a final, overwhelming bid of 1 billion, silencing the entire hall. Enraged beyond control, Qin Lei lunges at the protagonist, screaming threats of violence and promising to feed him to the dogs. Before Qin Lei can land a blow, the protagonist retaliates with a devastating punch, sending Qin Lei reeling backward from the sheer force of the impact. The protagonist follows up with a powerful kick, launching Qin Lei further through the air, his voice echoing with a dismissive question, "You alone?" Qin Lei cries out in pain as he is sent flying, a visible impact radiating from his chest, completely overwhelmed by the protagonist's swift assault. The protagonist stands calmly amidst the chaos of overturned chairs, observing Qin Lei and his 2 defeated men sprawled on the ground, a testament to his overwhelming power. The protagonist's powerful kick sends one of Qin Lei's men flying through the air, his body contorted mid-impact. Another assailant in the foreground grimaces, bracing for the protagonist's rapid-fire assault. The man's eye widens in pure shock and agony, reflecting the overwhelming force of the protagonist's attack as he's caught in the relentless barrage. Another of Qin Lei's men is violently struck, his body twisting from the impact as the protagonist's unseen blows land with devastating precision. The protagonist's foot stands triumphantly over a defeated Qin Lei henchman, who lies sprawled on the ground, utterly incapacitated by the swift and brutal combat. Young Feng clutches his face in disbelief and fury, roaring at the protagonist, demanding to know if he has a death wish for daring to strike him. The protagonist responds with a cold, confident smirk, asserting that young Feng is indeed the one he's hitting, his gaze unwavering. Young Feng is sent hurtling through the air with a desperate scream, a testament to the protagonist's explosive power, leaving him no chance to retaliate. A blinding flash of light and intense energy signifies the devastating impact of the protagonist's final blow, echoing through the room. Young Feng lies utterly defeated on the ground, his body contorted and limp, the chaos of the fight now brought to an abrupt and decisive end. The protagonist surveys the stunned crowd, his expression unreadable, as he calmly asks if anyone else intends to bid after witnessing his display of power. The auctioneer, visibly shaken and sweating, nervously confirms that there are no further bids, completely intimidated by the protagonist's presence. Protagonist, with a dismissive wave, instructs President Li to finalize the transfer of funds as he has urgent business to attend to, and she promptly acknowledges his command. The protagonist stands tall and composed, a glass of wine in hand, a powerful blue dragon aura swirling behind him, embodying his formidable presence and status. In a lavish room, Lady Hua questions her grandfather, the Su family patriarch, about the hurried summons that caused her to miss the auction. Lady Hua, elegant yet slightly perturbed, repeats her query to her grandfather, expressing her annoyance at missing the significant auction. The Su family patriarch sternly warns Lady Hua against speaking carelessly, admitting he still hasn't fully grasped the temperament of the important person they are waiting for. Lady Hua's eyes narrow with a hint of skepticism and intrigue as she wonders aloud what kind of big shot could make her grandfather act with such caution. A subordinate informs the Su family patriarch that the auction has concluded, revealing that someone other than the Qin family secured the winning bid, much to the patriarch's understanding. Lady Hua expresses her utter disbelief, questioning how the Qin family could have lost a project that was seemingly guaranteed, wondering who dared to snatch it from their grasp. The Su family patriarch reveals to Lady Hua that the auction winner is the very person they have been awaiting, to which Lady Hua dismissively comments on the individual's arrogance. Lady Hua informs her grandfather that she will step out to make a call to Nan, and he simply acknowledges her departure with a brief sound. A sudden, intense flash of bright light illuminates the scene, signaling an unexpected and abrupt encounter. Lady Hua gasps in surprise as she collides with the protagonist, stumbling against his chest and dropping her phone from the sudden impact. Lady Hua glares furiously at the protagonist, recognizing him and berating him for not watching where he's going, mockingly calling him a stinking food delivery guy. As Lady Hua walks away down the hallway, speaking on her phone to Nan about important news, the protagonist observes her departure with a silent, contemplative expression. The Su family patriarch, still seated, looks up as the protagonist enters the room, greeting him formally as young master upon his arrival. The protagonist confidently adjusts his tie in the doorway, confirming that his business is concluded, then casually inquires about the woman he encountered earlier. As the protagonist sits thoughtfully, the Su family patriarch casually asks if he knows Su Qi. A narrator box reveals that Su Qi is an exceptional young lady from the Su family, though often overshadowed due to their preference for sons. The protagonist then internally reflects on how his prior intervention had likely delayed the Qin family's marriage alliance with the Su family. The protagonist, with a hint of curiosity, continues to probe, asking about Su Qi's daily life and whether she has ever had a boyfriend. Su family patriarch explains that the Su family's upbringing is very strict, giving Su Qi a stubborn personality. He adds that she doesn't easily get involved with people and, as far as he knows, has never had a boyfriend. A subtle smirk plays on the protagonist's lips as he acknowledges the information. Suddenly, the distinct sound of a phone ringing fills the air. The protagonist looks at his ringing phone, the screen clearly displaying the name Su Qi. He muses to himself about the uncanny timing of her call. Taking the call, the protagonist greets Su Qi. He then directly asks if she has time to meet, offering to come find her wherever she is. The protagonist stands, waving goodbye to the Su family patriarch, instructing him to report back to the old man. The patriarch acknowledges him as young master, then attempts to subtly introduce his granddaughter, Xuefu, who graduated from the same academy as the protagonist. The protagonist quickly cuts him off, promising to talk another time. Under a clear blue sky, a woman with long red hair, Lady Hua, sits alone on a park bench beneath a large, leafy tree, surrounded by blooming flowers and distant city buildings. Closer look reveals Lady Hua's pensive expression as she gazes downwards, lost in thought amidst the serene park setting. From an aerial perspective, the protagonist races through the park on his sleek motorcycle, heading directly towards Lady Hua, who remains seated on the bench. The protagonist stands beside Lady Hua, who is still on the bench, his red sports motorcycle parked conspicuously in the background. A close-up shot of the park bench shows the protagonist taking a seat next to Lady Hua. With his arm draped around Lady Hua, the protagonist reassures her, promising to support both her and the baby. He confidently adds that they can register for marriage whenever she wishes. Lady Hua responds with a challenging smirk, questioning if he can even afford to support them. The protagonist looks up, a confident expression on his face, dismissing her doubts about his financial capabilities. Lady Hua, still skeptical, gestures to her wrist, asking if he knows the cost of her watch. Without hesitation, the protagonist accurately states the watch's price, 352,000. He then precisely identifies it as a Pasha de Cartier series, the 42mm 18K rose gold model with an automatic winding movement. Lady Hua is visibly surprised by his detailed knowledge. She then pointedly asks how many years a delivery guy would have to work without spending anything to afford such a watch. The protagonist dismisses her financial concerns, assuring her not to worry about money for the baby. He then boasts that he's never short on resources and could even respond to national calls for more children without issue. Lady Hua, exasperated, tells him to stop bragging. Lady Hua's phone rings loudly, drawing her attention away from their conversation. Lady Hua answers the call, listening intently. A female voice on the other end urgently asks for her whereabouts, stating that Qin Hao is waiting at home to discuss the wedding. Lady Hua quietly acknowledges the message. Lady Hua turns to the protagonist, asking if he can take her home. With a charming smile, he readily agrees, stating it would be his pleasure. The protagonist and Lady Hua speed through the city streets on his red sports motorcycle, the wind whipping past them. Lady Hua holds tightly onto the protagonist as they continue their swift journey through the urban landscape. They arrive at a modern house, the protagonist having parked his motorcycle. They walk together towards the entrance. Standing at the doorway, Lady Hua announces her arrival, calling out to her mother. An angry woman, presumably Lady Hua's mother, confronts her, demanding to know where she's been and reminding her that Qin Hao has been waiting to discuss their wedding. Lady Hua offers a simple, dismissive reply, stating she was out for a walk as she moves further into the house with the protagonist following. Lady Hua's mother sternly questions why she brought someone back with her, then reminds Lady Hua that her wedding day with Qin Hao is fast approaching. Qin Hao, identified as the second young master of the Qin family, sits on the couch with a smug grin, waving a casual hi as the tension in the room escalates. Lady Hua confronts the approaching Su family young lady, demanding to know her whereabouts and stating that Qin Hao has been waiting for her for a long time. Qin Hao sits on the couch, observing the unfolding tension. The Su family young lady, accompanied by the protagonist, casually replies that she was merely out for a walk as the strained atmosphere in the room intensifies under the gaze of Qin Hao and Lady Hua. Lady Hua, with a stern expression, questions the Su family young lady about bringing someone back, then reminds her that her wedding day with Qin Hao is fast approaching. Qin Hao, the second young master of the Qin family, maintains his confident smirk and offers a casual hi, having arrived specifically to discuss the impending wedding. A powerful splash art reveals the protagonist in a sharp suit, holding a wine glass, with a majestic blue dragon aura swirling behind him, hinting at his hidden strength and formidable presence. The Su family young lady firmly tells Qin Hao to put their wedding discussion on hold, explaining that the Qin family's failure to win the recent bid means their cooperation is not yet finalized. Qin Hao dismisses the bid as a minor issue, suggesting they get married first and negotiate everything else later. His internal thoughts reveal a sinister plan to secure the Su family young lady first before discussing any financial aid. Lady Hua tries to sway the Su family young lady by revealing Qin Hao's offer of 1 billion upon marriage to help the Su family, but the Su family young lady sharply cuts her off, refusing to hear more. Su family young lady declares with fierce resolve that she will not marry Qin Hao, her eyes burning with defiance. Both Qin Hao and Lady Hua react with shock and disbelief to the Su family young lady's refusal. Qin Hao demands to know what she said, while Lady Hua frantically reminds her of the alliance between the Su and Qin families. The Su family young lady reiterates her refusal to marry Qin Hao, then drops a bombshell. She reveals she is already pregnant with the protagonist's child, standing defiantly beside him. Lady Hua's eyes widen in utter shock, her mouth agape as she processes the Su family young lady's shocking revelation. Lady Hua confronts the Su family young lady, accusing her of being pregnant with a delivery guy's child. The Su family young lady pleads with her mother, insisting she doesn't want to marry into the Qin family and can help them through their crisis if given time. Lady Hua's face contorts in fury as she raises her hand, shouting at the Su family young lady for having no shame. Just as Lady Hua moves to strike, the protagonist swiftly intervenes, his hand clamping down on her wrist with powerful force, stopping her mid-swing. Protagonist, holding Lady Hua's arm, challenges her, asking what's wrong with being a delivery guy and if marrying off her daughter to a scumbag for profit is considered shameful. The protagonist's gaze is sharp and unwavering as he continues to question Lady Hua, highlighting the hypocrisy of her actions. Lady Hua glares with intense fury, insulting the protagonist as a stinking delivery guy and demanding he release her. From across the room, Qin Hao, enraged, unleashes a verbal assault on the Su family young lady, calling her a slutty bitch and expressing his utter disgust. Qin Hao's rage escalates as he accuses the Su family young lady of cuckolding him with a delivery guy, then menacingly vows to kill her, his finger pointing in furious accusation. As Qin Hao lunges forward, the protagonist reacts instantly, delivering a powerful, swift blow that snaps Qin Hao's head back. Qin Hao is sent sprawling to the floor by the protagonist's strike, landing with a heavy thud as the protagonist stands protectively over the Su family young lady. The protagonist firmly embraces the Su family young lady, declaring her his woman and pregnant with his child, then fiercely challenges Qin Hao, demanding to know who dared him to strike her. The Su family young lady looks up at him, surprised and touched. Qin Hao, still on the ground, glares up at the protagonist, enraged and disbelieving that anyone would dare strike him. Qin Hao's hand clenches around a sharp object on the floor, his mind consumed by vengeance as he vows to make his opponent understand the consequences of angering him. Chin Hao rises, clutching the sharp object, and charges at the protagonist with a murderous scream, threatening to kill him, while the protagonist remains calm, protecting the Su family young lady. Protagonist calmly instructs the Su family young lady to stay behind him, his expression unwavering as she acknowledges his command. Young Feng, clutching a sharp object, lunges forward with a furious cry, attempting to strike protagonist. Protagonist executes a swift counterattack, his fist connecting with Young Feng with devastating force, sending him reeling backward. As Young Feng collapses to the ground, protagonist stands over him, his voice laced with menace, declaring, "You dare to touch my woman." Protagonist looms over the defeated Young Feng, his fist raised, proclaiming, "Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson." Protagonist unleashes a barrage of powerful punches, each blow landing with brutal impact as Young Feng cries out in agony. Young Feng's face contorts in terror, desperately pleading for help and demanding protagonist stop the relentless assault. A voice cuts through the tension, urging protagonist to stop as the Su family young lady looks on with a troubled expression. An authoritative voice rings out, demanding to know who dares to act so presumptuously, as the elderly man in robe and his entourage enter the scene. The Su family young lady, looking surprised, questions the elderly man in robe's presence, asking, "Grandpa, why are you here?" The elderly man in robe, accompanied by his group, advances further into the room, creating a tense standoff with protagonist and the Su family young lady. Young Feng remains sprawled on the floor, a testament to protagonist's overwhelming force. The elderly man in robe, his expression grim, reveals that he has overheard their entire conversation. The elderly man in robe confronts the Su family young lady, his voice filled with disbelief and anger, demanding confirmation of her pregnancy with protagonist's child. The Su family young lady, with a heavy heart but firm resolve, confirms her pregnancy. Su family patriarch exclaims in outrage, panicking about offending the powerful Qin family, while the elderly man in robe, with chilling finality, declares that the child must be aborted. Young Feng, clutching his chest, venomously declares that even an abortion won't make the Su family young lady welcome in the Qin family's home, leaving the elderly man in robe in despair, questioning their next move. The Su family young lady stands isolated, while her family members lament their ruin, blaming her for spoiling the family and declaring the Su family finished. The Su family young lady's face is etched with profound sorrow, her silence speaking volumes of her heartbreak. The Su family young lady, her patience worn thin, demands that everyone stop arguing, while protagonist, looking at the chaotic scene, quietly pleads for them to cease their fighting. As the Su family young lady cries out in distress, clutching her head, protagonist reassures her, promising to take her away from the turmoil. Protagonist gently embraces the distraught Su family young lady, offering her solace and protection in his arms. As protagonist carries the Su family young lady, the Su family patriarch furiously demands he let go of his daughter, while presidently threatens to break protagonist's legs if he doesn't comply. Protagonist's eyes narrow with disdain, his voice dripping with contempt as he challenges their humanity. Protagonist calmly walks away, carrying the Su family young lady in his arms, leaving the stunned family members behind. One of the family members lunges at protagonist from behind, letting out a furious cry. Protagonist stops, his gaze piercing, and declares his intention to take the Su family young lady with him, challenging anyone who dares to object. The Su family patriarch, presidently, and their companion are left speechless, their faces reflecting shock and intimidation by protagonist's unwavering resolve. Advertisement banner. Advertisement banner. Protagonist carries the unconscious Su family young lady through a lavish apartment, past two observing figures. The protagonist strides forward, effortlessly stepping over the shattered remains of a table, as a cry of alarm echoes from off-panel. As two figures flinch back, the protagonist's voice cuts through the tension, stating he is taking Su Qi and daring anyone to challenge him. His gaze is sharp, his expression unyielding, as if daring anyone to stand in his way. Protagonist stands with an air of undeniable power, a majestic dragon coiling behind him, a symbol of his immense, hidden strength. With no one daring to oppose him, the protagonist declares his departure, carrying the Su family young lady away as Teacher Fong and another figure watch him go. Under the cloak of night, the imposing structure of Wang Han's apartment building stands tall, a new destination for the unfolding drama. The protagonist carefully lays the Su family young lady down on a plush sofa, ensuring her comfort. As the protagonist watches over her, a small, dark card slips unnoticed from the Su family young lady's handbag and onto the floor. The protagonist's hand reaches down, his fingers closing around the mysterious card that fell to the floor. Holding the card, the protagonist realizes it's the Su family young lady's birthday, lamenting how such a wealthy girl could be forgotten on her special day. Turning from the sleeping Su family young lady, the protagonist resolves to act, declaring his intention to demonstrate his capabilities for the woman he now claims. 20 minutes later, the Su family young lady stirs, her eyes slowly opening as she begins to regain consciousness. Sitting upright, the Su family young lady looks around disoriented, wondering aloud about her whereabouts. The protagonist, now in an apron, greets the newly awakened Su family young lady with a warm bowl of food, asking if she's hungry. He proudly states that he prepared the meal specifically for her. The Su family young lady rises from the sofa, her gaze drawn to the protagonist and the elaborate spread of food on the table. The Su family young lady exclaims at the delicious aroma emanating from the lavish meal, prompting the protagonist to boast about his culinary prowess, claiming even royalty would beg for a taste. The Su family young lady playfully retorts, asking if it would be so hard for him to refrain from bragging. The Su family young lady sets a playful rule for the day, forbidding the word die, which prompts a confused huh from the protagonist. The protagonist carefully carries a small, pink birthday cake, a single candle poised atop it. With a charming wink, the protagonist presents the cake, wishing her a happy birthday. Overwhelmed with surprise, the Su family young lady covers her mouth, asking how he possibly knew it was her birthday. The protagonist smirks, basking in her astonishment, asking if his thoughtfulness isn't pretty amazing. A single tear glistens in the Su family young lady's eye, reflecting the depth of her unexpected emotion. The protagonist, noticing her tears, playfully tells her to go ahead and cry, offering his shoulder, a shoulder he claims even supermodels covet. The Su family young lady lets out a soft laugh, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she rests her chin in her hand. Protagonist gestures with his chopsticks, inviting her to try the food he prepared. The Su family young lady savors a bite, confirming it tastes good, to which the protagonist confidently replies, "Of course." The table is laden with a simple yet inviting meal, a steaming bowl of soup, a plump ear of corn, perfectly boiled eggs, and a small dish of vibrant green sauce, completing the intimate setting. With a confident smirk, the protagonist leans back, his gaze fixed on his companion as he directly asks about their future plans. Lady Hua, her expression tinged with worry, reminds the protagonist of his solemn promise to support both her and their child, questioning if he intends to abandon his word. The protagonist affirms his commitment to his promises but challenges Lady Hua, asking if she truly dares to marry a simple delivery guy like him. Lady Hua defiantly declares her courage, threatening to remarry if he cannot provide for them, prompting the protagonist to decisively state they will register their marriage tomorrow. Lady Hua's eyes burn with determination as she firmly declares her readiness, asserting that she is not afraid of the challenge ahead. The protagonist observes her with a subtle, knowing smirk, his expression unreadable as he takes in her resolute declaration. The intimate moment is abruptly broken by the distinct, urgent buzz of a phone, signaling an incoming call. A look of serious concern crosses the protagonist's face as he reaches for his phone, an exclamation mark appearing above his head, signifying the call's sudden importance. Standing to take the call, the protagonist informs Lady Hua that he must answer, to which she simply responds with a quiet okay. Scene transitions to the exterior of a modern building at dusk, its numerous windows casting a warm glow against the deepening twilight. On a high-rise balcony, the protagonist receives an alarming call, learning that Hydra is en route to Jiangning City to assassinate him. He calmly questions the source's reliability and instructs his caller to confirm Hydra's exact location without panicking. With a cigarette casually held between his lips, the protagonist receives confirmation that Hydra was spotted near the Lin family's villa, coolly affirming that he will personally take care of him tomorrow. Meanwhile, Lady Hua relaxes on a couch, enjoying a piece of cake while on a separate call. Her friend wishes her a happy birthday, asking if she's the first, but Lady Hua playfully reveals she's the second. Caller expresses disbelief, demanding to know who dared to be first, speculating it couldn't be that fat pig Qin Hao. Lady Hua corrects her, revealing the first well-wisher was Wang Han. As Lady Hua takes another bite of her cake, her caller's voice shifts to frustration, questioning how she got entangled with that delivery guy once more. Lady Hua sighs, explaining the complex situation and revealing their plan to register their marriage tomorrow. Her caller reacts with shock, questioning Lady Hua's sanity for marrying a delivery guy and demanding to know her current location, to which Lady Hua simply replies, "At his place." High above the city, the protagonist receives further concerning news. The eldest princess had inquired about his whereabouts just 2 days prior. The weathered surface of the balcony floor provides a brief, stark visual interlude. The protagonist, his expression hardening, lights a cigarette and sternly warns his caller not to have revealed his location in Jiangning City to the eldest princess. As smoke drifts from his cigarette, the protagonist listens in disbelief as his caller frantically explains that revealing his location was unavoidable, given the eldest princess's volatile temper, which would have led to severe consequences otherwise. The protagonist exclaims, "What?" in shock. Protagonist's hand clenches, a subtle, almost imperceptible surge of power or intense frustration radiating from his tightly balled fist. The caller, attempting to justify his actions, playfully suggests the eldest princess's prominent background and resources make them a perfect match, questioning why the protagonist doesn't simply give in to her relentless pursuit. The protagonist, seething, cuts him off, demanding precise details of what was revealed and when she is arriving. The caller abruptly claims bad signal and hangs up, leaving the protagonist shouting, "Hello? Hello? Damn it!" into a dead line. Crouching on the balcony, the protagonist gazes out at the city, a single, heavy thought echoing his dire realization. This is bad. The protagonist, still on the balcony, holds his phone, a grim expression etched across his face as he considers his dire realization. A call interrupts his thoughts. The elderly man in robe, on the other end, apologizes profusely for his granddaughter accidentally obtaining protagonist's contact details. Protagonist calmly dismisses it, stating it's fine. His tone shifts as protagonist issues precise commands over the phone, requesting a sniper rifle and 2 bullets for him to collect tomorrow. He then mandates full authority for Su Qi over the new district project, ensuring no one from the Su family interferes. A wry smirk plays on protagonist's lips as he contemplates the audacity of the request he just made. The elderly man in robe reiterates his deep apologies to protagonist, explaining that his granddaughter had inadvertently found protagonist's contact details, causing trouble. Protagonist, ever composed, simply replies that it's fine. Protagonist continues his conversation, firmly instructing the person named Lin to prepare a sniper rifle and 2 bullets for him to collect the following day. He further commands that Su Qi be given absolute authority over the new district project, explicitly barring any other Su family member from interfering. The protagonist stands tall, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, a glass of crimson wine in hand. Behind him, the ethereal form of a blue dragon manifests, a silent testament to his hidden power and influence over the sprawling city. Meanwhile, in a quiet bedroom, Lady Hua lies comfortably on her bed, engrossed in a book as the moonlight streams through the window. Lady Hua, now on her phone, excitedly informs Yin that she successfully contacted the big shot and secured their cooperation for the Su family's new district project, with Yin personally in charge. They plan to discuss details tomorrow. A relieved smile graces Lady Hua's face as she happily concludes the call, agreeing to meet tomorrow. Protagonist enters the room, observing Lady Hua's cheerfulness and asking what has made her so happy. She dismisses his curiosity, stating he wouldn't understand the project even if she explained it. Protagonist, surprised, remarks that he hadn't expected her to have a habit of reading books. Lady Hua, with a slight smirk, retorts that there is much about her that protagonist doesn't expect. Lady Hua, flustered by protagonist's sudden closeness, stammers, asking what he intends to do, reminding him of her earlier declaration of marriage. Instead of what she anticipated, protagonist simply reaches for a pillow, his hand gently brushing against her. Protagonist, with a considerate gesture, hands her a pillow, suggesting she rest if she's tired. He states he will sleep on the sofa. As protagonist turns to leave, he casually adds a warning that reading in bed at night isn't good for pregnant women, leaving Lady Hua blushing and speechless. Lady Hua lies on the bed, her mind replaying the moment, a hint of embarrassment as she realizes she had completely misjudged protagonist's intentions. The next day dawns, casting its light upon the urban landscape. The protagonist begins his rigorous morning training, performing a one-handed handstand on the balcony railing, counting out his reps with unwavering focus. Lady Hua steps onto the balcony, observing protagonist's unusual training method and jokingly asks if he's practicing Toad style. Protagonist corrects her, explaining that this is the dragon coiling hand technique. Lady Hua, intrigued, admits she's never heard of such a martial art. Protagonist explains that this isn't ordinary martial arts, but an authentic national technique, a genuine killing method devoid of flashy moves. Lady Hua, puzzled, questions why a delivery guy would be learning such a deadly art. Protagonist quotes his father, stating he learns martial arts to stop conflict and protect his family. Lady Hua nods in agreement, acknowledging his father's wisdom. Lady Hua informs protagonist that breakfast is ready and she's prepared new toiletries for him. Protagonist, genuinely surprised by her thoughtfulness, admits he never expected such care from her. Lady Hua, with a knowing look, tells protagonist there's still much he hasn't realized about her. Then, with a confident smirk, protagonist casually invites her to his place after they eat. Lady Hua, surprised, questions why they would go to his place. Protagonist calmly explains it's to retrieve his household registration book, a necessary step to register their marriage. She then asks if he's truly certain about marrying a simple delivery guy like him. With a teasing smile, protagonist challenges Lady Hua, asking if she's getting cold feet. Her eyes flash with defiance as she retorts, asserting she's not scared and is ready to register their marriage immediately. As they walk, protagonist brings up the idea of meeting her parents first, a traditional step. Lady Hua dismisses the notion, stating they can discuss it after the baby is born. Protagonist inquires about her reasoning. Lady Hua reveals her concern that her family might not approve of him, suggesting that once the baby arrives, they will have no other option. Protagonist asks, with a hint of realization in his tone, if she's implying he's marrying into a higher status family. Lady Hua stands tall, while protagonist, leaning casually against his motorcycle, compliments her looks, figure, and temperament, but leaves his thought unfinished. Protagonist finishes his thought, revealing his assessment that her family background is somewhat lacking. Lady Hua, visibly offended, challenges protagonist, asking if she isn't good enough for him. He quickly laughs it off, telling her he's just kidding and to get on the bike. Her exasperated "what" hangs in the air. Protagonist instructs Lady Hua to hold his waist tight and sit steady, then urges her to stop wasting time as they speed away on the motorcycle. Red motorcycle roars to life, carrying protagonist and Lady Hua away from the grand building, leaving a blur of speed in their wake. Inside, a stout man fumes, enraged that she spent the night with a mere delivery guy. His muscular henchman, wearing a bandana, asks for instructions. The stout man's face contorts with fury as he barks orders, demanding his henchman kill the delivery guy and abduct that bitch to a hotel. The muscular henchman, flanked by two other determined men, salutes, confirming he will gather his crew and immediately pursue the targets. Unaware of the danger, protagonist and Lady Hua continue their journey on the motorcycle, a streak of red against the gray road. A white van appears in the rearview mirror, rapidly gaining on them, its presence ominous and unsettling. Protagonist glances back, a smirk playing on his lips, recognizing that someone is brazenly following him in broad daylight. Protagonist tells Lady Hua that soon she should go home and gather her things, as he has an errand to run. Lady Hua simply replies, "Okay." The motorcycle weaves deftly through traffic, a blur of motion as it evades pursuit. Protagonist navigates the motorcycle towards a sleek, modern residence, pulling up to the entrance. Protagonist brings the motorcycle to a halt, and Lady Hua dismounts, preparing to enter the building. Protagonist casts a quick glance over his shoulder, confirming the white van is still trailing him in the distance. With a sharp turn, protagonist peels away on the motorcycle, leaving the pursuing van further behind. Red motorcycle speeds down the street, protagonist now alone, leaving the residential area behind. Protagonist performs an audacious stunt, standing on his speeding motorcycle, a clear challenge to his pursuers. Protagonist stops and looks up at a nearby building, noticing a figure observing him from a balcony. Protagonist's gaze sharpens as he confirms his suspicion. They are indeed lying in ambush here. With a determined glint in his eye, protagonist thinks to himself that it's time to stretch his muscles, ready for the impending confrontation. Protagonist, now clad in a sharp business suit, strides away from his powerful motorcycle, a determined glint in his eye. He muses that with his adversaries finally gathered, he can deal with them all at once. He moves with unwavering purpose, ascending a sleek, modern staircase within a luxurious interior, his destination clear. Reaching an opulent living space, protagonist stands before a coffee table, where a high-powered rifle lies neatly disassembled in its case, awaiting his touch. He expertly assembles the weapon, a formidable rifle with a scope, and holds it with a confident air, acknowledging to himself that Lin handles things quite well. Suddenly, his gaze falls upon a woman's bra carelessly left on the bed, a subtle hint of surprise crossing his features at the unexpected sight. The moment is shattered by a piercing scream as Lady Hua, wrapped only in a towel, confronts protagonist, who stands holding the formidable rifle. Protagonist holds the assembled rifle steady, his expression resolute as he internally reaffirms that Lin is proving effective. His attention is momentarily drawn to the bra on the bed, but before he can react, a startled cry of "HH" begins to echo through the room. Lady Hua, barely covered by a towel, lets out another terrified scream as she faces protagonist, who holds the rifle steady. In a moment of calm, protagonist is depicted in a sharp suit, holding a glass of wine, a majestic blue dragon coiling powerfully behind him, hinting at his true, formidable strength. Lady Hua, enraged and pointing an accusing finger, demands to know what the stinking delivery guy is doing in her house, emphatically stating it's the Lin family's private villa. Just as Lady Hua's shock registers, protagonist's eyes widen with urgent alarm, and he barks a sharp command, "Get down!" A bullet violently shatters the window behind them as protagonist shoves Lady Hua to the floor, her scream of "H" echoing the sudden, immediate danger. Protagonist shields Lady Hua with his body, but she struggles beneath him, yelling at the bastard to let her go, unaware he is protecting her from the unseen threat. Lady Hua, still disoriented and tearful, questions the situation, but protagonist leans in, a grim warning in his voice, "Don't scream. Scream again and you're dead." Standing tall with his rifle, protagonist demands to know what exactly is happening, while Lady Hua cowers behind him, still in shock and fear. Protagonist swiftly takes a kneeling position, aiming the rifle out the shattered window, a cold challenge forming in his mind. "Hydra, let's see if you really have 9 heads." His eyes narrow with intense focus, locking onto his target through the scope of his rifle, ready to unleash a precise, devastating attack. With a deafening crack, a golden bullet streaks through the air, leaving a shimmering, destructive trail as it flies towards its unseen target. Protagonist fires the rifle, the impact of the shot violently shattering the glass of the window, a clear sign of the weapon's destructive power. Across the way, the gunman collapses, a fatal shot evident as blood splatters against the wall, his mission abruptly terminated. Protagonist lowers his rifle, thinking that Hydra was dispatched far too easily, while Lady Hua, still terrified, demands an explanation for his armed presence in her home. Suddenly, protagonist's expression shifts to one of alarm, an exclamation mark highlighting his dawning realization of continued danger. Another bullet, gold and deadly, streaks across the sky, its trajectory indicating a new, immediate threat from an unseen assailant. With lightning reflexes, protagonist shouts, "Get down," and pulls Lady Hua to safety once more, her terrified HHH, a testament to the renewed danger. Protagonist presses Lady Hua firmly to the floor, shielding her as another impact rocks the room, a violent explosion erupting near the window. His hand instinctively reaches for the discarded garment as a chilling thought confirms his suspicion. There's someone else across the way. The protagonist's chilling thought confirms his suspicion. Not only has Hydra appeared, but the tracking van he previously dismissed is also a threat. He instinctively reaches for the discarded garment, his mind racing. A gunshot echoes, adding to the protagonist's internal monologue. He realizes the situation is far more complicated than he initially thought, with many unexpected guests arriving. Protagonist swiftly takes aim with his scoped rifle, his eyes narrowed in intense focus. Behind him, the Su family young lady looks on, her face etched with fear and confusion. Kneeling for a stable shot, the protagonist fires his rifle, a bright muzzle flash erupting from the barrel as he targets the unseen threat. The bullet streaks across the room, impacting the glass window with explosive force, sending shards flying inwards. Outside, the gunman and bald attacker are caught off guard, their faces contorted in shock as the protagonist's counterattack hits its mark. Undeterred, the gunman returns fire from his vantage point, another muzzle flash illuminating the exterior of the building. Debris showers down from the ceiling as the protagonist shields the screaming Su family young lady, who cries out, accusing him of being a pervert amidst the chaos. The protagonist examines a bullet casing in his hand, a small, clean hole in the wall behind him indicating a precise shot. He observes the bullet's unique hexagram marking, realizing it's a special round from the notorious assassin organization, Abyss. The protagonist questions the Su family young lady about any past conflicts with Eastern Europeans, but she claims ignorance, her face still showing distress. The protagonist curses his own arrogance, regretting that he only had 2 bullets prepared, and wonders aloud what he should do next. The Su family young lady recalls an Eastern European boss attempting to acquire her company's research technology, a refusal that now sparks a chilling realization in the protagonist. With a sudden shout to be careful, the protagonist urgently pushes the Su family young lady down, shielding her from another incoming threat. The protagonist and the Su family young lady sit amidst shattered glass, a moment of tense calm before the next wave of action. With a determined glint in his eye, the protagonist picks up a shard of glass, deciding it's time to unleash a special move. The protagonist bursts into motion, a blur of speed as he prepares his attack, leaving a trail of force in his wake. He hurls the glass shard with incredible force, the object transforming into a gleaming projectile as it slices through the air. The gunman reels back in pain, letting out a surprised "ah" as the protagonist's improvised attack strikes him. The 2 attackers, the gunman and bald attacker, lie incapacitated on the ground outside, their weapons discarded, as the protagonist's swift counterattack ends their assault. Protagonist stands calmly, a small, glowing orb in his hand, as he reassures the now-covered Su family young lady that it's safe to get up. The Su family young lady, her curiosity piqued, directly asks the protagonist about his true identity, questioning if his delivery job is merely a cover. He deflects, stating she doesn't need to know. She insists he reveal his secrets, even threatening to tell Inin. The protagonist shushes her, his finger to his lips, sensing something amiss. His expression turns grim as he warns her to be silent, detecting movement outside. The Su family young lady's eyes widen in terror, realizing more enemies are approaching. Clinging to the protagonist, the Su family young lady anxiously asks what they should do. He calmly tells her not to panic, stating he will investigate the new threat. A new group of armed men appears, one of them questioning why the delivery guy is in such a place, clearly underestimating the protagonist. The muscular attacker with dual blades, likely the leader, dismisses the protagonist, assuming he's merely there to steal something. The protagonist descends the stairs, casually waving to the new group of assailants with a confident "hello there," ready to face the next challenge. As the protagonist begins his descent, one of the assailants, noticing his presence, questions, "Big bro, isn't this bastard a delivery guy? What's he doing in a place like this?" Bandana-clad assailant, wielding twin blades, surmises, he's probably here to steal something, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. The protagonist continues his descent, extending a casual wave towards the armed men, greeting them with a confident "hello there." An aura of power radiates from the protagonist, a majestic blue dragon coiling behind him, embodying his formidable and unyielding presence. The composed smirk, the protagonist directly addresses the group, asking, "Everyone, are you here looking for me?" The bandana-clad assailant points his sword at the protagonist, aggressively declaring, "Bastard, we're with Brother Hao. I'm sure you know why we're here, right?" The protagonist, unfazed, coolly asks, "Brother Hao? Which Brother Hao? What do you want with me?" The assailant's fury ignites, ordering his men to break this bastard's legs first. The protagonist simply touches his temple, a dangerous glint in his eyes, responding with a chillingly calm, "Oh, is that so? What are you planning to do?" From behind, an unseen assailant shouts a threat, "You bastard, that'll teach you to mess with our boss's woman," revealing the true motive behind their attack. Blinding speed, the protagonist launches a devastating kick, connecting squarely with one of the assailant's faces, eliciting a sharp cry of "ah" as the attack lands. The assailant's face contorts in agony, a guttural "ugh" escaping his lips as the full force of the protagonist's strike sends him reeling. The bandana-clad assailant watches, his back to the viewer, as the protagonist swiftly neutralizes his comrade, a silent tension building in the air. Shock ripples through the assailant as he processes the protagonist's combat prowess, exclaiming, "What is the bar for being a delivery guy this high nowadays? He's actually a trained fighter?" Enraged by the protagonist's unexpected skill, the assailant roars, "I fucking refuse to believe I can't handle a single delivery guy," as he charges forward, blade glinting. Protagonist fluidly evades the assailant's sweeping sword strike, leaping into the air with effortless agility. Mid-air, the protagonist delivers a brutal, precision kick to the assailant's side, sending him sprawling and disarming him with a single, impactful blow. In a swift display of dominance, the protagonist lays waste to all three assailants, leaving them incapacitated on the floor. A woman in a white dress watches the scene unfold from the top of the stairs, her expression frozen in shock. Woman at the top of the stairs lets out a piercing scream of "ah," her face a mask of terror as she witnesses the aftermath of the brutal confrontation. Despite his injuries, the bandana-clad assailant glares up at the screaming woman, angrily demanding, "Little girl, what are you screaming for?" The assailant lunges, seizing the terrified woman by the arm and forcefully pulling her towards him, declaring, "Come here." Holding the woman with a blade to her throat, the assailant threatens the protagonist, "Bastard, take one more step and I'll kill her." The terrified woman, despite her peril, defiantly warns him, "If you dare touch me, my grandpa won't spare you." The protagonist's expression remains utterly calm, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he coldly challenges the assailant, "Oh, then do it." As the protagonist calmly advances, the assailant frantically warns, "Don't come any closer. If you take another step, I'll really do it." The protagonist, utterly dismissive, retorts, "Do it. Why aren't you doing it yet?" infuriating the assailant, who can only sputter, "You." The assailant, with the woman held captive, remains frozen in place, his grip tightening as the protagonist's relentless advance puts immense pressure on him. The protagonist's cold gaze pierces the assailant, challenging him with a taunting, "Is it because you don't dare?" The assailant, panicking, screams, "Stop! Don't come any closer!" A sudden burst of speed from the protagonist creates a blinding streak of motion, closing the distance to the terrified assailant and his hostage in an instant. The protagonist's fingers effortlessly grip the assailant's blade, halting it mere inches from the woman's neck. He dismisses the assailant's pathetic attempt, stating, "With this little skill, you think you're worthy of brandishing a knife in front of me?" The assailant struggles futilely, his blade locked by the protagonist's grip, exclaiming, "This is impossible." The woman, wide-eyed, realizes, "This guy's so strong, I can't move at all." Protagonist's cold query echoes, "Why aren't you doing it?" leaving the assailant stammering in terror, utterly broken by the protagonist's overwhelming presence, able to only stutter, You. The protagonist's gaze is sharp, his hand extended, shards of glass exploding around him, a silent testament to his overwhelming power as the terrified assailant stares back. The assailant, a knife pressed to the woman's throat, can only stare in wide-eyed horror, his face contorted in fear as glass fragments scatter around them. The protagonist's hand clamps around the assailant's throat, lifting him effortlessly as he declares with chilling disdain, "A bunch of worthless trash like you think you're worthy of fighting me?" Gasping for air, the assailant desperately tries to appeal to the protagonist, choking out, "Brother, listen to me, I'm from the Black Dragon Society." The protagonist's expression remains utterly cold as he dismisses the threat, retorting, "Is that so? And so what?" The assailant crashes to the floor, his body limp and defeated, as the protagonist stands over him, an unyielding presence. From the floor, the assailant attempts a desperate plea, warning the protagonist, "Brother, you're still young, don't walk down the path of crime." Ignoring the assailant's words, the protagonist delivers a brutal stomp, crushing him further into the ground with decisive force. A guttural scream of agony rips from the assailant's throat, blood erupting as the impact takes its toll. Broken and desperate, the assailant pleads for mercy. "Stop hitting me. Please stop. I have an 80-year-old mother at home. I'm begging you. Stop. I have important information to tell you." The protagonist grants a grim reprieve, telling the assailant, 3 seconds for your last words." In a desperate gamble, the assailant reveals critical intel. "Brother Hao has already gone to find Su Chi. If you don't go now, it'll be too late." Protagonist's calm facade shatters, his eyes widening in alarm as he exclaims, "What?" Enraged by the delayed revelation, the protagonist unleashes a furious kick, shouting, "Why the fuck didn't you say something so important earlier?" The assailant screams in pain. A sudden knocking echoes from outside as a voice announces, "Anyone inside? We're the police." The protagonist and the woman look towards the door. The protagonist sprints away, instructing the woman, "I'm going to find Su Chi. I'll leave this to you. Don't say I was here." The woman, understanding, responds, "You should go. I know what to say." As 2 police officers enter the room, one reassures the woman, "Young lady, don't be afraid." Police officer holds up his badge, asking, "We're the police. What happened here?" The woman calmly recounts, "I was just taking a shower when 3 men with knives suddenly came in." Outside, police cars line the street, establishing a perimeter as the woman stands with an officer at the building's entrance. The police officer orders his subordinates, "Cuff these 3 and take them back to the station," as officers apprehend the assailant and 2 other men. An officer reports to his superior, "Captain, 2 bodies were found across the way. They don't look like ordinary people." The superior, shocked, immediately commands, "What? Bodies? Take them all back." Elsewhere, a furious voice demands, "Chin Hao, what are you doing?" While another, filled with sinister intent, declares, "Last time I drugged your drink and you still managed to escape. This time, I'm going to do it by force." Woman with auburn hair confronts a man, unleashing a venomous threat, "You slut, I've already hired people to get that delivery guy to screw you to death right in front of him." The man lunges forward, his face contorted in rage, threatening, "I'm going to screw you to death today." The unseen voices echo again, one demanding, "Chin Hao, what are you doing?" While the other, filled with sinister intent, declares, "Last time I drugged your drink and you still managed to escape. This time, I'm going to do it by force." The woman with auburn hair repeats her venomous threat as the man approaches, asserting, "You slut, I've already hired people to get that delivery guy to screw you to death right in front of him." The man's enraged lunge is seen again, his voice filled with menace as he shouts, "I'm going to screw you to death today." Amidst a grand cityscape, the protagonist stands confidently in a sharp suit, a glass of wine in hand, while a majestic blue dragon looms powerfully behind him. A woman struggles desperately against Chin Hao, screaming, "Chin Hao, let go." He grins cruelly, taunting her, "Go on, scream, yell. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to save you." Young Feng's cruel grin widens as he asserts, "That stinking delivery guy can't even save himself right now." He then menacingly declares, "I'm going to take care of you today." Suddenly, a brutal strike connects, sending a shockwave across Young Feng's face, a tooth flying from his mouth. Young Feng is sent sprawling across the room, his body twisting mid-air from the sheer force of the blow. The protagonist stands tall, a silent declaration of his arrival. The protagonist stares down at the fallen young Feng, his voice laced with cold fury. You dare touch my woman? You're the one with a death wish. Kneeling and clutching his injured face, young Feng snarls at the protagonist. You bastard! You dare hit me? Delivery guy, do you know who my dad is? The protagonist's gaze remains unyielding as he retorts, I don't care who your dad is. He will pay the price for having a son like you. Young Feng, full of bluster, shouts, my dad is Qin Gang, the richest man in Jiangning City. If you oppose me, you'll die. With a swift, powerful kick, the protagonist sends young Feng flying once more. Young Feng's mind reels, wondering, who is this yelling at me like that? Turning to Lady Hua, the protagonist gently takes her hands, reassuring her, don't be afraid. It's all right now. Lady Hua leans into the protagonist's embrace, expressing her relief. Thank goodness you're here. He holds her close, promising, as long as I'm here, no one will dare touch you again. In the background, young Feng scrambles away, fleeing the scene in utter defeat, while the protagonist and Lady Hua watch him go. The protagonist casually asks Lady Hua, by the way, what time is it? She looks at him, sensing a shift, and asks, what's wrong? With a slight frown, the protagonist realizes, I almost forgot something important. I have to rush to the company for a meeting. Can you come with me? Lady Hua immediately agrees, of course. I'll go with you anywhere. The vast blue sky stretches above, dotted with soft white clouds, signaling a change of scenery. A sleek red sports car pulls up to a towering skyscraper. A voice informs, President Su, you're here. President Liu is already waiting for you in the conference room. The protagonist replies, okay, I'll go right over. The protagonist and Lady Hua enter the spacious conference room, where others are already gathered. The protagonist apologizes, President Liu, I'm so sorry for being late. The protagonist's eyes meet President Li's, who internally questions, why is the young master here? The protagonist starts to say, Wang. Holding President Li's arm, the protagonist exclaims in surprise, Wang Han, you and President Liu are actually classmates? Lady Hua looks on, equally taken aback. President Li smiles, noting, what a coincidence. President Liu, please have a seat. Lady Hua, still processing, murmurs, it really is a coincidence. Seated at the table, President Li gets straight to business, stating, in that case, let's get straight to the point. Lady Hua acknowledges, okay, President Liu. President Li then begins, about this project. A voice from off-panel exclaims in surprise, Grandpa, why are you here? Lady Hua looks stunned, while President Li calmly greets, Elder Su, hello. The protagonist's expression tightens slightly. Su family patriarch, now seated, explains his unexpected arrival. I heard you were going to discuss the new district project with Shanghua, and this excited old man ran over without even eating. President Liu, please sit. The Su family patriarch scolds Lady Hua. Su Qi, on such an important occasion, why would you bring just anyone in here? Lady Hua defiantly responds, Grandpa, I'm the one negotiating this project. It's my right to bring whomever I wish. Su Jianya, Lady Hua's father, angrily shouts, insolence. Since when is it your place to speak in the Su family's company? He continues, who gave you the right to sit here for such a big project? Get up, give your seat to your younger brother. You, go pour some water for President Liu. Su Lu, with a smug smile, greets President Li. Hello, President Liu. My name is Su Lu. You can just discuss this project with me. Su Qi doesn't have any real say in the company. Lady Hua watches, clearly annoyed. As the tension rises around the conference table, Lady Hua tries to interject, Grandpa, this project is... But Su Jianya cuts her off, his voice sharp, I told you to go pour water for President Liu. Didn't you hear me? Ignoring the rising tension, Su Qi's eldest paternal uncle, a man with a dismissive smirk, coldly instructs that all company affairs should now be handled by Lei, asserting that Su Qi's eventual marriage makes her role irrelevant. The protagonist, his arms crossed and face contorted in anger, challenges the audacity of those trying to seize the project, reminding them it was rightfully assigned to Su Qi in the first place. With a sharp, indignant retort, the protagonist silences the room, demanding to know who dares to speak against him in such a manner. A family member, standing with a sneer, criticizes Su Qi for having a delivery guy as a boyfriend, questioning how the second brother could raise such a child. Another seated family member maliciously adds that he's heard the older sister is even pregnant with the delivery guy's child. The Su family patriarch, his face contorted in rage, orders Su Qi to remove the bottom-feeding trash from the company immediately, declaring him permanently banned. Lady Hua, however, bravely stands her ground, arguing that his profession is honorable and his earnings clean, asserting they have no right to disparage him. The Su family patriarch's face fills the frame, his eyes wide with fury as he roars, utterly incensed by Lady Hua's defiance. Protagonist steps forward, his voice dripping with contempt, labeling the family members as shameless and reiterating that only Su Qi will be in charge of this critical project. The Su family patriarch, regaining his composure, scoffs at the protagonist, reminding him of his humble profession and questioning his right to act so aggressively within their company. The protagonist leans in, calmly addressing President Lee as an old classmate, revealing Su Chi is his fiancée and firmly stating the project must be entrusted to her. President Lee, seemingly unfazed, readily agrees. President Lee reacts with surprise to the old classmate revelation. Meanwhile, a family member steps forward, attempting to undermine Su Chi's competence and persuade President Lee to assign the project to him instead. President Lee, unwavering, informs the Su family patriarch that their company insists on Su Chi managing the project, threatening to find another partner if they refuse. The Su family patriarch, taken aback, then demands to speak with her superior. President Lee, her expression stern, declares that she possesses full authority over the matter and bluntly tells the Su family patriarch that he is not qualified to speak with her boss. The Su family patriarch lets out a surprised grunt. Quickly, a family member attempts to de-escalate, assuring President Lee they will comply and assign the project to Su Chi. Another family member chimes in, emphasizing cooperation. President Lee, having secured her terms, dismisses the other family members, stating that she and Su Chi will now discuss the specific details of the contract. President Lee turns and walks away, her professional demeanor unwavering as she prepares for the next phase of negotiations. Su family patriarch, humbled and defeated, reluctantly agrees to leave, guided by a family member. Lady Hua confronts a family member, questioning his actions, but he sharply cuts her off, ordering her to remain silent. The protagonist watches the scene unfold with a smug smirk, labeling the family's actions as self-inflicted humiliation. President Lee then hands the contract to Lady Hua, who accepts it with a nod. Just beyond the door, Lady Hua's frustrated voice echoes, questioning how her father could possibly agree to let Su Chi take charge of the project. In a private office, a family member reassures a younger man, Lele, not to worry, hinting at his own hidden strategies. Lele responds with a curious "so." One of the men suggests that a family member step out for a moment, but the family member, turning to Lele, reveals a shocking secret. Su Chi is not his biological daughter. The man on the right reacts with disbelief, questioning if the family member's wife had an affair. The family member quickly clarifies, explaining that his wife, Huimin, is infertile and Su Chi is adopted. He then laments that her relationship with a delivery guy is a complete disgrace to the family name. The question hangs in the air as a family member presses for more information, asking about Su Chi's biological parents given her adopted status. Family member dismisses the biological parents, claiming they likely died long ago and left only a worthless pendant. Another man then urges him to reveal his plan, reminding him that the second uncle is not an outsider. A family member, a sinister smile spreading across his face, instructs Lele to simply wait. He reveals his intention to let Su Chi take the project first, planning to snatch it from her when the opportune moment arrives. The man on the right, now understanding the scheme, simply nods in agreement, a subtle smile on his face. A family member reiterates that he doesn't know Su Chi's biological parents, claiming they likely died long ago and left only a worthless pendant. The man on the left again urges him to reveal his full plan, emphasizing that the second uncle is trustworthy. With a sinister smirk, a scheming man reveals his true intentions, telling Lele to wait as he plans to snatch the project from Su Chi once she takes over. His eyes gleam with cunning. The younger conspirator, with a subtle smirk, acknowledges the plan, his expression indicating full agreement with the scheme. The protagonist stands confidently in a sharp suit, a glass of red wine in hand, as a majestic blue dragon coils behind him, symbolizing his immense power and influence over the city skyline. An imposing modern skyscraper pierces the clear blue sky, its glass facade reflecting the light as figures move near its grand entrance, hinting at the corporate power within. Elder Chun, holding a cigarette, casually asks two security guards for a light, his gaze cool and confident as he interacts with them. Fatty, one of the security guards, comments on Elder Chen's sharp attire, asking if he's there for an interview. Elder Chun dismisses the idea, prompting Fatty to inquire further about his profession. Elder Chun, lighting his cigarette, reveals he's a delivery guy. The security guards burst into laughter, declaring themselves mortal enemies, as delivery riders and security guards are archenemies. Elder Chun questions the guard's dramatic declaration of enmity before his expression shifts to surprise, his eyes widening as he notices something off-panel. The two security guards snap to attention, shouting about President Su's arrival. Fatty, beaming, expresses how seeing the company's #1 beauty motivates him to work each day. Elder Chun dismisses the guards' excitement over Lady Hua's arrival, questioning their overreaction. Fatty, annoyed, tells Elder Chun to stop pretending, reminding him he's just a delivery guy not on their level. The security guards enthusiastically greet Lady Hua, who gracefully acknowledges their hard work. Elder Chun, with a knowing look, states he will retrieve her car. Fatty, ecstatic, boasts to the other guard about Lady Hua speaking to him, while Elder Chun observes their childish excitement with mild amusement, questioning their strong reaction. Fatty places a hand on Elder Chen's shoulder, offering heartfelt advice about having dreams, even as a delivery guy, while Elder Chen listens, still smoking. Lady Hua, seated in a sleek red sports car, impatiently calls out for Elder Chan to get in, her gaze fixed on him. Elder Chan, with a slight wave, bids farewell to the bewildered security guards, promising to remember Fatty's words as he steps into the luxury vehicle. The two security guards stand on the sidewalk, watching in stunned silence as the red sports car speeds away, leaving them to ponder the unexpected turn of events. Elder Chun, now in the passenger seat, remarks on Lady Hua's radiant happiness, assuming things went smoothly. Lady Hua, smiling, credits Shuefu for finding the project's big boss and expresses her intent to thank them in person. Elder Chun agrees that a proper thank you is in order. He then casually reveals he's contacted a friend at the Civil Affairs Bureau, planning to register their marriage first thing tomorrow morning. Lady Hua, with a look of shock, explains that marrying him is solely to ensure her child has a father, offering 30,000 a month after the baby's birth. Elder Chan, unfazed, asks if she intends to keep him. Elder Chan, arms crossed, dismissively tells Lady Hua to think what she wants. Lady Hua, with a defiant expression, retorts that 30,000 is too little if he wants to keep her. Lady Hua presses the accelerator, her foot pushing down as she warns Elder Chun not to push his luck, questioning how much a delivery guy could possibly earn, still unsatisfied with the proposed 30,000. Open sky stretches above, dotted with soft clouds, offering a moment of serene calm amidst the intense conversation. The red sports car elegantly glides through a grand gate, entering a private residential compound, leaving the bustling city behind. As Elder Chun steps out of the car, he teases Lady Hua about knowing the route home so well. Lady Hua, still annoyed, retorts that she has GPS and can go anywhere. Elder Chun and Lady Hua walk side by side. Elder Chun pauses, holding up his phone, stating he needs to take a call. Elder Chun answers his phone, asking, "What's up, old man?" The caller informs him that a shipment was taken by Baldy Lu of the Black Dragon Society and that a black heart has been left at his doorstep for him to handle. Elder Chun confidently assures the caller he will handle the matter before noon tomorrow. The caller then shifts the topic, asking if he heard Elder Chun is getting married. Elder Chen's face contorts in shock and anger, demanding to know who leaked the news. The caller reveals Lin Qingyun told him, accusing Elder Chun of planning to act first and report later. Elder Chun, still reeling from the accusation, attempts to explain himself, but the voice on the other end cuts him off, mocking his interest in a girl from the Little Su family when so many powerful daughters are available. The caller dismisses Elder Chen's pleas, warning him that his big sister is personally coming tomorrow, demanding he prepare. Elder Chun, terrified, begs the caller not to be disloyal, fearing for his life if she arrives. The line then goes dead, leaving him frantically calling out. Elder Chun seethes, cursing the old man on the other end, vowing to pull his oxygen tube. Lady Hua, noticing his sudden rage, asks what happened. Elder Chun dismisses Lady Hua's concern, telling her it's nothing and they should head home. They enter a spacious, modern apartment, the tension from the call seemingly left behind at the door. Lady Hua picks up a small white card, her brow furrowing in curiosity as she asks what it is. Elder Chun casually explains it's just a greeting card for someone, then, noticing Lady Hua's weariness, offers to make dinner, knowing she must be starving after a busy day. Lady Hua agrees with a soft okay. As Lady Hua settles onto the couch, removing her jacket, a quiet thought crosses her mind. Home wouldn't be so bad. Elder Chun, now in an apron, reassures Lady Hua to rest, promising dinner will be ready soon. Lady Hua thanks him for his hard work. With a confident smirk, Elder Chun declares that cooking for his wife and kid is no trouble, playfully referring to himself as a kept house husband. Lady Hua sits in quiet contemplation, her thoughts drifting as Elder Chun prepares dinner. The scene shifts to the next day, a bright morning illuminating a towering, modern corporate building. Stepping out of the building, each holding a red certificate, Elder Chun proudly proclaims his new status. "From now on, I'm a married man." Lady Hua playfully teases Elder Chun not to be so vain, asking about his plans for the day. Elder Chun, however, declares he has no orders and plans to enjoy his brand name clothes by hanging out with cute girls. Elder Chun comments on Lady Hua's continuing temper despite being a married woman. Lady Hua, exasperated, declares him a lost cause and tells him to do whatever he wants. With a resolute expression, Elder Chun shifts his focus, deciding to first address the task given to him by the old man. Elder Chun stands before a towering, modern skyscraper, confirming to himself, this is the place. Elder Chun reflects on the building's occupants, recalling how the Black Dragon Society, once a mere local gang in Jiangning City, has now rebranded itself as the formidable Black Dragon Group. He continues, acknowledging their shady dealings in used cars, debt collection, and loan sharking. His expression hardens as he challenges them internally. Today, let's see what you're really made of. Elder Chun approaches a counter where 3 men are gathered. One of them, a burly figure, greets him, asking about the nature of his business. Elder Chun stands tall and confident, his gaze unwavering as he faces the group. The bald attacker, misinterpreting Elder Chun's intentions, enthusiastically offers their debt collection services and invites him upstairs. Elder Chun clarifies, stating he's not there for their services, but to collect a debt from Baldy Lu. The 2 men, enraged by Elder Chun's audacity, lunge forward. The long-haired man furiously demands to know who this idiot is, while the bald attacker menacingly suggests Elder Chun is tired of living. Long-haired attacker launches a fierce kick, but Elder Chun calmly intercepts the blow with his leg, a bright force field erupting at the point of impact. The long-haired attacker's powerful kick lands with a dull thud, completely ineffective against Elder Chun's unyielding defense. The force of the counterblock reverberates, causing the long-haired attacker's knee to buckle painfully under the immense pressure. Elder Chun's leg remains steadfast, sending the long-haired attacker reeling backward, his body twisting in a clear display of defeat. With a knowing smirk, Elder Chun turns his attention to the second assailant, the bald attacker, who charges in with a furious, bare-knuckle strike. Before the bald attacker can land a blow, Elder Chun unleashes a lightning-fast high kick, connecting squarely with the bald attacker's face, sending a shockwave of impact. The long-haired attacker watches in stunned agony from the floor as Elder Chun's powerful leg remains poised, the bald attacker's body now a blurry mess as he's sent flying by the brutal kick. Standing triumphantly over the kneeling long-haired attacker, Elder Chun coolly demands to be taken to Baldy Lu, his authority now absolute. Meanwhile, in a lavish office, the powerful boss Lu leisurely sips wine, attended by a seductive purple-haired woman. The purple-haired woman provocatively licks wine from Boss Lu's chest, asking if he enjoys it. He savors the moment, remarking on its rich flavor. Patting the woman's head, Boss Lu playfully tells her to drink up, promising to fill her up soon, to which she coyly responds, "Brother Lu, you're so bad." Suddenly, Wenlong, a man covered in intricate tattoos, bursts through the door in a panic, shouting that an intruder has breached their defenses. Boss Lu, enraged by the interruption, berates Wenlong for his lack of manners, then furiously declares that no one dares to trespass on his territory. Wenlong, still visibly shaken, tries to warn his boss about the intruder, stammering out a desperate "big bro." Before Wenlong can finish, another one of their men, clad in a suit, is violently launched through the air, crashing far from the entrance, a testament to the intruder's raw power. Elder Chun calmly strolls into the opulent office, stepping over a fallen guard, as Boss Lu and the purple-haired woman stare in utter disbelief. Boss Lu, now on his feet and brandishing a pistol, roars in fury, questioning the audacity of this dog thing who dares to invade his domain. Suddenly, a dark, triangular card, emblazoned with ominous red symbols, slices through the air, hurtling directly towards the enraged Boss Lu. The mysterious card embeds itself perfectly before Boss Lu, who, still clutching his weapon, stares down at it with a perplexed "What's this?" Recognition dawns on Boss Lu's face, his eyes widening in sheer terror as he gasps, "The Black Card of the 10 Elders Society." Long, now kneeling in terrified submission beside Elder Chun, whispers in disbelief, "What? The 10 Elders Society? That terrifying organization formed by the 10 bosses of the underworld?" Elder Chun calmly looks down at the cowering Wenlong, acknowledging his fear with a simple, "Yo, so you've heard of the 10 Elders Society?" Boss Lu collapses to the floor, groveling in abject terror, realizing the true identity of his formidable guest and exclaiming, "Ninth Prince. So it is the 9th Prince gracing us with his presence." Elder Chun, the legendary 9th Prince, casually acknowledges that his name is still remembered despite his long absence from the underworld, while the groveling former Boss Lu begs for his orders. With effortless cool, Elder Chun brings a cigarette to his lips, a subordinate's hand already extending a lighter to illuminate it. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Elder Chun calmly states that he heard Boss Lu had taken a shipment of goods recently, to which the now terrified Boss Lu frantically insists it's all a misunderstanding. Elder Chun sarcastically admires Boss Lu's courage for daring to steal from the 10 Elders Society, prompting the terrified man to immediately offer to return the stolen goods. Elder Chun, his expression cold and unyielding, poses a chilling question. Have you ever heard the saying, when the black heart appears, even gods and ghosts are executed? Cornered and desperate, Boss Lu, his face a mask of terror, raises his pistol, declaring that since no escape is offered, he will not be blamed for fighting back against an intruder who came alone. With a blinding flash of power, the protagonist's hand moves like lightning, instantly disarming Boss Lu. The pistol is sent flying, smoking from the impact, its threat extinguished in a single, decisive strike. Boss Lu lies stunned on the ground, his pistol pointing uselessly upwards. The protagonist, standing tall and composed, calmly states his disdain for having weapons aimed at him. With a chilling declaration, the protagonist holds up a mysterious dark card, asserting that everyone who has ever pointed a gun at him has met their end. Swift, lethal strike from the protagonist sends Boss Lu crashing down, a crimson spray marking the brutal impact. Boss Lu's head violently hits the floor, the grim reality of the protagonist's threat unfolding as blood stains the polished surface. As Boss Lu lies dead on the floor, the tattooed man whispers his name in disbelief. The Su family young lady screams in horror, crying out, "Murder!" Tattooed man stares in disbelief, his mind reeling as he comprehends that Boss Lu has been swiftly eliminated. Questioning, the boss was taken out. A wave of terror washes over the henchman as the tattooed man voices the unthinkable question. The boss is dead? More henchmen rush into the room, their faces contorted in shock as they realize the terrible truth. The boss has been killed. The protagonist grabs the terrified tattooed man, offering him a stark choice. Hand over the goods and take Boss Lu's place, or refuse and join his deceased boss. The tattooed man, now subservient, immediately pledges allegiance to the protagonist, revealing that Boss Lu was responsible for the goods and declaring his willingness to follow his lead. The other henchmen quickly echo his sentiment, submitting to the protagonist. With a satisfied nod, the protagonist accepts their submission, commanding one of the newly subservient men to lead him to his goods. The scene shifts to an imposing skyscraper, the headquarters of the Black Dragon Group, marked by glowing blue energy. Elder Chun cautions young Feng about the formidable Wang Han, urging him to reconsider their rash actions. But young Feng, fueled by rage, dismisses the warning, vowing to kill Wang Han today. Young Feng stands before the Black Dragon Group's headquarters, boldly declaring his intention to confront their boss. Young Feng's face contorts with rage. He is willing to pay any price for Boss Lu to eliminate the delivery guy. In the reflection of a mirror, the tattooed man, now in charge, declares his new leadership of the Black Dragon Group, promising wealth and glory to his subordinates. They readily accept, hailing him as Brother Long. Young Feng storms into the office, loudly announcing his arrival for Boss Lu, unaware of the recent change in leadership. Young Feng's confusion turns to anger as he demands to know Boss Lu's whereabouts. Young Feng, still demanding answers, firmly reiterates his intent to confront the Black Dragon Group's boss. Young Feng's face tightens with renewed fury, reiterating his desperate intent to pay any sum for Boss Lu to eliminate the delivery guy. The tattooed man, seen in the mirror's reflection, once again asserts his leadership over the Black Dragon Group, promising his subordinates a share in the newfound wealth and glory to which they pledge their loyalty. Young Feng continues to make his presence known in the office, his voice booming as he still expects Boss Lu. Young Feng's expression hardens as he again demands to know Boss Lu's whereabouts. Protagonist stands confidently, a glass of wine in hand, a majestic blue dragon aura swirling behind him as he surveys the city. Young Feng finally confronts the tattooed man, insisting he's there for Boss Lu and a major business deal. The tattooed man, however, calmly informs him that Boss Lu is no longer in charge, declaring himself the new authority of the Black Dragon Group. Young Feng congratulates Boss Long on his new position, immediately offering a 50 million deal to take care of someone. Intrigued, Boss Long asks for details about the target. Young Feng, his face stern, reveals his target is merely a food delivery guy. Boss Long scoffs at the exorbitant price, questioning if Young Feng is joking about paying 50 million for a simple delivery person, warning him not to waste his time. Young Feng's anger flares, declaring he's serious. He recounts how the delivery guy brutally beat him and stole his woman, demanding the man's death with furious intensity. Boss Long grins, seeing this as a lucrative first deal after taking over the Black Dragon Society. He reassures Young Feng that a mere delivery guy is no challenge, offering to handle it swiftly with just a photo. Young Feng insists on personally witnessing the man's demise, stating he knows the target's address but has no photo. Boss Long agrees, promising to gather his men and ensure Young Feng's satisfaction. Boss Long commands his henchmen to rally the rest of their forces, declaring their mission to avenge young Feng. The men respond with immediate obedience. Other delivery riders greet protagonist, noting his absence and mentioning the boss is looking for him. Protagonist acknowledges, promising to meet the boss after completing his current orders. As the other delivery riders depart, bidding farewell to protagonist, he simply offers a casual acknowledgement, taking a drag from his cigarette. Protagonist sits atop his powerful red motorcycle, a cigarette casually held between his lips as he prepares for his next delivery. As protagonist speeds down the road, a black van abruptly cuts him off, eliciting an angry shout from its driver about his driving. Young Feng bursts from the van, wielding a metal pipe and seething with rage. He taunts protagonist, gloating about his swift appearance for revenge. Protagonist calmly observes young Feng, admitting that this confrontation was indeed unexpected. Young Feng's fury escalates, accusing protagonist of feigning ignorance. He vows to make protagonist kneel and cry in humiliation. Young Feng charges forward, swinging the metal pipe with violent intent, but protagonist remains unmoving, casually taking a puff from his cigarette. With a lightning-fast flick of his finger, protagonist effortlessly deflects Young Feng's pipe, sending a shockwave through him. Young Feng cries out in pain and disbelief. Protagonist follows up with a devastating kick to Young Feng's abdomen, mocking him by asking if he still desired to kneel. Protagonist delivers another brutal strike, a powerful punch to Young Feng's back, declaring he will force him to kneel as Young Feng cries out in agony. Young Feng's legs buckle under the force of the blows, sending him crashing to his knees on the pavement, his earlier bravado shattered. Protagonist stands triumphantly over the kneeling young Feng, who desperately screams at the van driver, Boss One, demanding he intervene rather than simply watch. Protagonist glances back to see Boss Long and his group of enforcers emerging from the black van, their presence a clear escalation of the conflict. Boss Long stands with his two formidable henchmen, a lit cigar in hand, his expression a cold promise of impending violence. Boss Long issues a chilling command, instructing his men not to kill protagonist immediately. He intends to torment him slowly, making him long for death. Boss Long places a hand on protagonist's shoulder, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he begins to address him. Sudden jolt of recognition or pain crosses Boss Long's face as he touches protagonist, letting out a startled cry. Protagonist swiftly grabs Boss Long's wrist, twisting it with immense force. His gaze is piercing as he demands to know who Boss Long considers his friend. Protagonist looms over the now humbled Boss Long, who clutches his chest in pain. He mocks Boss Long's brief tenure as boss, questioning his sudden arrogance. Boss Long's face contorts in pure terror as he recognizes protagonist, calling him the Ninth Prince. He frantically apologizes, claiming he would never have dared to confront him if he had known his true identity. A subordinate of Boss One, still reeling from Boss Long's terrified outburst, questions Boss One about the Ninth Prince title. Enraged by Boss Long's disrespect, Boss One, the tattooed man, violently kicks Boss Long, declaring him the bastard who dared to make a move on protagonist. Boss Long is sent sprawling through the air with a powerful impact, his body flailing helplessly from the force of the kick. Protagonist places his foot firmly on the groveling Boss Long's head, issuing a chilling final warning. This is the last time. If you value your life, don't provoke me again. Boss Long, in agony, frantically assures protagonist that he understands. Boss Long's face contorts in a grimace of pain and fear as protagonist's foot presses down, signaling a further warning is about to be delivered. Protagonist makes his final declaration, warning Boss Long to stay away from Su Chi, his wife. He ominously states that next time, Boss Long won't be so lucky, as Boss Long continues to cry out in pain. Having dealt with the thugs, protagonist checks his phone, muttering his frustration about being late for his delivery, as Boss One and his subordinates stand defeated in the background. Young Feng, arriving on the scene, angrily confronts Boss One, demanding to know what is the meaning of this, chastising him for failing to handle a single delivery guy, while Boss Long remains seated on the ground. Boss One, leaning against his van, corrects young Feng, explaining that protagonist is no mere delivery guy but someone you can't afford to provoke. The camera pans to reveal an old, worn-down apartment building where protagonist's red motorcycle is now parked, indicating his arrival at the next delivery location. Protagonist walks down a dimly lit, dilapidated hallway, package in hand, observing that this place is a bit too run down. Protagonist stands at a worn apartment door, knocking firmly to announce his presence for the delivery. As the door opens, protagonist greets the disheveled customer, informing him of the 20 yuan delivery fee and asking for his preferred payment method. The customer curtly replies, cash. The customer's eyes widen in a sudden expression of alarm, glancing past protagonist with a look of surprise and concern. Beyond the customer, a distressed woman on the floor screams, "Help! Rape!" revealing the horrific scene unfolding within the apartment. A second attacker grabs the woman by her hair, silencing her with a furious "You! I dare you to scream again," as protagonist steps into the apartment, witnessing the assault. Customer, holding cash, looks on in shock as protagonist takes in the scene. The second attacker, realizing protagonist's presence, dismisses him with a harsh, "None of your business, scram." As protagonist pauses at the doorway, the two attackers exchange worried whispers, questioning what to do since that delivery guy just saw us, before quickly deciding, "What's there to be afraid of? Let's take care of him." Protagonist, hand to his head, ponders the situation, wondering if it's truly a mere coincidence to run into something like this. Protagonist's thoughts are interrupted as the customer, now revealed as an assailant, lunges at him with a weapon, exclaiming, "Holy shit, for real!" Protagonist stands at the doorway, listening as the two attackers inside whisper about him, one asking, "That delivery guy just saw us, what do we do?" And the other confidently retorting, "What's there to be afraid of? Let's take care of him." Protagonist looks contemplative, his hand resting on his forehead as he questions the unusual circumstances, thinking, couldn't be this much of a coincidence, could it, to run into something like this? Suddenly, the customer, now revealed as an assailant, lunges at protagonist with a weapon, exclaiming, "Holy shit, for real!" A splash art image reveals protagonist in a sharp suit, holding a glass of wine, with a majestic blue dragon coiling behind him, hinting at his true, formidable power. With a swift, powerful kick, protagonist sends the lunging assailant flying across the room, the impact causing a knife to clatter to the floor. Protagonist expresses his annoyance, thinking to himself, "This is really getting annoying. I have to stretch my muscles just to deliver an order." Protagonist stands confidently in the doorway, looking down with a cool, slightly exasperated expression, having easily dealt with the unexpected confrontation. Having effortlessly neutralized the initial threat, the protagonist stands tall as the remaining gunman, witnessing his accomplice's defeat, curses under his breath, realizing he faces a truly trained fighter. The protagonist remains unfazed, hands in pockets, as the gunman, fueled by desperation, lunges forward with a knife, yelling, "That's what you get for being a busybody. Go to hell." With effortless precision, the protagonist seizes the gunman's attacking wrist, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the gunman's desperate of pain and disbelief as the protagonist questions his inadequate skill. A swift, devastating punch from the protagonist connects, sending the gunman flying backward, his weapon discarded, as the sheer force of the blow reverberates through the room. The gunman crashes to the ground, defeated and crying out for help, joining his unconscious accomplice as the protagonist's swift justice is delivered. The protagonist delivers a powerful kick, the force of his strike echoing through the space, emphasizing his complete dominance over the situation. The protagonist pauses, a subtle escaping him as a new concern seems to cross his mind. His gaze falls upon the tied-up Sioux family young lady, who lies helpless on the bed, desperately pleading for someone to help, "Save me." As the protagonist carefully unties her bonds, he asks the Sioux family young lady if she can still walk normally, showing concern for her well-being. The Sioux family young lady, slightly flustered, manages a quiet "why yes" as the protagonist gently helps her to sit upright. Protagonist informs the Sioux family young lady that he has already called the police and advises her to call your family and have them come pick you up, to which she meekly replies, "Okay." Holding the ropes, the protagonist declares his intention to go tie those two up so they don't get away, ensuring the attackers remain secured. Standing over the now bound gunman and bald attacker, the protagonist delivers a stern warning, stating they are finally getting what you deserve for crossing his path. The Sioux family young lady thanks Wang Han for saving her, acknowledging that he took care of both of them by yourself, and introduces herself as Xia Weining. Wang Han humbly responds, "It was nothing," and reveals his name. Xia Weining's eyes widen in surprise as Wang Han's phone buzzes with an incoming call. Wang Han calmly retrieves his phone. He answers, asking, "Hello? Who is this?" A furious female voice on the other end immediately berates him, demanding to know why he is getting married without even telling the family. Flustered, Wang Han tries to interject with big sister, but the female voice cuts him off, commanding him to come and see me in Jiangning City tonight and to bring that fiancé of yours. Wang Han tries again, "Hey, big sister." Wang Han stares at his phone in disbelief, muttering, "That shrew really just hangs up like that," clearly annoyed by the abrupt end to the call. Jia Daxiong bursts into the room, his voice filled with urgent concern as he calls out, "Weining," followed by two police officers. Xia Weining rushes into her father's arms, calling out "Dad" in relief, as Wang Han observes the reunion from a distance, the tied attackers still visible. Embracing his daughter tightly, Xia Daxiong asks with deep concern, Weiniying, are you hurt? Xia Weiniying reassures her father, Dad, I'm fine, then points to Wang Han, explaining, this big brother saved me. Wang Han identifies the two tied individuals, stating it was these two guys. I think I knocked them out. A police officer then directs his colleagues to take these two criminals to the car first, receiving a crisp yes, sir in response. Xia Daxiong thanks Wang Han for saving his daughter, asking if he took down these two thugs. Wang Han confirms with a simple, I did. Xia Daxiong observes Wang Han, his thoughts revealing his surprise. To think that there are hidden masters among delivery guys, he mentally assesses Wang Han's extraordinary aura, concluding he must be at least a minor grandmaster in the martial world's 4-level hierarchy. Still internally acknowledging Wang Han's formidable minor grandmaster or above aura, Xia Daxiong introduces himself and, in profound gratitude for saving his daughter, offers Wang Han his business card, promising assistance with any future troubles in Jiangning City. Wang Han recognizes the name, acknowledging Xia Daxiong as the senior from the White Tiger Martial Arts Hall, and politely expresses his thanks, promising to definitely pay a visit when I have the chance. Wang Han, stating he has other matters to attend to, attempts to leave. Xia Daxiong tries to persuade him to join his gym, offering a generous salary of 50,000 a month, but Wang Han politely declines, saying, no need, thank you. As Wang Han departs, Xia Daxiong muses, a true hero emerges from the young. If only I could recruit this young man. Meanwhile, Xia Weiniying calls out, big bro, your clothes, noticing something about his attire. The protagonist stands poised beside his powerful red motorcycle, a stark contrast to the police activity unfolding further down the street. Protagonist reflects, who knew I'd run into so much trouble delivering a single order? It's about time I should go find Su Qi. The police cruiser sits on the street, its presence a lingering reminder of the recent chaos. The protagonist speeds away on his motorcycle, leaving the scene and the police car behind him. Above the bustling city, a towering skyscraper pierces the clear blue sky, hinting at a new destination. An unknown male approaches Lady Hua, stating, Nan, I heard from Shuafu that you were in trouble, so I immediately flew back from abroad. Lady Hua firmly rejects the unknown male, telling him, Lin Jingpeng, thank you for the kind offer, but the company already has a solution. Your help isn't needed. The unknown male persists, declaring to Lady Hua, Nan, don't worry from now on, you'll have me by your side. Many women confess their love to me abroad, but I rejected them all because my heart belongs only to you. Lady Hua, clearly irritated, retorts, Lin Jingpeng, stay away from me. Also, please call me Su Qi. The unknown male reaches for Lady Hua, pleading, Nan, be my woman. I'm willing to give you everything I have. Lady Hua shoves the unknown male back, exclaiming, Lin Jingpeng, please have some self-respect. I'm already married, and I'm pregnant. The unknown male reels back in disbelief, his hand flying to his face as he cries out, impossible. How could you? You're lying to me, right? As the protagonist enters, carrying a briefcase, he observes the situation, thinking, it seems I have quite a few love rivals. The enraged unknown male confronts the protagonist, demanding, what's wrong with this employee? Don't you know how to knock before entering? Can't you see that I'm talking business with your President Su? Lady Hua, surprised, asks, what are you doing here? The protagonist gently takes Lady Hua's arm, presenting a meal as he explains, I came to bring you something to eat. After all, you have a baby in your belly now, you can't go hungry. Lady Hua then introduces him, let me introduce you. This is my husband. A soft smile plays on the protagonist's lips as Lady Hua leans into him, a moment of shared affection. The unknown male stares, utterly stunned, as he manages to stammer, your Nanan's husband? The protagonist gestures dismissively, telling the unknown male, the door is over there. My wife and I are about to enjoy our lunch. I don't like being disturbed during our private time. The unknown male attempts to speak to Lady Hua, Nan, you, but the protagonist cuts him off, reiterating firmly, the door is over there. Unknown male seethes, just you wait, I won't give up so easily. He then pulls out his phone, giving orders, tell the front desk that if they let any more random people in, they don't have to come to work anymore. As they settle down to eat, the protagonist muses, this rival of mine is pretty weak. He ran off before I even had to do anything. The protagonist points towards the exit, declaring to the unknown male, the door is over there. My wife and I are about to enjoy our lunch. I don't like being disturbed during our private time. The unknown male tries to call out, Nan, you, but the protagonist, with his back turned, firmly states, the door is over there. The unknown male fumes, just you wait, I won't give up so easily. He then makes a call, instructing, tell the front desk that if they let any more random people in, they don't have to come to work anymore. The protagonist looks at Lady Hua and the lunch, thinking, this rival of mine is pretty weak. He ran off before I even had to do anything. The protagonist, exuding confidence, stands amidst a cityscape, a formidable blue dragon spirit coiled behind him, signifying his true power. Protagonist stands behind Lady Hua, who is seated at the desk, as she clarifies, strictly speaking, there are no feelings between us, so he's not your love rival. The protagonist, standing behind Lady Hua, confirms his agreement with a confident smile. Lady Hua, seated at the table laden with food, returns his gaze with a faint smile. The lid of a takeout container snaps open, revealing the freshly prepared meal within. Lady Hua, with a surprised and slightly irritated expression, questions the protagonist's actions. He firmly states that if no feelings exist between them, he won't give her the food. Lady Hua defiantly retorts, reminding him that he is responsible for her pregnancy and thus obligated to feed her. Lady Hua savors the meal, admitting with a satisfied smile that the protagonist's cooking is exceptionally good. He watches her with a subtle smile. Lady Hua, impressed by his culinary skills, suggests investing in a restaurant for him, questioning why he's still a delivery driver. The protagonist scoffs, implying his cooking is too exclusive for just anyone. Lady Hua narrows her eyes, a hint of jealousy in her voice, as she speculates if he has cooked for many other women. The protagonist clarifies that he has only cooked for one woman, then quickly corrects himself, stating he is merely cooking for the baby in her belly, not for her. Lady Hua responds with an annoyed "TSK." Lady Hua suddenly remembers, asking why he isn't wearing his delivery uniform. The protagonist slaps his chest in realization, remembering his forgotten uniform. Lady Hua's hand shoves the protagonist out of the room, angrily telling him to go find his sexy girl. Confused, the protagonist questions why she's getting angry. With concern etched on his face, the protagonist warns from outside the closed door that pregnant women shouldn't get angry, implying worry for her and the baby. Lady Hua sits at her desk, a sly smirk playing on her lips, a silent chuckle escaping her as she dismisses the protagonist's sexy girl comment, focusing on his delivery duty. Lady Hua lets out a frustrated humph as she glares at her phone, still clearly annoyed by the protagonist's earlier remarks. Lady Hua's phone screen displays a tender message from Kid's dad, urging her to eat and reminding her he's working to provide for their child, asking for her dinner preference. Lady Hua smiles subtly as she texts the protagonist, inviting him to dinner at her home. When he questions his role, she firmly states he will come as the child's father. Standing outside the building next to his delivery motorcycle, the protagonist muses to himself about Lady Hua's stubborn nature. The protagonist mounts his vibrant red sports motorcycle, ready to embark on his next delivery. With a burst of speed, the protagonist races down the road on his motorcycle, a blur of red and black. As evening descends, a sleek red car sits parked in front of a grand, modern residence, awaiting its occupants. As the protagonist and Lady Hua enter the opulent home, he announces their arrival. A female relative in the background immediately confronts Lady Hua, demanding to know why she brought this man back again. Lady Hua, holding the protagonist's arm, boldly declares their marriage, challenging anyone who has a problem with her bringing her husband home. Female relative recoils in shock and anger, incredulous that Lady Hua married a mere delivery guy, questioning her judgment. Lady Hua stands firm, emphatically stating that she knows exactly what she is doing, her resolve unshaken by the criticism. A male relative intervenes, urging everyone to stop arguing and enjoy the family dinner. The female relative, surprisingly, agrees, stating that her sister's choice of husband is her freedom. The male relative, now smiling, warmly invites the protagonist, referring to him as brother-in-law, to come in and sit, assuring him that dinner is almost ready. The male relative instructs Lady Hua to go upstairs and change before dinner, to which she calmly agrees, as she and the protagonist ascend the stairs. The female relative, still fuming, confronts the male relative, calling him Lele and demanding to know why they're allowing Lady Hua to marry trash. The male relative, addressing her as aunt, calmly reassures her that young Master Qin is on his way. Both the male and female relatives share a sinister smile as the female relative expresses delight, vowing to teach the trash a good lesson, just as a chime signals an arrival. As the chime of an arrival echoes, Wang Han and Lady Hua stand poised by a lavish dinner table. With a welcoming gesture, Wang Han invites young Master Qin to take a seat, a sinister undercurrent hinting at their true intentions. Fatty, a stout man in a yellow uniform, makes his way towards the table, seemingly oblivious to the machinations unfolding around him. Fatty questions Wang Han, asking why he was summoned in such a rush. Wang Han, with a sly smile, assures him not to be impatient, promising a surprise is in store for young Master Qin. From an elevated view, the protagonist and the Su family young lady descend a grand staircase, their entrance drawing a surprised reaction from the protagonist, who questions the presence of young Master Qin. Fatty admonishes Lady Hua for spacing out, reminding her that young Master Qin has arrived. Lady Hua, however, expresses her confusion, questioning young Master Qin's presence at what she believed was a family dinner. Lady Hua, with a forced smile, urges young Master Qin to take a seat, specifically instructing the Su family young lady to sit directly beside him, orchestrating a clear setup. The Su family young lady observes the table, noticing there is only one empty chair remaining, a subtle hint at the intentional exclusion of others. Lady Hua's true colors emerge as she scornfully declares that not just any riffraff is worthy of sitting at the Su family's dinner table, her words dripping with disdain. The protagonist challenges Lady Hua, asking why he cannot sit if young Master Qin can. Lady Hua dismisses him with a contemptuous look, questioning his audacity to compare himself to young Master Qin. Wang Han, the stern man in the dark suit, interjects, commanding everyone to sit and eat. He adds a harsh decree: whoever cannot find a seat at the table can squat on the side, highlighting the family's rigid hierarchy. The Su family young lady bravely steps forward, offering her seat to the protagonist, whom she addresses as Wang Han, stating she will stand instead. Wang Han slams his hand on the table, his face contorted in anger. He berates the protagonist and the Su family young lady, accusing them of rebellion and ordering them to sit and eat with young Master Qin. The protagonist stands tall, his expression resolute and unwavering, while Fatty looks on with a nervous sweat beading on his brow, feeling the escalating tension. Fatty, visibly flustered, quickly offers his own chair to the protagonist, addressing him as Brother Wang, insisting he will stand instead. Lady Hua, shocked and furious, questions Fatty's audacious gesture. She then vehemently declares that Fatty has no right to offer his seat to the protagonist, deeming the protagonist unworthy of their family's table. Protagonist calmly takes a seat, challenging the notion of worthiness. He then addresses Fatty as Brother Wang, urging him to sit down, asserting that if Fatty is unworthy, then he himself is even less so, a subtle act of defiance. With a sly smirk, the protagonist turns to the surprised Su family young lady, addressing her as Kid's mom and advising her to sit due to her pregnancy, dropping a bombshell that leaves her stunned. The entire table erupts in stunned silence. Wang Han, seizing the moment, echoes the protagonist's words, instructing Kid's mom to eat more meat to replenish her strength, while Lady Hua, utterly bewildered, demands to know what is happening. Wang Han, with a conspiratorial smile, places a hand on Fatty's shoulder, beckoning young Master Qin closer, promising him a surprise. The protagonist, with a knowing smirk, reiterates his advice to the stunned Su family young lady, urging Kid's mom to sit down due to her pregnancy, letting his shocking revelation hang in the air. Confusion and disbelief ripple through the dinner table. Wang Han repeats the protagonist's provocative words, telling Kid's mom to eat, while Lady Hua, utterly lost, demands an explanation for the unfolding chaos. Wang Han, with a confident smile and a hand on Fatty's shoulder, invites young Master Qin forward, promising him a special surprise that he has prepared. A powerful figure, likely the protagonist, stands confidently, holding a glass of wine, with a majestic blue dragon swirling behind him, hinting at his hidden strength. The protagonist dismisses the commotion, urging everyone to simply eat. The Su family young lady then advises him to consume less red wine, a subtle moment of concern amidst the tension. Wang Han, growing impatient, presses young Master Qin about the promised surprise, threatening to leave if it's not important. Young Master Qin, with a sinister grin, reveals his true intentions, confessing he drugged the Su family young lady's wine. A furious Wang Han grabs young Master Qin by the collar, demanding if this heinous act was the surprise he spoke of. Young Master Qin confirms it with a smug expression, prompting Wang Han to explode in rage, realizing the deadly implications of the scheme. Wang Han's fury boils over as he points an accusing finger, his voice booming a warning. Don't drink it, there's a knockout drug in the wine. Lady Hua looks on with concern. Lady Hua gasps in disbelief. What, a knockout drug? As young Master Qin recoils, he frantically deflects blame, shouting, it was him. He wanted to drug Su Qi. It has nothing to do with me. Lady Hua, enraged by the revelation, swings her wine glass with furious intent. The wine splashes across Su Li's face as Lady Hua unleashes her fury, yelling, Su Lu, you're shameless. Stunned and dripping with wine, Su Lu stammers, unable to form a coherent response. The protagonist towers over the stunned Su Lu, his fists clenched, roaring, you little bastard. Powerful punch connects squarely with Su Li's face, the impact rippling across the panel. Standing over the defeated Su Lu, the protagonist delivers a chilling warning. If you dare to touch my wife again, I'll kill you. Lady Hua watches, her expression resolute. As they turn to leave, the protagonist declares, this place is truly filled with filth and squalor. He then urges Lady Hua, let's go. A woman rushes to Su Li's side, kneeling to check on him, her voice filled with concern. Lele, how are you? Are you okay? As the red sports car speeds away under the moonlight, Lady Hua breaks the silence, asking, aren't you going to explain? Inside the car, the protagonist feigns ignorance. Huh? Explain what? Lady Hua presses him. Why was Qin Hao suddenly so afraid of you? Protagonist smirks confidently. Oh, you're asking about that. Some people are just like that. You have to slap them in the face. Then they'll behave. Lady Hua rolls her eyes, muttering, bragging again. She then turns serious, explaining, you saw it too. Your identity, your social status. It's very difficult for you to fit into my family. The protagonist responds dismissively, this is nothing. My family has far more rules than yours. Lady Hua glances at the protagonist, who maintains a confident smirk, seemingly unfazed by her concerns. The protagonist's confident demeanor falters as he looks at his phone, muttering with a worried expression, it's over, it's over. Phone screen displays a stern message from Rao Rushuang. I've arrived. You have 10 minutes to appear. The protagonist's internal thought confirms. She's here. Under the pale glow of a crescent moon, a modern apartment building stands tall against the night sky. As the protagonist and Lady Hua approach the building entrance, she questions his sudden change in demeanor. Who's here? And why are you so scared? The protagonist nervously explains, my big sister is coming later. Don't say the wrong thing. I'll handle it. My family has a lot of rules. Lady Hua, skeptical, retorts, you're from a minor family. What rules could you possibly have? As they continue walking, the protagonist warns Lady Hua, you'll find out. Just don't say the wrong thing. The protagonist and Lady Hua enter a room where a formidable woman sits casually on a couch, a cigarette held between her fingers. Protagonist forces a nervous smile, exclaiming, big sister, you're here. I've missed you so much. He then adds, why didn't you let me pick you up? The woman on the couch is revealed as Rao Rushuang, Wang Han's formidable big sister, exuding an air of calm authority as she smokes. Rao Rushuang's voice cuts through the air, sharp and commanding, kneel. With a heavy thud, the protagonist immediately drops to one knee, while Lady Hua stands behind him, visibly shocked. Rao Rushuang gestures, her gaze now fixed on Lady Hua, and commands, you, come over too. Kneeling, the protagonist quickly interjects, big sister, she's pregnant. She can't kneel. Lady Hua stands awkwardly, only managing a hesitant, Rao Rushuang's eyes widen in surprise as Lady Hua holds her arm, the word pregnant escaping her lips. The protagonist's sister observes him with a critical gaze, a thoughtful escaping her lips as she firmly grasps his arm. She declares that the protagonist, after years abroad, has grown up and acquired many bad habits as she delivers a swift, powerful kick that sends him reeling. The protagonist, sprawled on the floor, attempts to plead with his sister, urging her to listen. Standing over him, the protagonist's sister commands him to accept his family's punishment before he can utter another word. Suddenly, Lady Hua intervenes, fiercely warning the protagonist's sister not to lay another hand on him, shielding the fallen protagonist. Lady Hua challenges the sister, stating she doesn't know their family rules, but striking someone without explanation is utterly unreasonable. Protagonist's sister recites the extensive Wang family rules, listing virtues from benevolence to courage. Lady Hua then sharply retorts, demanding to know which specific rule the protagonist broke. The protagonist's sister coldly lists the protagonist's offenses. First, unfilial conduct for marrying without informing elders. Second, indecency for getting someone pregnant before marriage. And third, unwisely choosing an unworthy partner. Lady Hua, infuriated, exclaims that she is worthy, then challenges the sister to explain what kind of person would be considered worthy of her brother. The protagonist's sister reveals that the family had arranged 4 fiancés for him before Lady Hua, all of whom he rejected, listing powerful names like Chu Jiqiu, Yi Huang, and Nangong, the Miao Jiang saintess. The protagonist interjects, telling his sister to stop, reminding her that Lady Hua is pregnant and shouldn't be provoked further. Lady Hua, exasperated, tells the protagonist to stop his charade. Lady Hua smirks, declaring she understands their childish act, leaving the protagonist utterly bewildered. Lady Hua, with a hurt expression, asks if his insecurity as a delivery guy led him to orchestrate this elaborate charade, fabricating powerful families, military marshals, and even a Miao Jiang saintess. The protagonist denies acting, but Lady Hua dismisses him as childish, declaring she doesn't want her child to be born into such an environment and walks away. Lady Hua walks away, stating she will find him after the child is born, as the protagonist reaches out, calling her name, Su Qi. Lady Hua, with a hurt expression, asks if his insecurity as a delivery guy led him to orchestrate this elaborate charade, fabricating powerful families, military marshals, and even a Miao Jiang saintess. The protagonist denies acting, but Lady Hua dismisses him as childish, declaring she doesn't want her child to be born into such an environment and walks away. Lady Hua walks away, stating she will find him after the child is born, as the protagonist reaches out, calling her name, Su Chi. The protagonist's sister sternly forbids him from chasing after Lady Hua. The protagonist reminds her that Lady Hua is carrying his child. The protagonist's sister dismisses Lady Hua's anger, claiming her perspective is too narrow and that letting her cool off is fine. She then reveals she has come to Jiangning City on a mission from the old man, piquing the protagonist's curiosity. The protagonist questions the object in his sister's hand. She explains it's a token from the lost child of Chaofeng Valley's master, who is carrying a similar bead. She reveals his bead is a dragon, and the other is a phoenix, instructing him to find the girl he has a marriage contract with. The protagonist, holding the bead, reacts with shock and frustration, exclaiming his disbelief at an arranged betrothal, as he is already married. The protagonist's sister presses the bead against his chest, warning him not to disobey the old man's direct order to find the person first. Intimidated, the protagonist quickly assures her he wouldn't dare and will find her. The protagonist stands confidently amidst a city skyline, a glass of wine in hand, as a majestic blue dragon looms behind him, a symbol of his power and destiny. Under the serene crescent moon, a luxurious villa stands, named Longwan Villa. A voice offers comfort, telling Yin to stay as long as she wishes, to which another voice replies with gratitude, "Thank you, Shuafu." Yin, still reeling from recent events, expresses her disbelief, stating she never expected Wang Han to be such a person. But Shuafu, ever the pragmatist, suggests a different perspective, asking Yin if she considered that Wang Han might not have been acting at all. Yin vehemently dismisses the notion, questioning how powerful families and even a Miaojiang scientist could possibly be fooled by a mere delivery guy. She insists he must have found some big sister to help him put on an act. Shuefu, with a knowing smile, considers the implications. If what Yin describes is true, then Wang Han's identity is far from simple. She reminds Yin not to judge a book by its cover, playfully adding that delivery guys are often secret big shots. Yin, catching on to Shuefu's sudden defense, questions why she's speaking up for Wang Han. Shuefu, feigning innocence, replies with a surprised, "Huh? Was I?" Yin presses Shuefu, demanding to know if she's hiding something. Shuefu immediately denies it, asking why she would ever conceal anything from her friend. The playful interrogation quickly turns into a wrestling match as Yin exclaims in surprise, while Shuefu laughs, playfully chiding her for daring to doubt her. Changing the subject, Yin asks Shuefu about her progress in contacting the big shot they discussed. Shuefu explains that her grandpa has been keeping a close eye on his phone, but reassures Yin that she will definitely get the contact information for her. A soft knock at the door draws their attention. Yin acknowledges it with a hum, then questions who could be visiting. Door opens to reveal Lin Jingpeng, a man in a sharp suit. Shuefu looks surprised, asking what he's doing there. Lin Jingpeng smiles confidently, informing Shuefu that he knows the big shot she and Yin were discussing and offers to make the introduction if Yin wishes to meet him. Shuefu looks at Lin Jingpeng with surprise, questioning if he truly knows the influential figure who invested $1 billion in the new district project. Yin joins the conversation, asking if Lin Jingpeng's claim is true. He assures them it is, explaining that his grandfather introduced them and reiterates his offer to take Yin to meet the big shot. Protagonist stands on a balcony, phone in hand, muttering his frustration about a stubborn woman who won't answer his calls or listen to his explanations. A ding sound effect signals a new message notification on the protagonist's phone as he takes a drag from his cigarette. The protagonist lets out a small laugh, wondering if she finally texted him, but his expression quickly shifts to a sigh of disappointment as he realizes it's not from Su Chi. The phone screen displays a message from Xia Weining, the girl he rescued, offering to return his washed clothes. The protagonist's reply is curt, "No need, you can throw the clothes away." The protagonist stands thoughtfully, fiddling with a small, circular object, his mind consumed by the challenge of locating a particular person. Protagonist answers his phone, his expression serious, asking Xiaohua what's wrong. The chilling reply comes, "Boss, Tai Tu is dead." The protagonist's eyes widen in shock, demanding to know how Tai Tu died. The caller explains that he drowned while saving people, having run out of energy. A furious "what?" escapes the protagonist's lips. Wrapped in a towel, Xia Weining sits on her bed, gazing sadly at her phone, lamenting that he didn't even want the clothes she washed. A look of deep sorrow crosses Xia Weining's face as she wonders if she will ever see him again. Father stands at the doorway, noticing Xia Weining's somber expression and asking what's wrong. She quickly dismisses his concern, asking why he didn't knock. The elderly man smiles gently, assuring Xia Wenying that he did knock, but she must not have heard him. He then asks if something is troubling her. The elderly man informs Xia Wenying that tomorrow is the Zhou family's young master's birthday celebration and asks her to attend in his stead. She responds with a hint of annoyance, questioning if he's celebrating his birthday yet again. Xia Wenying recalls the young master's recent rescue from drowning, disgusted that he's now throwing a banquet to celebrate his new lease on life while his rescuer died and he showed no gratitude, even calling the hero foolish. She vehemently refuses to go, calling him disgusting. Her father, however, reminds her of the Zhou family's power and insists she merely show her face for his sake. Xia Wenying huffs, accusing her father of always setting her up. He chuckles, calling her his good girl, then casually asks if she contacted the delivery kid. Xia Wenying confirms she did contact him, her expression tinged with sadness as she relays his instruction to throw the clothes away. The elderly man closes his eyes, a wistful expression on his face, resigning himself to the idea that some things just aren't meant to be. Transitioning from a moment of quiet resignation, the scene shifts to the bustling exterior of the Taishun Grand Hotel, a towering structure under a clear sky. A sleek raven waits patiently, while security personnel stand watch near the entrance, maintaining an air of quiet vigilance. Protagonist stands beside the van, his back to the camera, observing the urban landscape with an unreadable expression as the city's skyline stretches into the distance. From the protagonist's perspective, four distinct figures approach: Lei Xiadhua, young master of the Lei clan, accompanied by Blind Man, Smiling Buddha, and Ague, each exuding an aura of anticipation. Lei Xiadhua respectfully greets the protagonist, addressing him as boss. The protagonist then calmly states that it's time to head upstairs, to which Lei Xiadhua promptly agrees. The protagonist, along with Lei Xiadhua, Blind Man, Smiling Buddha, and Ague, is escorted into the hotel by staff, their presence marking the arrival of important guests. A luxury white car gleams in the foreground. As the Su family young lady steps out of a car, she catches a glimpse of someone's back and wonders aloud if it resembles a familiar figure. Teacher Fong, standing beside her, inquires about her sudden pause. Shaking off her momentary distraction, the Su family young lady dismisses her thought, concluding that she must have been mistaken, while Teacher Fong observes her with a concerned expression. Inside the opulent banquet hall, a man on stage addresses the assembled guests, expressing gratitude for their attendance at his birthday celebration and proclaiming that surviving a great disaster promises good fortune. The speaker, revealed as Zhou Feiyu, proudly asserts that his survival was solely due to his exceptional good fate, gesturing confidently to the audience. Zhou Feiyu encourages his guests to enjoy the feast, revealing that he has even hired an international pastry chef to create a magnificent 9-layer cake for the banquet as two waiters push the impressive dessert into the hall. Suddenly, a female reporter from the Jiangning Daily steps forward, boldly questioning Zhou Feiyu about any words he might have for the gentleman who sacrificed his life to save him that day. Zhou Feiyu's face contorts in rage, demanding to know who failed to secure the entrance and allowed the reporter to infiltrate his private event. Instantly, several security guards in dark suits and sunglasses move to apprehend the female reporter, surrounding her as Zhou Feiyu points accusingly. Enraged, Zhou Feiyu lashes out with a powerful kick, brutally striking the female reporter while aggressively proclaiming his survival was due to good fate and dismissing her questions as utter nonsense. From a distance, the elegant banquet hall continues, with guests observing the unfolding chaos. The Su family young lady and Teacher Fong are seen among them, witnessing the scene. The Su family young lady expresses her disgust at Zhou Feiyu's despicable actions, particularly his assault on the reporter. Teacher Fong quickly intervenes, reminding her of their master's instructions to remain discreet and simply show their presence. With a vicious kick, Zhou Feiyu strikes the female reporter again, vehemently asserting his survival was a matter of destiny and shouting down her inquiries as baseless. The grand hall remains bustling, yet the tension from the confrontation lingers. Guests continue to observe, including the Su family young lady and Teacher Fong, from their vantage point. The Su family young lady reiterates her outrage at Zhou Feiyu's deplorable act of striking a reporter. Teacher Fong once more advises caution, reminding her that their role is merely to make an appearance. Amidst the unfolding drama, the protagonist stands coolly, a glass of wine in hand, a powerful blue dragon aura subtly manifesting behind him, hinting at his hidden strength. Zhou Feiyu, with a menacing glare, stomps down on the fallen female reporter, vowing to teach her a lesson for her perceived insolence. Raising his leg for another brutal kick, Zhou Feiyu furiously threatens the female reporter, declaring his intent to kill her for daring to provoke him. Bead of sweat trickles down Zhou Feiyu's temple as his eyes widen slightly, a blur of motion rapidly approaching him, signaling an imminent counterattack. Suddenly, Zhou Feiyu is violently struck by an invisible force, sending him sprawling backwards with a shout of shock and pain, his body twisting mid-air. Zhou Feiyu crashes hard onto the polished floor, skidding across the surface, the force of the impact leaving him stunned and disoriented. Protagonist stands tall and imposing over the fallen Zhou Feiyu, his gaze piercing, as he calmly asks who Zhou Feiyu intended to kill, surrounded by Lei Xiadhua and the others. The Su family young lady's eyes light up with surprise and recognition as she exclaims that the protagonist is indeed Brother Wang, realizing her earlier fleeting glimpse was correct. A man in a sweater vest, Zhou's son, kneels in desperation, his eyes fixed on the towering figure of the protagonist. He points a demanding finger, ordering his unseen guards, "Get them for me." Zhou's son rises, his face contorted in rage, as he declares, "You dare come to the Zhou family's territory and run wild." His loyal guards, armed with batons, affirm their intent with a unified yes, and a chilling promise, "We'll kill you." The swift, powerful motion, the protagonist delivers a devastating kick to an opponent, sending him reeling. A dismissive command echoes, "Get lost." The aftermath of the initial skirmish is evident as several of the Zhou family's enforcers lie sprawled across the polished floor, defeated. More guards advance cautiously, their expressions a mix of surprise and apprehension. Young Feng, clad in a brown suit, executes a precise, high kick, striking another one of Zhou's men with impactful force. Captain Ryu, with his distinctive green hair, unleashes a powerful kick, connecting squarely with an opponent's face, the impact visible in the swift motion lines. A man in a gray suit and sunglasses delivers a sharp, direct punch, landing a blow on an adversary's jaw with visible force. Protagonist stands confidently amidst his victorious allies, Young Feng, Captain Ryu, Fatty, and the man in gray suit, as two defeated opponents lie unconscious at their feet, a clear display of dominance. Zhou's son, stunned by the sudden turn of events, stares at the protagonist's back, demanding to know, "Who are you?" The protagonist, calmly smoking, reveals the reason for his intervention. "My brother's name was Tai Yu. He saved your life that day but lost his own. We never ask for a reward when we save people." Now seated, the protagonist continues, his voice laced with menace, "But you said he was foolish. That makes me very unhappy." Zhou's son, his face marked by a fresh injury, defiantly proclaims his status. "I'm rich and powerful. My life is more valuable than his. Is there a problem with that?" He then bellows, "Men, come." A new wave of armed guards, clad in black suits and sunglasses, surges through the doorway, ready to follow Zhou's son's command. The protagonist, still composed, offers a final ultimatum. "A life is a life. None is more valuable than another. Go to my brother's grave, kowtow 3 times, and issue a public apology to the media. If you do that, this matter will be over. I'm only giving you one chance." Zhou's son, fueled by arrogance, lashes out, "Who the hell are you pretending to be? Get them for me. Kill them," as his guards prepare to strike. Rising from his seat, the protagonist's expression hardens as he states, "I gave you a chance and you didn't take it." With blinding speed, the protagonist sends a chair flying with a powerful kick, launching it directly towards Zhou's son, who cries out in surprise, "H!" Zhou's son is violently propelled backward, crashing through a piece of furniture which splinters into fragments around him, the force of the impact undeniable. Clutching his chest in pain, Zhou's son glares up at the protagonist, his voice filled with venom, "You bastard!" Protagonist stands over the defeated Zhou's son, his gaze cold and unwavering. "I gave you a chance, but you were useless. Now you have no more chances." The protagonist delivers a brutal, direct kick to Zhou's son's face, sending him flying once more as he cries out, "H!" Zhou's son lies unconscious on the floor, utterly defeated. The protagonist stands tall, looking down at his vanquished foe. A narrative voice questions, "Where did this rabble come from, daring to be so insolent?" 2 imposing figures enter the scene. Zhou Xinghuai, a stern man with a mustache, and the elderly man in robe, an elder with a traditional demeanor. Their arrival signals a shift in power. From the floor, Zhou's son desperately calls out to the newly arrived men, pleading, Dad, save me." Zhou Xinghuai points a commanding finger, ordering the elderly man in robe, "Old song, kill him." The elderly man in robe responds with a firm, "Yes." The distressed woman, warns her companion, Uncle Wu, about the approaching threat. That person is a minor grandmaster. "Miss, your friend is in danger." She then frantically pleads, "Brother Wang saved me. Uncle Wu, please help him." The elderly man in robe lunges forward with incredible speed, his fist glowing with raw power as he shouts, "Arrogant brat," aiming a devastating strike at the protagonist. Two fists collide in a blinding explosion of golden energy, the sheer force of the impact sending shockwaves across the panel. The elderly man in robe recoils in shock, his fist locked in a stalemate, exclaiming, "What?" as he realizes the unexpected strength of his opponent. Fatty, with a confident smirk, has intercepted the elderly man in robe's attack, his hands locked in a grapple. He declares, "I'll play with you first," as the protagonist stands calmly behind him, observing. Fatty unleashes a devastating counterattack, shouting the technique's name. Immortal caresses the peak. His powerful, open palm strike connects with undeniable force. The elderly man in robe collapses to the ground, defeated by Fatty's overwhelming power, as the protagonist watches the scene unfold with quiet intensity. The Su family patriarch rushes forward, his voice laced with concern as he questions, "Old song? What happened?" to the elderly man in robe, who lies defeated on the floor. The elderly man in robe, slowly recovering, identifies the technique as Diamond Palm, a signature of the Gau family from Hong Kong, leaving the Su family patriarch utterly stunned, exclaiming, "What?" Su family patriarch quickly changes his demeanor, offering a conciliatory tone. "So, you are friends from Hong Kong. Please forgive my rude welcome. We can discuss today's matter." The protagonist, unwavering, reiterates his stance, declaring, "I already stated my terms. It was your son who didn't take them." The Su family patriarch attempts to bargain, offering $1 million and downplaying the deceased's value. "How about this? I've looked into it. The brother who died was just a car mechanic. I'll give you $1 million. Let's just forget this ever." Enraged by the insult, the protagonist unleashes a furious kick, declaring, "$1 million? My brother's life can't be bought with money," as young Feng is sent sprawling. The protagonist seizes the Su family patriarch by his collar, his voice a furious snarl. "You think the Zhou family has a bit of money? You dare to show off in front of me?" The Su family patriarch, regaining his composure, laughs dismissively. "Ha ha ha, does the Zhou family have a bit of money? Why don't you go and find out? Buying the life of a car mechanic doesn't cost much." The protagonist confidently declares, "I can make you bankrupt right now. Do you believe me?" The Su family patriarch's associate sarcastically repeats, "Ha ha ha, he said he'll make our Zhou family bankrupt." The Su family patriarch then orders Xiao Hua make the call, to which his associate immediately responds, "Yes." Xiao Hua, on the phone, issues a chilling command. All of the Zhou family's businesses in Jiangning City crash the market immediately. The Su family patriarch watches, a flicker of surprise on his face. The protagonist firmly reiterates his threat, "I can make you bankrupt right now. Do you believe me?" The Su family patriarch's associate mocks him, "Ha ha ha, he said he'll make our Zhou family bankrupt." Undeterred, the Su family patriarch commands Xiao Hua make the call, receiving an immediate yes. Xiao Hua, on the phone, confirms the devastating order. All of the Zhou family's businesses in Jiangning City crash the market immediately. The Su family patriarch observes the unfolding chaos. The Su family patriarch bursts into laughter, mockingly asking, "Ha ha ha, you kids, are you filming a movie?" clearly underestimating the protagonist's power. A stunning splash image reveals the protagonist coolly holding a glass of wine, a magnificent blue dragon aura swirling behind him as he surveys a sprawling cityscape, embodying immense power and influence. A frantic subordinate rushes in, exclaiming, "President Zhou, bad news." The Su family patriarch, startled, demands, "What is it? Why the panic?" Subordinate reports the catastrophic news. "President Zhou, our partners have all terminated their cooperation with us. All our companies and factories have been ordered to stop work for rectification. They say it's the South China Lei clan's doing." The Su family patriarch gasps in disbelief. "What, the South China Lei clan? The South China Lei clan with wealth rivaling nations?" With a confident wink and a smirk, Xiao Hua adjusts his glasses, revealing his true identity. "That's right, I am Lei Xiao Hua." Realizing his grave error, the Su family patriarch bows respectfully, offering his deepest apologies. "So it is young Master Lei. My deepest apologies." Lei Xiaohua simply watches, nonchalantly blowing a bubble-gum bubble. Su family patriarch furiously points at young Feng, yelling, "Little bastard, get over here and apologize." Young Feng, still on the ground, desperately pleads, "Big brothers, this is all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." The protagonist stares down at young Feng, coldly stating, "Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding." Young Feng, terrified, cries out, "Dad, save me. Call my second uncle. He definitely has a way to save me." The Su family patriarch attempts to mediate, suggesting, "Everyone, we were in the wrong here. How about we all take a step back?" He then warns, "My second brother holds a high position in the military headquarters. If we burn bridges, it won't be good for anyone." The protagonist smirks, remarking, "Oh, so you have connections in the military headquarters too." He then casually instructs Lei Xiaohua, "Blind man, make a call." Lei Xiaohua promptly responds, "Okay." Lei Xiaohua, on the phone, issues a new command. Hello, check someone for me. Jiangning City Zhou family. He begins to investigate their alleged military connections. The protagonist declares his intent to take young Feng, challenging the Su family patriarch. I'm taking him with me now. You can call whoever you want. The Su family patriarch, aghast, warns him, have you considered the consequences of doing this? As the protagonist asserts his dominance, young Feng, terrified, screams for his father to call for his second uncle. The Su family patriarch, still reeling from the protagonist's audacity, reluctantly agrees, reaching for his phone. But before the Su family patriarch can even dial, his phone rings. A smirk spreads across his face as he realizes the call is from the very second uncle young Feng just mentioned, a twist of fate he finds amusing. Answering the call, the Su family patriarch calmly greets his second brother, only to be met with an explosive tirade. The voice on the other end, identified as second uncle, furiously demands to know if he wants to die, berating him for allowing little bastard Feiyu to cause trouble and offend a big shot in the capital military. The second uncle's voice crackles with rage, revealing he's being stripped of rank and investigated, shocking the Su family patriarch into a stunned, "What?" The scene abruptly shifts, revealing a vast, sprawling cemetery, a stark contrast to the previous tension. The location is clearly marked as cemetery. A solemn tombstone stands tall, adorned with incense and candles, marking a place of remembrance. The inscription reads, "Tomb of Tai Tu." Before the tomb, a group of men stands, including the protagonist, who sternly commands young Feng to kneel. The protagonist stands over young Feng, his foot pressing down, forcing him to the ground. Young Feng struggles, desperately warning the protagonist that killing is illegal. The protagonist's foot presses harder on young Feng's head, his command echoing, "Kowtow and apologize to my brother." With a sickening thud, young Feng's head is forced to the ground, the impact visible as dust erupts around him. Young Feng is seen kowtowing before the tombstone, while the protagonist and his associates stand behind him, holding offerings. The protagonist addresses the deceased, saying, "Tai Tu, we brought this kid to apologize to you. If you need anything down there, just send a dream to your brothers." As the protagonist concludes his respects, telling his brother to rest in peace, the scene pans to Lady Hua, who approaches a different grave with flowers, softly announcing, "Grandma, Nan is here to see you." Lady Hua sits beside her grandmother's tombstone, confiding in her, "Grandma, I got married and I'm pregnant with a baby. The child's father is a delivery guy. The family doesn't agree, but I want to keep the baby." Her expression saddens as she continues, "Grandma, I don't want my child's father to be a hypocrite, you know? He specifically hired people to act pretending to be a young master from a wealthy family. Grandma, you were right. Men are no good." With a sigh, Lady Hua places a jar on the tombstone, deciding to shift to a happier topic. "Forget it, Grandma. Let's talk about something happy. I met a benefactor. He helped me secure the project and helped me get through the crisis." Rain begins to fall gently as Lady Hua presents her offerings, saying, "Grandma, these are all your favorites. I bought them for you." Standing up, Lady Hua bids farewell to her grandmother, acknowledging the rain. "It's raining. I have to go back now. When I'm not so busy, I'll come see you again." Rain intensifies as an unidentified male calls out, urging Lady Hua, "My eldest miss, get in the car. The rain is getting heavier." Lady Hua, holding an umbrella, walks towards a waiting black car, responding, "Coming." Inside the car, Lady Hua expresses concern about the sudden downpour, urging the driver, "This rain just came out of nowhere. We need to get back quickly." Lin Jingpeng, drive faster. The unidentified male one retorts, "Be polite to me. I'm your brother." The argument continues as Lady Hua corrects him, stating, "You're just my cousin." The cars, including a long limousine, navigate through the heavy rain outside. Suddenly, the unidentified male one exclaims in anger, "Holy shit, which suicidal maniac dares to block my car?" While an unidentified female one observes, "Huh, it's a luxury car." Outside, a sleek luxury car, a Rolls-Royce, is stopped, surrounded by several men in dark suits holding umbrellas in the pouring rain. One of the men opens the luxury car door as the others call out, "Young master." Wang Han, a man with short dark brown hair and a serious expression, stands among the suited men, stating, "Xiaohua, Tai Tu's wife died early, leaving only a daughter. We need to make arrangements for her." The other men respond in unison, "Yes, boss." From inside their car, the unidentified male one wonders, which gang boss is here sweeping graves? While the unidentified female one urgently asks Lady Hua, "Nan, look quickly, is that person Wang Han?" Lady Hua's eyes widen in recognition and surprise. "Seems like it is. What is he doing here?" she murmurs, clearly shocked by Wang Han's presence. Wang Han stands composed beside the luxury car, an unidentified male holding an umbrella for him and opening the car door, showcasing his influential status. The unidentified female one points out, Nan, look, who is that opening the car door for Wang Han? Lady Hua, still processing, replies, who? I don't know him. The unidentified male one in Lady Hua's car stares in utter shock, recognizing the man opening the door. That looks like Lei Xiaohua, the crown prince of the South China Lei clan, Lei Xiaohua. Through the heavy downpour, a convoy of cars speeds down the road. A male voice from within the lead vehicle states their destination. Let's go. We'll go to Tai Tu's house first. Inside the car, a blonde woman questions the impossible sight. There must be a mistake, right? Why would the Lei prince open a car door for Wang Han? Lady Hua, her expression thoughtful, suggests, Nan, why don't you give Wang Han a call? Lady Hua shakes her head, firmly refusing. I'm not calling. That's impossible. The male driver dismisses their doubts, reasoning, the rain is so heavy we definitely saw wrong. Let's just go back first. But the blonde woman persists. Now you're saying we saw wrong. By the way, how are the arrangements coming along for that big shot Nan wants to meet? The male driver smirks confidently, flashing an okay sign. Don't worry, it's all arranged. As the car continues through the downpour, the male driver confirms, I'll take Nan to meet that big shot the day after tomorrow. Lady Hua responds with a simple, approving, good. Scene shifts to a quiet street on a sunny day, where an elderly man dozes peacefully on a wooden bench, a cane resting by his side. A car is parked nearby. A group of men has arrived, standing beside their parked car. The man in the dark suit, seemingly their leader, announces, Boss, this should be the place. The man in the dark suit approaches the elderly man, who is now awake, and politely asks, Grandpa, is this Tai Tu's house? The elderly man looks up, confused by the unfamiliar name. Iron what head? What iron head? The man in the dark suit clarifies, I mean Chun Chong. The elderly man's eyes light up in recognition. Oh, you mean Changzi, 3rd floor, 326. Are you here to split the inheritance or to see his daughter? The man in the dark suit quickly responds, Thanks, Grandpa. We're his friends. As the group heads inside, the elderly man sighs sadly, lamenting, Sigh, Xiangzi was such a good person, but he didn't live long. Even in death, his relatives are seizing his property. His apartment has already been taken over by his cousin and cousin-in-law. The elderly man repeats his question, Iron what head? What iron head? The man in the dark suit patiently clarifies, I mean Chun Chong. Recognizing the name, the elderly man points, Oh, you mean Changzi, 3rd floor, 326. Are you here to split the inheritance or to see his daughter? The man in the dark suit assures him, Thanks, Grandpa. We're his friends. As the group enters the building, the elderly man continues to mourn, Sigh, Changzi was such a good person, but he didn't live long. Even in death, his relatives are seizing his property. His apartment has already been taken over by his cousin and cousin-in-law. A powerful aura surrounds the protagonist, who stands confidently in a sharp suit, holding a glass of wine, a majestic blue dragon coiling behind him. The group proceeds down a narrow hallway, where they spot a small child squatting alone. One of the men questions, Why is there a child squatting here? A man in glasses clenches his fist in fury, exclaiming, Damn it, someone actually dared to seize Tai Tu's property. The man in the dark suit kneels, gently asking the child, Little sister, is this Chun Chong's house? Small child, with a visible bruise on her cheek, looks up with tearful eyes. Dad isn't home. Dad went to a faraway place. Both Fatty and the man in glasses stare in utter disbelief. The man in glasses exclaims, What? Chun Chong is your dad? The man in the dark suit gently pats the child's head, asking, Then why aren't you staying inside the house? The child softly replies, Uncle and Aunt won't let me stay inside. The child points to a cardboard box beside her, her voice barely a whisper. Auntie said, This is my home. The man in glasses explodes in outrage. What? The man in the dark suit's face hardens with anger. How shameless, making such a small child live in a doghouse. Driven by righteous fury, the man in glasses delivers a powerful, resounding kick to the wooden door. The door bursts open, revealing a man and woman leisurely dining on a feast of seafood, completely oblivious to the impending confrontation. Homeowner, startled by the sudden intrusion, slams his fist on the table and furiously demands to know who dares to kick his door open, completely disrupting their peaceful meal. A voice from outside the frame challenges the homeowner's claim, questioning when the property became his. The protagonist stands confidently in the doorway, accompanied by Teacher Fong and a small girl named Guagua, as the homeowner stares in disbelief at the unexpected visitors. The enraged homeowner points a finger at the protagonist, threatening to call the police if he doesn't leave, while the protagonist calmly retorts, accusing him of seizing his brother's property and abusing his daughter, questioning his humanity. Without hesitation, the protagonist delivers a swift, powerful kick to the homeowner, uttering a sharp expletive as the impact resonates. The homeowner is sent sprawling backward from the force of the kick, plates and food scattering wildly, as the woman dining with him screams in terror, calling for help and accusing the intruders of home invasion and murder. Protagonist, holding Guogua's hand, orders the bald attacker, whom he calls Methreya, to teach the defiant couple a lesson about who truly owns this place. Bald attacker, a menacing figure with a string of beads, grins darkly, declaring his intent to kill. Bald attacker mercilessly pummels the fallen homeowner, who cries out desperately for help amidst the brutal assault. As the homeowner and the woman plead for the beating to stop, admitting their wrongdoing, the protagonist turns to Guogua and gently asks her name, to which she softly replies, Guogua. Teacher Fong expresses his concern to the protagonist, lamenting that Guogua is too pitiful and would surely die from abuse if left in this house. The protagonist gently pats Guogua's head, asking if she would like to come live with them, and she responds with a soft affirmative sound. Protagonist then playfully suggests that Teacher Fong, whom he calls Xiao Hua, should raise Guogua, much to Teacher Fong's shocked refusal. Teacher Fong states he's fine with violence but not raising a child, then advises the protagonist to do it himself, noting the child's apparent closeness to him. The protagonist looks visibly awkward, letting out a hesitant sound as Guogua tugs on his pants, looking up at him expectantly. Teacher Fong declares the arrangement perfect, reminding the protagonist of his recent marriage and the inevitable future of raising children, then instructs Guogua to call the protagonist godfather, which she promptly does. The protagonist smiles wryly, remarking on Teacher Fong's cunning in arranging things so quickly, now finding himself a father just days after getting married. Scene transitions to the next day, showing a grand, modern apartment building under a clear blue sky. The protagonist, wearing an apron, serves a steaming basket of dumplings to Guogua, encouraging her to eat more before he takes her to school, to which she happily agrees. The protagonist and Guogua share a quiet breakfast, with the protagonist checking his phone while eating. A text conversation on the protagonist's phone reveals his attempt to get Lady Hua, Guogua's mother, to come home for dinner, only for her to refuse, stating she's too busy and doesn't want to be disturbed until the child is born. Protagonist sighs, commenting on Lady Hua's stubborn temper, while Guogua announces that she has finished her meal. The protagonist smiles, assuring Guogua that he will get changed and take her to school. A wide shot shows the bustling courtyard of a prestigious private school, filled with students and parents. Walking hand in hand down a school hallway, the protagonist tells Guogua that Uncle Lei arranged for her to attend this top private school and encourages her to study hard, to which she confidently replies, I know. The protagonist and Guogua enter an office, where the principal, Mr. Duan, greets the protagonist as Mr. Wang and thanks him for choosing their institution. Principal Duan introduces himself and the woman standing beside him as Teacher Xia, a teacher at the school. The protagonist looks surprised, a spark of recognition in his eyes as he utters a surprised, it's you. Teacher Xia, radiating with a bright smile amidst a background of sparkling flowers, confirms the recognition, exclaiming, Brother Wang, it really is you. The protagonist, surprised by the revelation, remarks that Teacher Xia is a teacher and then asks if Guogua is her daughter. With a gentle hand on Guogua's head, the protagonist proudly confirms that she is indeed his daughter. Revelation that Guogua is the protagonist's daughter surprises Teacher Fong, who muses on this unexpected news. He then suggests that since he and Su family young lady know each other, she should take Guogua to the classroom. Su family young lady readily agrees. The protagonist entrusts Guogua to Su family young lady, stating he needs to go to work. Su family young lady reassures him, telling him he can rest easy, leaving Guogua in her care. As the protagonist prepares to leave, Su family young lady prompts Guogua to say goodbye to her dad. Guogua, waving enthusiastically, bids farewell to her godfather. The protagonist turns back with a warm smile, promising Guogua he will return to pick her up after school. Su family young lady, looking at Guogua, asks if the protagonist is her real father. Guogua clarifies that he is her godfather, as her real father has passed away. Understanding the situation, Su family young lady praises Guogua as a good girl and promises to take her to class. Outside the school, the protagonist sits on his red sports motorcycle, reflecting on his busy morning and the unexpected challenges of being a father figure. Protagonist, still on his motorcycle, lights a cigarette and answers his ringing phone with a simple hello. On the other end, Lady Hua, holding a cigarette and a phone, greets him provocatively, asking if he missed her. The protagonist looks visibly surprised and annoyed, questioning how the eldest princess managed to get his phone number. Lady Hua, undeterred, remarks on his stiff mouth and declares her intention to soften him up, announcing her arrival in Jiangning City tomorrow to find him. The protagonist warns her that he is married and his wife would be unhappy. Still on the call, the protagonist reiterates his surprise and annoyance, again asking Lady Hua how she obtained his private number. Lady Hua continues her aggressive proposition, insisting she will come to Jiangning City to soften him up. The protagonist, trying to deter her, reminds her that he is married and his wife would not appreciate her presence. Lady Hua, with a smirk, reveals she knows his wife's name, Su Qi, indicating she has already investigated him. Infuriated by the revelation of her investigation, the protagonist curses. Lady Hua declares her intent to confront his wife tomorrow, prompting a desperate "don't" from the protagonist. The protagonist stares at his phone in frustration, realizing Lady Hua has hung up on him again. A powerful splash art showcases the protagonist in a sharp suit, a glass of wine in hand, with a majestic blue dragon coiling behind him, hinting at his hidden strength. The next morning, the protagonist, in his yellow jacket, bids farewell to Guogua outside the school, reminding her to study hard and promising to pick her up. Guogua affectionately calls him Dad as she waves goodbye. Standing beside his motorcycle, the protagonist decides it's best to give his wife a heads up about Lady Hua, especially since she is pregnant. On his phone, the protagonist texts his wife, warning her to ignore any woman with a ponytail who comes looking for him, advising her to treat them like an actor. His wife's reply suggests this isn't a new occurrence. The protagonist sighs, lighting a cigarette, reflecting on the perceived difficulty of dealing with women. As he speeds away on his motorcycle with a delivery box, the protagonist realizes he's running late for another order. It's noon, and the protagonist arrives at a grand, luxurious mansion, the destination for his next delivery. The protagonist observes the opulent mansion, internally remarking on its luxurious nature. Standing at the mansion's impressive double doors, the protagonist rings the doorbell and announces the arrival of his delivery. The door opens slightly, revealing a woman's silhouette. The protagonist presents the food, beginning his polite delivery closing. President Lee's eyes widen in surprise as she questions the protagonist's presence, asking why it's him delivering the food. The protagonist offers a relaxed smile, remarking on the unexpected coincidence of their encounter. From deeper inside the room, Su family young lady calls out, asking President Lee who is at the door. President Lee quickly dismisses the inquiry, stating it's merely the delivery guy. Su family young lady expresses her confusion, questioning how President Lee could be junior high classmates with someone she doesn't recognize, especially since she herself was also a junior high classmate. She asks who the protagonist is and why she has no impression of him. The protagonist quickly introduces himself as Zhang Wei, explaining that his poor grades and low presence in school made him forgettable. Meanwhile, teacher Fong from inside the room asks Su family young lady who has arrived. Su family young lady ponders, admitting she can't recall the protagonist as President Lee's classmate. Teacher Fong, however, states with certainty that no one named Zhang Wei was ever in their class. Teacher Fong condescendingly questions President Lee, asking why a big boss like her would still associate with a mere delivery person. President Lee retorts, challenging his elitist remark. Teacher Fong, radiating an aura of arrogance, declares that social standing matters immensely, asserting that the chasm between the lower class and the elite is too vast, and associating with such people would only lead to trouble. Teacher Fong dismissively addresses the protagonist, questioning why he's still lingering after the delivery, then feigns remembering something important. With a smug smirk, Teacher Fong extends 200 in cash, offering it as a reward and implying the protagonist was waiting for a tip. Internally, Teacher Fong seethes, wishing he could slap the protagonist as he would have in the past. Outwardly, he questions why the protagonist hasn't left, sarcastically asking if the tip is insufficient. A new woman, Wei-Ning, appears, asking if her ordered pizza has arrived. Teacher Fong immediately fawns over her, confirming the pizza for his goddess Wei-Ning is indeed there. Wei-Ning's face lights up in recognition, exclaiming Brother Wong, as she confirms the protagonist's identity, much to Teacher Fong's visible surprise. Protagonist offers an awkward smile, greeting Wei-Ning as Teacher Xia and acknowledging the unexpected coincidence of their meeting. Teacher Fong, clearly agitated, demands to know why Wei-Ning is acquainted with the delivery guy. Wei-Ning defiantly declares her familiarity with him, revealing that Brother Wong is her savior. Teacher Fong persists with his condescending tone, reminding Wei-Ning that the protagonist is a delivery person during peak hours, implying he desperately needs to earn money. Wei-Ning, however, challenges his elitist remarks, demanding to know what he means by people like him. The protagonist, excusing himself from the escalating tension, states he's leaving first and tells the others to continue their conversation. Wei, however, quickly calls out to him, asking him to wait. Wei explains she needs to get to work and, since she didn't drive today, asks if the protagonist could give her a ride part of the way. The protagonist hesitates, unsure how to respond. Teacher Fong interjects, offering to drive Wei in his Porsche, while disparaging the protagonist's beat-up electric scooter as dangerous. Protagonist remains silent, a visible vein throbbing on his temple, clearly annoyed by the situation and Teacher Fong's dismissive remarks about his ride. The protagonist, with Wei now riding pillion, bids farewell to President Lee and Su family young lady, stating he needs to return to work and suggesting they meet another day. Su family young lady waves back, wishing them a safe journey. The Grand Mansion stands silently as President Lee, Su family young lady, and Teacher Fong watch the protagonist and Wei depart into the distance. The protagonist expertly navigates his red sports motorcycle through the streets, Wei holding on tight as they speed away. Teacher Fong, still holding the pizza, turns to Su family young lady with a smile, inviting her inside to eat. President Lee stands with her arms crossed, a clear expression of irritation marring her features as she watches the lingering scene. President Lee, still visibly irritated, declares she has an urgent matter at the company and is leaving immediately. Teacher Fong, surprised, offers to drive her, but she dismisses the offer with a firm no need. The protagonist speeds down a city street on his red sports motorcycle, leaving the cityscape behind with a powerful roar of the engine. With Su family young lady riding behind him, the protagonist glances back, asking if he's driving too fast for her comfort. Su family young lady reassures him that the speed is perfectly fine, just before the protagonist lets out a surprised huh at something unseen ahead. A red sports car pulls alongside, and a woman identified as Su Chi calls out to Su family young lady, urging her to get in. Su family young lady politely declines, stating they are almost at their destination. Su family young lady suggests protagonist take Su Chi's car, claiming she has something else to do. Protagonist internally frets about upsetting the mother of his child before reluctantly agreeing. Su family young lady thanks protagonist, then invites him to dinner that weekend. Protagonist quickly makes an excuse, citing work commitments. Su family young lady persists, asking when he will have time. Protagonist deflects, suggesting they schedule it later as he has food deliveries to make. As protagonist rides off on his motorcycle, Su family young lady waves goodbye, wishing him a safe journey on the road. A close-up reveals protagonist's exasperated thoughts, admitting he truly can't handle women. A powerful splash art depicts protagonist in a sharp suit, holding a glass of wine, with a majestic blue dragon behind him, accompanied by the quote, "True power lies in unity. Alone we fall, together we become unstoppable." As evening falls, protagonist is seen walking with his daughter, Gua towards their home, the city buildings looming in the background. Protagonist asks Gua if she's hungry, promising to cook for her at home. Gua happily replies that she loves her dad's cooking. Upon entering, protagonist pauses, noticing a pair of high heels by the door, and wonders aloud if someone is already inside. The quiet interior of the house reflects the cloudy sky outside, hinting at the calm before an unexpected storm. Beautiful woman, Jiang Tang, emerges wrapped only in a towel, her long hair cascading, as she greets protagonist, asking why he's returned so late. Protagonist, utterly flustered, yells at Jiang Tang to put on some clothes. Jiang Tang, unfazed, teases him about his reaction, but protagonist insists, pointing out the child present. Jiang Tang, looking down at Gua, inquires about the little girl's identity, her question hanging in the air. Protagonist calmly introduces Gua as his daughter, reminding Jiang Tang that he had told her he was married, though she hadn't believed him. Jiang Tang, with a mischievous smile, gently encourages Gua to call her mom, completely ignoring protagonist's prior statement. Protagonist's face contorts in anger as he shouts, demanding to know what nonsense Jiang Tang is spouting. Protagonist sternly warns Jiang Tang not to mislead his daughter, his expression serious and protective. Jiang Tang confidently explains her warped logic to Gua. "This bastard is your dad, so I'm his wife, which makes me your mom." Protagonist gently tells Gua to be a good girl, go inside, and do her homework, to which she obediently agrees, taking her backpack. Gua heads off to do her homework, leaving protagonist alone with Jiang Tang in the living room, the tension palpable. Jiang Tang lunges at protagonist, her face contorted in anger, accusing him of getting married behind her back. Protagonist cries out in pain, clutching his crotch, warning Jiang Tang to watch where she's hitting him. Jiang Tang delivers a powerful, high kick, mockingly asking protagonist if he missed her, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Reeling from the unexpected encounter, protagonist, clearly flustered, demands to know where Lady Hua's clothes are, urging her to cover up. Lady Hua, draped in a towel, glares at protagonist, accusing him of daring to marry another woman and promising to deal with him. Protagonist, averting his gaze, insists Lady Hua put on some clothes, reminding her that he is married and she shouldn't be messing around. Lady Hua, now with a jacket draped over her shoulders, lights a cigarette, revealing she investigated protagonist's marriage and boldly claims she would have had a baby for him herself. Protagonist sharply tells Lady Hua to stop her nonsense, demanding to know how long she plans to stay in Jiangning and when she intends to leave. Lady Hua smirks, remarking on protagonist's fear, then reveals her dual purpose in Jiangning, to find him and to discuss a business deal with a partner named Lin Shuefu. Protagonist sighs in relief, realizing Lady Hua isn't targeting Su Qi, then states that he knows Lin Shuefu. Protagonist suggests they go eat, noting that Lady Hua likely hasn't eaten and that Guogua must be hungry as well. Lady Hua looks at protagonist with a knowing gaze, asking if he's now truly embracing the role of a full-time father. Lady Hua suddenly grabs protagonist's arm, prompting him to question her actions. Lady Hua, holding protagonist's face, provocatively asks why he acts like an enlightened monk around her when he can't control himself with other women. A young girl, Guogua, interrupts the moment, telling protagonist that she is hungry. Guogua quickly covers her eyes with her hands, letting out a small embarrassed sound. Protagonist, exasperated, tells Lady Hua to stop messing around and urges them to hurry and go eat. Now dressed in a sharp suit, protagonist takes Guogua's hand, declaring they will leave without Lady Hua if she doesn't come, promising Guogua a big meal. Lady Hua looks on, a seductive smirk playing on her lips, silently vowing that protagonist will be hers eventually. The scene shifts to an aerial view of a sleek, modern building in the bustling city. A waiter escorts protagonist, Lady Hua, and Guogua into a luxurious restaurant. Lady Hua tells Guogua to eat whatever she desires, while Guogua thanks her, calling her Auntie Jiang. Lady Hua gently corrects Guogua, forbidding her from using auntie and suggesting godmother if mom is too much, to which Guogua readily agrees. The waiter inquires if the VIP private room meets their satisfaction, to which protagonist responds with a simple, "It'll do." Lady Hua sighs dramatically, complaining that her godfather isn't cooperating, prompting protagonist to sharply tell her to stop talking nonsense in front of the child. Waiter welcomes Brother Lei to his private room, while Brother Lei immediately asks Su Lei about the progress of an investigation. Su Lei reports to Brother Lei that he hasn't identified who stole the Qin family's project, only that it seems connected to Lin Qingyun. Brother Lei grunts, ordering him to continue the investigation. Brother Lei scoffs, revealing he heard Su Qi now controls the project. Su Lei explains that Su Qi had planned this for a long time, promoting her subordinates, making it impossible for them to interfere. Brother Lei, with a cunning look, recalls that Su Qi married a delivery guy, then devises a plan to use media outlets to tarnish her reputation and seize the project back. Su Lei praises Brother Lei's plan as brilliant, giving him a thumbs up. Brother Lei pauses, a confused expression on his face, wondering why a person nearby looks familiar, specifically like the one who bid against him. Su Lei exclaims in disbelief, recognizing the delivery guy as Su Qi's husband and wondering what he's doing there, then decides to go take a closer look. Su Lei cautiously observes protagonist, Lady Hua, and Guogua enjoying their meal at a nearby table. Lady Hua, smiling, offers Guogua another chicken leg, which the delighted child eagerly accepts. As Lady Hua nurtures Guogua, a hidden observer, a man with a sinister smirk, watches from the shadows. He mutters to himself, anticipating an unfolding drama. Lady Hua asks Guogua if she enjoyed the meal, to which the child happily thanks her godmother. Protagonist then assures Guogua he will take her out again soon. Arriving at a quiet residence, Lady Hua notes the silence, wondering if Wang Han is not at home. Emerging from the elevator, protagonist reminds Guogua to do her homework upon their return, to which she dutifully agrees. Lady Hua confronts protagonist, mistaking him for Wang Han, to which protagonist reacts with a confused, Protagonist instructs Guogua to prioritize her homework once they arrive home, and the diligent child confirms she understands. A shocked protagonist can only utter a surprised sound as Lady Hua confronts him, mistaking him for Wang Han. The protagonist stands confidently, a glass of wine in hand, as a majestic blue dragon aura manifests behind him, hinting at his formidable power. Lady Hua directly addresses the Su family young lady, confirming if she is Su Qi. The Su family young lady begins to introduce herself as Wang Han's acquaintance. A flustered protagonist quickly interjects, introducing the Su family young lady as Jiang Tang, his second aunt's daughter, explaining she's in Jiangning City for business. With a dismissive tone, Lady Hua states she was merely passing by, declaring she has other matters to attend to before turning to leave the group. As Lady Hua continues to walk away, a subtle sound escapes her, hinting at discomfort or hunger. Protagonist, with a slight smile, attempts to persuade Lady Hua to stay and eat something before she departs. The Su family young lady, with a knowing look, pointedly asks if Lady Hua and Wang Han are not husband and wife who live together, adding to the tension. Lady Hua finally concedes, agreeing to eat and demanding the door be opened. Protagonist quickly responds, fumbling for the key to comply. Caught between the two displeased women, protagonist internally laments the tense atmosphere, likening their encounter to a battlefield. Lady Hua offers to cook, while protagonist instructs Guogua to begin her homework, to which the child readily agrees. The Su family young lady, surprised, questions Lady Hua, asking when she acquired the skill to cook. Lady Hua recalls protagonist's claim that he only cooked for her, realizing the truth in his words. The Su family young lady then boldly declares her desire to taste Lady Hua's cooking as well. Protagonist, exasperated, questions the Su family young lady's appetite, pointing out how much she had already eaten and wondering what more she could possibly consume. With a blush and a pout, the Su family young lady playfully insists that she is, in fact, hungry again. From across the room, Lady Hua observes the Su family young lady and sternly instructs her, "Act normal." Lady Hua, holding 2 water bottles, offers one to the seated Su family young lady, remarking that she must be thirsty after eating so much. The Su family young lady, holding the water bottle, looks at Lady Hua with a subtle smirk and comments that, judging by her appearance, she should be called Big Sister. Lady Hua, taken aback, retorts with a hint of sarcasm, feigning surprise that the Su family young lady is younger than her, implying she almost couldn't tell. Auntie Jiang, lounging comfortably, voices her impatience, asking Wang Han when their meal will be ready, declaring her hunger. Wang Han's voice assures her it will be ready soon. Wang Han appears, holding a steaming bowl of noodles, announcing that the food is ready. Lady Hua, now seated at the table in a graceful light blue dress, gazes at the perfectly prepared bowl of noodles before her. Auntie Jiang playfully tugs at Wang Han, declaring her desire to eat his noodles. Wang Han, with a stern expression, dismisses her with a sharp "shut up," while Lady Hua calmly eats her own meal. Lady Hua calmly slurps her noodles, seemingly unbothered by the playful bickering around her. Lady Hua praises Wang Han's improved cooking, finding the noodles delicious. She then instructs him to prepare a bowl for Auntie Jiang and to pass her the vinegar, citing her pregnancy and craving for sour foods. Wang Han simply responds with an okay. Auntie Jiang, still playful, challenges Wang Han, stating she can eat as many noodles as he makes. Wang Han, with his back turned, warns her to eat or she'll see how he deals with her. Guogua, holding a book, proudly announces she has finished her homework and asks if someone can read her a storybook. Lady Hua calls out to Guogua, inviting her to come closer so she can tell her a story. Guogua thanks Auntie Jiang, who then playfully insists that Guogua should call her mom. Auntie Jiang continues her playful insistence, promising candy if Guogua calls her mom. Guogua hesitates, still addressing her as Auntie Jiang. Lady Hua, observing the exchange, tells Auntie Jiang to stop making things difficult for Guogua. Lady Hua's voice calls out to Guogua, asking her to come closer. Guogua stands between Lady Hua and Auntie Jiang, a moment of quiet tension in the air. Lady Hua, with a gentle but firm expression, tells Guogua to call her mom. Guogua looks conflicted, her silence speaking volumes as she processes the request. Wang Han stands nearby, holding a bowl, observing Guogua's hesitation with a thoughtful expression. Guogua finally calls out mom, delighting Lady Hua, who praises her as a good girl and offers to take her to the bedroom for a story. Guogua happily agrees. Lady Hua and Guogua walk away, with Lady Hua telling Auntie Jiang to take her time eating. Wang Han offers a napkin to Auntie Jiang, telling her to eat up. Auntie Jiang, still a bit miffed, huffs and agrees to eat. Auntie Jiang remarks on the late hour, asking Wang Han if he isn't going to sleep. Wang Han replies he will soon, instructing her to sleep in the other bedroom while he takes the sofa. Auntie Jiang, with a questioning look, asks Wang Han if they are not married and if they don't sleep together. Wang Han's voice cuts in, telling Auntie Jiang she talks too much and orders her to hurry up, eat, and go to sleep. Wang Han sits on the sofa, calmly smoking a cigarette, lost in thought. Lady Hua, walking past, tells Wang Han to go inside and sleep. Wang Han acknowledges her with a simple "oh." Auntie Jiang, observing Wang Han's compliance, mutters with a hint of suspicion that she's never seen him so obedient. The early morning sun rises over a modern building, birds soaring through the clear sky, signaling the start of a new day. High above, Wang Han maintains a perfect handstand on a balcony railing, showcasing his incredible physical prowess. Lady Hua approaches, noting that Wang Han is awake and informing him that breakfast is ready on the table. Lady Hua, arms crossed, declares she won't be eating as she needs to head straight to the company for a project in its preparation phase. Lady Hua refuses a meal and then dismisses protagonist's offer to drive her, insisting she'll go herself and he should take Wagua to school. Protagonist then offers to drive her to the company. As Lady Hua turns her back, protagonist offers to pick her up from work, but she sharply declines that offer as well. A slight smirk plays on protagonist's lips as he notes Lady Hua's fiery temper. Meanwhile, a sleek red sports car speeds through the city as President Su receives urgent news. A major incident has unfolded, with unscrupulous media bribed to tarnish her reputation. The informant adds that their crucial project has been abruptly halted by higher authorities. Lady Hua's face twists in disbelief, demanding to know how their project could possibly be halted. The voice on the other end instructs her to check the news link they just sent. The news link reveals a photograph depicting Lady Hua and protagonist smiling together, an image clearly intended to cause scandal. Another photo surfaces, showing the trio protagonist, Lady Hua, and a young girl sharing a family meal, further fueling the malicious rumors. Powerful image of protagonist emerges, clad in a sharp suit, a glass of wine in hand, as a majestic blue dragon coils behind him. An ominous quote from Madara Uchiha declares, "True power lies in unity. Alone we fall, together we become unstoppable." Lady Hua clenches her phone, her face contorted in a furious snarl as she curses, demanding to know who dares to orchestrate this malicious attack. Lady Hua confronts protagonist, angrily declaring that his wife is in deep trouble. Unfazed, protagonist retorts, dismissing her words as nonsense and claiming she's the one truly in trouble. Lady Hua challenges him, telling him to see for himself if he doesn't believe her. Protagonist glances up, a curious escaping his lips. As protagonist scrolls through his phone, his expression hardens into a cold fury, declaring that these bastards have a death wish. Protagonist immediately makes a call to Wenlong, requesting assistance to handle a pressing matter. The unspoken reply is clear, "Say the word." The scene shifts to an imposing building, a hotel, standing tall under a clear sky. Inside a lavish bedroom, a woman playfully asks young Feng what has him so delighted. Young Feng, shirtless and beaming, replies that it's good news, making him feel utterly refreshed. He continues, declaring they should celebrate that bitch losing control of the company soon, then commands the woman to lie down. Suddenly, a loud kick shatters the door, sending young Feng reeling back in shock as he demands to know who dares to interrupt. Standing in the now broken doorway are three imposing figures. The central man, covered in tattoos and wearing a tank top, exudes an aura of raw power, flanked by two men in dark suits. Young Feng's face pales in terror as he recognizes the tattooed man, stammering out a shocked "So it's boss one. What are you?" Wenlong curtly orders young Feng to dress himself, stating that someone important wants to see him. Young Feng, still bewildered, questions who would make such a scene just to meet him. Wenlong's patience snaps, his voice booming as he reiterates his command for young Feng to get dressed, demanding an end to his nonsensical questions. Just then, protagonist steps into the room, impeccably dressed in a suit, flanked by Wenlong and another man. He calmly announces, "We caught him." Young Feng, now dressed, points a trembling finger at protagonist, his voice laced with venom. "You bastard, aren't you supposed to be delivering food? What are you doing here?" Young Feng, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continues his furious rant, demanding answers from the unperturbed protagonist. With a deliberate motion, a hand reaches out and grasps a heavy vase, a silent prelude to impending action. The deliberate motion culminates in a brutal strike as protagonist smashes the heavy vase, shattering it against the head of his target. His eyes glow with a fierce, crimson light. Young Feng reels back, clutching his bleeding face. He shouts in disbelief, demanding to know if protagonist has a death wish, daring to strike him. Before young Feng can even finish his tirade, another powerful slap connects, sending blood flying from his mouth and his head snapping to the side. Protagonist stands tall, his hands still raised from the strike, as young Feng lies defeated on the floor, blood staining his face. Young Feng struggles to sit up, his face a swollen, bruised mess, blood still trickling from his wounds as he desperately clutches his collar. Protagonist seizes young Feng by the collar, pulling him close and demanding to know why he treats his sister, Su Qi, with such contempt. Young Feng, defiant even in defeat, spits back that she doesn't deserve to be his sister. Protagonist's eyes blaze with a furious red glow, his fist clenches, and a dark aura emanates from him as he roars, questioning how young Feng, a heartless thing, could call himself a human. Protagonist delivers a final, devastating punch, sending young Feng sprawling back onto the floor, completely incapacitated. Young Feng, on his knees, desperately pleads with Elder Chan, offering to pay double whatever Boss Wan paid him if Elder Chan would help him eliminate Protagonist. Elder Chun delivers a brutal kick to Young Feng's face, splattering blood as he furiously chastises him for disrespecting Brother Han, Protagonist, with such audacious demands. Elder Chun turns to Protagonist, asking how they should deal with Young Feng. Protagonist calmly instructs them to force Young Feng to contact all unscrupulous media outlets, demanding they immediately delete the false news and clarify the true cause and effect of the situation. Elder Chun grips Young Feng's head, forcing him to comply, sternly ordering him to obey Protagonist's commands without question. The broken spirit and bruised face, Young Feng weakly begs Elder Chun, still referring to him as Boss Wan, to help him kill the delivery guy. Elder Chun delivers another forceful blow, silencing Young Feng's pleas and warning him not to utter such nonsense again. Young Feng finally breaks, raising his hands in surrender, pleading for the beating to stop. He promises to immediately contact the media outlets and ensure they clarify the situation. Elder Chun crouches down, a smirk playing on his lips, and taunts Young Feng, asking if the ordeal wouldn't have been over sooner had he been obedient from the very beginning. Scene shifts to an imposing skyscraper, the headquarters of a powerful corporation, standing tall against the clear blue sky. In a lavish office, President Lee informs Lady Hua that the media is demanding an exorbitant 80 million for the news to be deleted. Lady Hua, shocked by the outrageous sum, retorts that they might as well just rob a bank. The Su family patriarch and another man storm into the office, the younger man angrily confronting Lady Hua, accusing her of disgracing the entire Su family with her actions. Lady Hua, her expression resolute, denies the accusations, stating that the claims are untrue. The younger man continues his tirade, sarcastically commending Lady Hua for being a homewrecker. The Su family patriarch then interjects, announcing that he has already summoned President Lee, who will arrive shortly. From above, Lady Hua defiantly declares that she knows her own character and believes she is being framed. Below, the Su family patriarch, brandishing his cane, dismisses her protests, asserting that the matter must be resolved immediately, by any means necessary. The younger man reveals his true intentions, offering a solution to suppress the scandal, but only if Lady Hua relinquishes her power in the company. Lady Hua, seeing through his scheme, retorts that this has been his goal all along. The younger man, towering over Lady Hua, angrily claims that the project should have been their responsibility, dismissing her success as mere luck. He warns her to look out for herself now that the situation has escalated. Lady Hua, with a confident smile, firmly rejects the demand to hand over power, declaring her innocence and asserting that the truth will ultimately prevail. The sharp thud of a cane striking the polished floor echoes through the tense room. The Su family patriarch, his expression stern, warns Lady Hua that she is too young and questions if President Lee would entrust such a project to someone with corrupt morals. He then declares that, for the sake of the Su family, she must relinquish her power, regardless of her wishes. The door opens, and President Lee steps confidently into the office, addressing Lady Hua as President Su. Younger man acknowledges the arrival of President Lee, expressing relief that she has finally arrived. President Liu, it's a misfortune for our family. I'm truly sorry that such a scandal has happened in the Su family. President Liu, I will find a way to quickly resolve those negative news reports. How are you going to resolve it? Where are you going to get tens of millions? Hurry up and hand over the project, Su Qi. Even if I have to borrow money, I'll plug this hole first. President Su, those negative news reports in the media have already been resolved. Resolved? How is that possible? What's going on? Who did it? Those news reports, they're all gone? President Liu, no matter what, this is Su Qi's problem. I think handing such a big project to Su Qi is really ill-considered. No need to say more. My boss gave the project to your Su family because of President Su. The rest of you should stop your wishful thinking. President Liu, please. Enough, I have other matters to attend to. I'm leaving. President Liu, wait a moment. President Liu, no matter what, this is Su Qi's problem. I think handing such a big project to Su Qi is really ill-considered. No need to say more. My boss gave the project to your Su family because of President Su. The rest of you should stop your wishful thinking. President Liu, please. Enough, I have other matters to attend to. I'm leaving. President Liu, wait a moment. The protagonist stands confidently, a glass of wine in hand, with a powerful blue dragon aura swirling behind him against a cityscape backdrop. Is there something else, President Su? Can I meet your boss? I can't make that decision. I can't quite gauge the boss's personality. Alright. If there's anything else, I'll be going. Goodbye, President Su. Take care, President Liu. Suchi, don't be too smug. Just you wait. Sigh, the Su family business is going to be ruined in your hands. Who actually destroyed the Su family in your own hearts? Who on earth resolved this matter? Deliverman fired by company after rumor of scandal with wealthy heiress. A sign for a delivery center is shown. A deliverman on a red motorcycle speeds past a building with a delivery center sign. Fatty, lend me your power bank. My phone is out of battery. Brother Han, don't you know something happened? You're on the news. I can't be bothered with that boring gossip. Brother Han, you've been fired. Stop talking nonsense. Who dares to fire me? Station manager. Wang Han informs the station manager that he's being fired due to a female boss's negative influence on the company. The station manager protests, calling the news fake and asking if the media hadn't clarified it. Wang Han explains he's just a small branch manager and can't influence company decisions, but offers to introduce the station manager to his cousin at a security company. Wang Han offers advice, stating it's normal for men to like women, especially rich ones. The station manager counters that a man must rely on himself and can't live off women forever. Wang Han agrees not to say more and gives the station manager a card with his cousin's number, telling him to mention his name. The station manager thanks him. Two other men in yellow uniforms join the conversation. One remarks that being a security guard isn't bad and he's tired of being a delivery guy. The other tells the station manager to stop bragging when he gets the new job. The station manager accepts the offer and thanks his brothers, telling them to hurry up and smoke. Meanwhile, someone asks if Wang Han is present. Patty reacts with surprise when asked about Wang Han. The Su family young lady appears, addressing someone as Brother Wang and expressing her joy that he is here. Someone asks Teacher Xia why she has come. The Su family young lady, Wang Han, and his two colleagues stand together. She seems to be looking for Wang Han. The Su family young lady explains that she called but his phone was off. After asking a friend, she found out he was at this station and decided to come. Wang Han and his colleagues look surprised, asking if she was looking for him for something. The Su family young lady hesitantly reveals her father wants to meet Wang Han and suggests they go somewhere more private. Wang Han readily agrees, stating he was just about to leave anyway. The young lady replies with a simple okay. Two men in yellow uniforms observe from a distance, commenting that the Su family young lady is definitely looking for Brother Wang to be the father. The other agrees, very likely. The station manager kicks Fatty, ordering him to go do his work and that he can't envy Wang Han. He tells them to hurry up and get to work, to which Fatty replies, yes, station manager. A black luxury car abruptly brakes as two men on motorcycles stop nearby. The two men on the motorcycle notice the luxury car, wondering why there are so many luxury cars recently. A striking woman with long auburn hair and sunglasses approaches, asking if Wang Han is present. Two men are stunned by the woman's beauty, with one asking who she is to Brother Han. The woman confidently states she is his wife and is looking for him to come home. The two men are shocked, exclaiming, "What? Another wife?" and declaring Brother Han is too awesome. One of the men on the motorcycle points, informing the woman that Brother Han just drove off that way with someone. The woman reacts with annoyance, calling him a bastard and noting that he runs pretty fast. Wang Han and the Su family young lady are on a motorcycle, heading towards a destination. She instructs him to turn left ahead, as they are almost there. They arrive at the White Tiger Martial Arts Hall. Wang Han comments on its size, while the Su family young lady states, "This is it." As they walk towards the entrance, the Su family young lady tells Wang Han her father is upstairs. He simply replies, "Okay." Man walks across the courtyard, his back to the camera. Kong Hongxia, a disciple of the White Tiger Martial Arts Hall, questions Wei about her sudden visit. "Senior Brother Kong, I specially brought Brother Wang over to see my father." "Oh, a new apprentice?" "No, this is the new martial arts instructor my father invited." "Wei, you're joking with me, right? With this small frame, he couldn't even withstand one of my slaps on a full stomach, and he's here to be an instructor? Is Master okay?" "Senior Brother Kong, watch your attitude when you speak. I'm done talking, I'm gonna find my father. Master is currently discussing matters with a distinguished guest. It's not convenient for him to see anyone." "Wei, didn't you want to go to a concert? I asked a friend to buy 2 tickets. Let's go watch it this weekend." "No need. I already have plans with Brother Wang this weekend." "Senior Brother Kong, please make way." "Brother Wang, let's go upstairs." "Okay." A tender moment as their hands intertwine. "Little bastard, stealing my woman. See if I don't tear you apart." This panel is an advertisement for Madara Scans, showcasing their Discord server and how to stay updated on their favorite series. This panel is an advertisement for Madara Scans, featuring their logo and a statement that the chapter was brought to you by the Madara team. A quote from Madara Uchiha: "True power lies in unity. Alone, we fall; together, we become unstoppable." Below, the protagonist stands confidently with a glass of wine, a blue dragon aura swirling behind him. The title of the series is displayed, Urban Hidden Dragon. A close-up of a sign with Chinese characters, possibly indicating a location or establishment name. Weining announces to her father, "Dad, Brother Wang is here." The Su family patriarch, identified as Master Xia, chides Weining, "You silly girl, you invited a distinguished guest. Why didn't you tell me so I could go downstairs to welcome him?" Master Xia greets Brother Wang. "Master Xia, you are too polite. Brother Wang, come, sit." A firm handshake between Brother Wang and Master Xia, with an aura of power emanating from their clasped hands. Master Xia exclaims, "Haha, not bad. Brother Wang Han has impressive internal force." Brother Wang replies humbly, "You flatter me. Old Lu, this is the young brother I told you about, the one who saved Weining last time. Young and promising. My name is Lu Yongping, you can just call me Old Lu. Hello. Brother Wang, I'm a straightforward person. I invited you here because I want you to be a martial arts instructor. If you work here for a full year, I'll give you 5% of the martial arts hall's shares." "Dad, Brother Wang doesn't lack money." "I do lack money. I just lost my job, and I have a child to take care of." "Haha, Brother Wang Han is a man of frank words. 50,000 a month. How about it?" "Deal. I accept." "Congratulations, Old Xia. You've gained another fine instructor." "Ha ha ha. Alright, I'll take you to get familiar with the environment." "Sure, I've been wanting to see it myself." A serene sky with clouds, birds, and a faint circular pattern. "Everyone, come over here for a moment. The person standing next to me is the new martial arts instructor I've invited to our hall." Wang Han say a few words. "Hello everyone, my name is Wang Han. I'm new here, so please look after me. If you have any questions about martial arts techniques, we can discuss them together." The new martial arts instructor's physique doesn't look like much. Is he even any good? "Let me ask Master Wang, what style of fist do you study?" "I know a little bit of all styles." "Oh, what kinds of styles?" "Ha ha ha, why don't you teach me?" Great Flood Fist, Formintent Fist, Tai Chi, Eight Extremities Fist, Mantis Fist, Monk Fist, Wing Chun, Tong Bei Fist, and so on. I've studied a bit of them all. Would it kill you not to brag? With so many styles, do you understand what it means to bite off more than you can chew? I have a big appetite and good teeth. There's nothing I can't chew. All talk and no action. Why don't you spar with me first?" Exactly. How could one person know so many styles? I think he's mostly just all show and no go. "Kong Hongzhe, what are you doing?" "Brother Wang just arrived today. You'll be colleagues from now on. Is it necessary to target him like this?" "What are you saying? He came to our White Tiger Martial Arts Hall to teach students. He can't be a soft-footed shrimp, right? Am I right?" "That's right. Senior Brother Kong. Exchange a few moves with him. Let's see what he's made of." "Wang Han, how about you show everyone a move or two?" "Sure, I have no problem with that." "Master Wang, I strike hard, but don't worry, I definitely won't kill you." "What a coincidence. I strike hard too." "Since it's come to this, why don't we add a little wager, Master Wang?" "What wager?" "If I win, I'm taking Weining to the concert this weekend. Do you dare?" "That depends on whether Teacher Xia agrees or not." "Then what if you lose?" "Haha, me? Lose? If I lose, you can make any demand you want." "Fine. If you lose, hand over the concert tickets. I'll go with Brother Wang. No problem." "Master, what should we do if I beat this instructor into a serious injury?" "You brat, you're just too arrogant. You two stop before it gets serious." "Come on, everyone make way. Let's take a good look at Master Wang's skills." "Hurry, hurry, everyone make way. Make some room." "Master Wang, I won't show any mercy. It's fine." "Master Kong, feel free to strike." "Heh, you sure talk big. Let's see how much you're actually worth." "Ah, ah, aw, aw. Cough, cough. Brother Wang, you're so amazing. He only used 30% of his strength just now. Otherwise, your disciple would probably be in the hospital." "That bastard. H. Brother Wang, look out." Protagonist takes down Fatty with a brutal throw. Lady Hua and Su family patriarch react with shock as Fatty is thrown. Meanwhile, protagonist smirks. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. If you don't even understand this principle, what kind of instructor are you? Fatty's father exclaims, "Dad, look at him. He's too much." While Su family patriarch remarks, "Old Xia, this good disciple of yours has no martial virtue." Protagonist looms over his downed opponent, declaring, "Winner takes all." Protagonist lands a devastating kick, sending Fatty flying. Eat my dust. The impact creates a powerful shockwave. Protagonist prepares another strike as Fatty, recovering, asks in disbelief, "What?" Protagonist sneers, "Is all you can do?" Protagonist lunges forward, asking, "Just dodging." This panel is an advertisement for Madara scans. This panel is an advertisement for Madara scans. This panel features a quote from Madara Uchiha and an image of the protagonist. Protagonist dodges Fatty's slow punch, remarking, "Your punches are too slow." Fatty declares, "Since you asked for it, I'll teach you a lesson today. In the world of Kung Fu, nothing is unbreakable. Only speed is undefeated." He adds, "To win by momentum ensures ruin when momentum fades. To win by force ensures death when strength is exhausted." The two fighters face off, ready for the next exchange. Fatty, enraged, leaps into the air, shouting, "Cut the crap. Beat me first, then talk." Protagonist expertly dodges multiple attacks from Fatty, who yells, "Arg, I don't believe you can keep dodging forever." Protagonist counters, mocking, "Still too slow. Is this all the skill you have?" Fatty, pushed to his limit, declares, "I've practiced martial arts for 15 years. You think you're worthy to act big in front of me? I want your life." Su family patriarch and Su family patriarch react with alarm. Elbow to the heart. "Old Xia, is this disciple of yours trying to kill him?" Su family patriarch asks, "What?" Lady Hua calls out in concern, "Brother Wang." Protagonist continues his assault, reminding Fatty, "I told you, you are too slow." Fatty is overwhelmed, his expression a mix of shock and pain. Fatty is knocked out cold, a trickle of blood from his nose. Onlookers react in disbelief. "What? Just one kick and he flipped senior brother? Look, senior brother passed out." Lady Hua declares, "All right, he won." Lady Hua congratulates protagonist, "Brother Wang, you're so amazing." Su family patriarch muses, "With that kind of strength, he's at least a minor grandmaster." Su family patriarch replies, "I've practiced martial arts for half my life and I'm only a minor grandmaster. He's only in his 20s. Protagonist apologizes to Master Xia. "Master Xia, I'm terribly sorry. I couldn't hold back and ended up hurting your disciple." Master Xia laughs, "Haha, that kid got what he deserved. I can't blame you. But your moves were extraordinary. Where did you learn?" One of the disciples lies defeated on the ground. His comrades rush to his side, one calling for someone to carry him upstairs, while another warns against touching him to avoid further injury and demands an ambulance be called immediately. Protagonist checks his phone, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Oh, she actually messaged me." A woman's voice chimes in, "Wang Han, can't you be a little practical?" Protagonist, holding his phone, retorts, "You still don't trust me?" Protagonist shows a document with 50,000 written on it. The woman's profile picture appears with a thought bubble, followed by, "Good." Protagonist stands by his motorcycle, holding a document. He muses, "HM, a very important person." The woman asks, "Is that important?" Protagonist replies, "Of course. If you go out looking for men, won't I be the one wearing the green hat?" She retorts, "Put away your dirty thoughts. The person I'm meeting today is the big shot who gave me the project. I'm thanking him in person." She then declares, "All right, enough talk. I'm going." Protagonist, leaning on his motorcycle, asks, "The person who gave you the project, isn't that me?" He then thinks, "That silly woman." Protagonist expresses concern. "She isn't getting scammed, is she?" Protagonist, now on his motorcycle and speeding through the city, calls out, "Help me check where Su Chi is right now." A small profile picture of the woman responds with a distressed expression and a thought bubble. "No." On the phone, protagonist urgently says, "I'm not joking with you. Hurry up." He then pauses, "Wait a sec." A woman is seen relaxing on a couch, looking at a laptop. A bottle of wine and a glass are on the table. She states, "Your little wifey is currently drinking with another man." A voice warns, "Oh my, this guy isn't a good egg. He spiked your little wifey's drink." A woman, now dressed in a business suit, sits with her laptop, a smirk on her face. Protagonist reacts with fury, phone in hand, shouting, "That bastard." Protagonist speeds through the city on his red motorcycle, his expression grim. He declares, "I'm definitely going to kill you." The camera pans across the cityscape as protagonist races through the streets. A grand hotel looms ahead. A sinister laugh echoes from its entrance. Woman lies unconscious on a bed, dressed in a light blue suit. Her high heel lies discarded nearby. A man in a blue suit stands over the unconscious woman. "Since you wouldn't drink the wine, I added something to the water this time." The man grins menacingly, his hands clasped. "You can't escape my grasp." He holds up his phone, smirking. "High and mighty, but today you're lying in my bed all the same. I'll film a video to blackmail you later. Ha ha ha. If that delivery guy sees it, he'll die of anger." The man, holding his phone, chuckles, ha ha ha, the show is about to start. Suddenly, protagonist kicks down the door with immense force. Protagonist stands in the doorway, facing the man in the blue suit and the unconscious woman on the bed. He demands, "Who is it? Can't you see the Do Not Disturb sign on the door?" The man in the blue suit is shocked as protagonist grabs him by the hair. Protagonist yells, "You bastard, you, how did?" Protagonist unleashes a powerful kick, sending the man in the blue suit flying. The man cries out, "What do you want to do?" Fueled by rage, protagonist declares, "I'll kill you." Protagonist lands a devastating blow, the impact sending shockwaves through the room. The man in the blue suit clutches his head in disbelief and pain, exclaiming, "Holy shit!" Protagonist stands tall, fist raised, while the man attempts a desperate counterattack. Protagonist lands a brutal punch to his opponent's back, sending him reeling. The man, reeling from the impact, is propelled forward. The protagonist stands over the downed man, who pleads, "My grandfather is Lin Qingyun. Stop hitting me, I'll give you money. Let's just let today's matter pass." The protagonist raises his foot for another strike. This is an advertisement panel. This is an advertisement panel. The protagonist stands with a glass of wine, a dragon aura swirling behind him. Above, a quote reads, "True power lies in unity. Alone we fall, together we become unstoppable." Protagonist's foot descends, striking the man in the face. The man cries out, "You dare hit me? Believe it or not, I'll kill your whole family." The protagonist stands over the defeated man, his foot pressing down. The man pleads, Don't. I'll give you however much you want. I didn't touch Su Rue, right? You're short on cash delivering food, right? 1 million. How about 1 million? The man cries out in pain, "Ah, hurts. A woman in a light dress sits on a bed, looking flushed and saying, "Hot, so hot." The protagonist looks down, his expression stern, as the man beneath him cries, "You animal." The scene shifts to a wider view of the room. The protagonist is with the woman on the bed, while the man is on the floor. A sound effect, gulp gulp, is heard. Man, still on the floor, calls someone, "Grandpa, save me. Someone's trying to kill me." The man's face contorts in fear as a large shadow looms behind him. The protagonist delivers a swift kick to the man's face. The protagonist sits calmly in one hotel room, while the man lies defeated on the floor of another. An older man in a suit, leaning on a cane, enters the room. He addresses the protagonist, "Young master, I'm here." The protagonist, smoking a cigarette, asks, "Your grandson?" The Su family patriarch bows apologetically, "Young master, I apologize. It was my lack of discipline." Below, the man on the floor cries, "Grandpa, you're finally here. It's him. He wants to kill me. Get someone to kill him, quick." The man looks up in terror, calling out, "Grandpa, did you come alone?" The Su family patriarch, enraged, raises a cane to strike the man, yelling, "You animal, are you trying to get me killed?" The man cries, "Ouch, Grandpa, why are you hitting me? This delivery guy." The Su family patriarch delivers a powerful blow to the man's face. "You animal, shut your mouth." The Su family patriarch asks the protagonist, "Young master, how we deal with this animal is up to you." The Su family patriarch stands stoically, while the man lies defeated on the floor. The man looks up in disbelief and fear, stammering, "Why, young master?" Protagonist, smoking, addresses the Su family patriarch, "Old Lin, you know the rules of the sect." The Su family patriarch replies, "I know. Those who defile women are punished with castration." He then adds, "Do it yourself." The Su family patriarch, enraged, shouts at the man on the floor, "You animal, you've completely disgraced the Lin family." The Su family patriarch, enraged, shouts at the man on the floor, "You animal, you've completely disgraced the Lin family." The man on the floor screams in agony as the cane strikes him. Lady Hua, sitting on a bed, groans, her head spinning. "Who is screaming? Ugh, my head's spinning. Why am I here?" Another woman, dressed in pink, rushes in. "Nan, you scared me to death. I asked my grandpa today. That dog Lin Jingpeng doesn't even know the person you wanted to meet. Where is that dog Lin Jingpeng?" First woman asks, "That dog didn't do anything to you, did he?" The second woman replies, "I can't remember clearly. I just remember someone rushing in and beating up Lin Jingpeng." The woman in pink reassures her, "As long as you're okay. Come on, let's get out of here first." Lady Hua softly agrees, okay." The woman in pink notices something on the bed. "Huh? What's that?" Lady Hua picks up a bead with a dragon emblem. "This bead, it looks familiar." The woman in pink asks, "Is it something your guy left behind?" "Yeah, probably," Lady Hua replies, examining the bead. The woman in pink says, "Shuefu, come with me to check who saved me." "Okay, I'm definitely going to settle the score with that dog Lin Jingpeng later." The protagonist stands in a doorway, having seemingly just arrived. Just left like that, probably scared out of her wits. He muses, gotta hurry and handle the old man's business, otherwise he might flip out. Suddenly, the protagonist looks alarmed. Where's my bead? Did I drop it while sparring at the martial arts hall? It'll be trouble if that's lost. The scene shifts to a bright blue sky with fluffy clouds. An elderly man asks, Lele, what happened? How did you get beaten like this by that delivery guy? The man addressed as Lele, young Fong, with bruises on his face, explains, Grandpa, that Kid Wang Han isn't just a simple delivery guy. He actually has ties to the Black Dragon Society. Another man, with a mustache and a confident smirk, dismisses the threat. The Black Dragon Society is nothing special. The man with the mustache asks young Fong, young Master Qin, have you thought of a way? If Su Qi dies, wouldn't the power fall back into your hands? Young Fong looks thoughtful, perhaps considering the proposition. Young Master Qin, you mean? Man with the mustache declares, anyone who blocks the Qin family's path must die. He then adds, she comes home at 8:30 p.m. sharp every night. Just get someone to kill her then. Young Fong interjects, no, we have to kill that delivery guy too. The man with the mustache grimaces, agreeing that's right, the sooner the better. Young Fong, still nursing his bruises, exclaims, yes, today. I can't wait until tomorrow. I'll find someone to do it right now. The protagonist and Su family young lady walk towards a modern building. Inside, the protagonist tells a young girl, Gua, do your homework first. I'll make dinner. The girl replies, okay. Lady Hua calls out to the girl, come here, Gua. Godmom will help you with your homework. The protagonist checks his phone, thinking, I wonder if Su Qi has eaten yet. She must have been terrified today. A message on the phone reads, I made your favorite dishes. Shall I bring them over? The reply is, no need. I'm coming home to eat. The protagonist looks at his phone again. Looks like she's not in the mood to eat. Who is it now? On the phone, Wang Han speaks to the protagonist. Brother-in-law, it's Su Lu. I've been thinking, I was wrong about what happened today. I want to invite you home for dinner tonight. Since you guys are married, we're family. We should clear up any unpleasantness. The protagonist replies, sure. What time tonight? Wang Han asks, can you make it before 8:30? Young Fong on another call says, alright brother-in-law, see you tonight. Young Fong on another call says, alright brother-in-law, see you tonight. A powerful dragon looms behind the protagonist, who calmly sips his wine. The city skyline glows in the distance. Watch out! The protagonist reacts as a figure in a police uniform lunges forward. The officer, now on the offensive, shouts, you dare assault an officer. The officer takes down a bald man, who cries out in pain, "Ah!" The protagonist watches the scene unfold, a hint of surprise in his eyes. So fierce. The officer, now with a suspect pinned, radios for backup. Shinshin Hotel. Sends someone over. 2 suspects secured. The protagonist, standing behind her, questions, 2? The protagonist, now free from the struggle, points at himself with a smile. Officer, I was helping you catch the bad guys just now. I'm a model citizen of Jiangning City. The officer scoffs. Ha! Everyone who comes to this place claims to be a model citizen. Good thing I brought an extra pair of cuffs. Put your hands out. Protagonist, now cuffed, protests, officer, are you serious? The officer retorts, cut the crap. Come back to the station with me first. As the officer struggles with the handcuffs, the protagonist insists, officer, it's really a misunderstanding. I don't know if it's a misunderstanding or not. I just know the police station won't wrong a good person. The night sky, illuminated by a crescent moon and stars, sets a quiet, somber mood. The police station stands under the night sky, its windows glowing with artificial light. Handcuffed, the protagonist calmly states, officer, I want some water. The officer, exasperated, retorts, water? You think the police station is your house? The protagonist lets out a soft, Inside the station, a senior officer congratulates the female officer, Little Yang, you did a great job on this case today. Another officer adds, we've been looking for these 2 drug dealers for a long time. I didn't expect you to catch them all by yourself. The female officer, Little Yang, replies, you flatter me. When I got there, one was already caught and the other was injured. I just got lucky. Chief Zhang asks, oh, do we know who did it? Little Yang replies, no. There was too much traffic, I didn't see clearly. The protagonist interrupts, report, officer. It was me. My motorcycle is still parked there. Little Yang silences him. Shut up. Chief Zhang looks at Little Yang, asking, Little Yang, who is this? Little Yang smiles, just a John the First arrested while I was at it. The protagonist protests, hey you, I really went there to catch bad guys. A different officer addresses Little Yang and the protagonist, if you don't believe me, we can check the surveillance cameras. Little Yang dismisses them, stop making excuses. We won't wrong you. Meanwhile, another officer tells Chief Zhang, Sister Yang, we found him. We found the person who caught the criminals. The officer shows Chief Zhang a photo, exclaiming, "Look, it really is this Wang Han." Chief Zhang, looking at the photo, asks Little Zhang, "Are you sure there's no mistake?" Little Zhang confirms, "The system doesn't make mistakes. It's definitely him." He then instructs, "Hurry up and uncuff him." The handcuffs are removed from the protagonist's wrists. The protagonist, now free, looks at Little Yang and says, "It really was you. I told you earlier, all boobs, no brains." Little Yang blushes, taken aback, demanding, "What did you say?" The protagonist, checking his phone, rushes out, exclaiming, "Crap, I'm gonna be late." The protagonist, checking his phone, rushes out, exclaiming, "Crap, I'm gonna be late." 3 police officers approach, one of them calling out, "You, Wang." Inside a taxi, the protagonist urges the driver, "Driver, can you go any faster? I'm in a hurry." The taxi driver responds, can't do. This is downtown. Safety first." The protagonist, holding out a wad of cash, asks, 1,000. "Driver, faster?" The driver slams on the gas pedal, the taxi accelerating rapidly. As the car speeds through the city, the driver shouts, "Hang on, brother, my family runs a tofu shop." Suddenly, the scene is engulfed in a massive explosion and fire. A building is ablaze, with firefighters struggling to contain the inferno. A woman among the onlookers exclaims, "How did a fire start so suddenly? And it's huge." A distraught woman clutches another, asking, "Ma'am, is there anyone inside the house?" The protagonist overhears the conversation, his eyes widening as he hears, "Oh, the eldest Su daughter is definitely inside." His gaze intensifies as someone confirms, "Su Chi." The protagonist turns to a firefighter, asking, "Ma'am, are you saying Su Chi is still in the villa?" Before anyone can answer, the protagonist, hearing that Su Chi is inside, sheds his jacket and charges into the burning building, exclaiming, "I'm going in to check." A woman's voice wonders aloud, that prodigal woman, she didn't set the kitchen on fire, did she? A firefighter yells after the protagonist, "Young man, the fire is too big, don't be rash. Hey, come back, you're not wearing protective gear." Emergency services are overwhelmed. A woman clasps her hands in prayer, pleading, requesting backup. "Oh my, what sins have I committed? Bodhisattva, protect us. Bodhisattva, protect us." Another woman, noticing the commotion, asks, "Huh? Why is there a fire?" The first woman, realizing something, gasps, "Su, you?" She continues, "You're not home? I thought, oh no, then that young man just now." Lady Hua, looking concerned, asks, "What young man? Is there someone still in the villa?" The woman explains, "Yes, a tall young man. As soon as he heard you were inside, he took off his jacket and rushed in." Lady Hua cries out, "Wang Han," as she's held back by firefighters, who warn, "Ma'am, it's too dangerous. You can't go in. The house could collapse at any moment." Lady Hua continues to cry out, "Wang Han, with a fire this big, even his bones must have melted by now. Amiba." Firefighter offers condolences. "Miss Su, my condolences." A mysterious figure with long black hair and red eyes stands stoically amidst the chaos. This chapter was brought to you by Madara Team. We provide high-quality scans with no ads or paywalls, but we need your support to continue. Read only on our site, madarascans.com. Join our Discord, discord.gg/pwpscyf88y. True power lies in unity. Alone we fall, together we become unstoppable. Madara Uchiha. Lady Hua, looking concerned, asks, "What young man? Is there someone still in the villa?" Lady Hua cries out, "Wang Han," as she's held back by firefighters, who warn, "Ma'am, it's too dangerous. You can't go in. The house could collapse at any moment." Lady Hua receives condolences, her grief palpable. Lady Hua cries out, "Wang Han," as she's held back by firefighters, who warn, "Ma'am, it's too dangerous. You can't go in. The house could collapse at any moment." Protagonist stands composed, a glass of wine in hand, a fearsome blue dragon aura swirling behind him. The title card slams into view, Metropolis Hidden Dragon. Flames erupt violently, engulfing the scene in chaos and smoke. Firefighters desperately battle the blaze, spraying water as Lady Hua cries out, "Wang Han, how could you leave me like this?" Amidst the inferno, a silhouette moves with impossible speed, dodging the flames. The protagonist emerges from the flames, his clothes tattered. Firefighters rush towards him, shouting, "Quick, over here, help him put out the fire." The protagonist, singed but standing, reacts to the intense heat. "FSK, that burned like hell." Lady Hua spots the protagonist and cries out, "Wang Han." Lady Hua rushes to the protagonist, embracing him tightly. "Wang Han, are you stupid? Do you have a death wish?" Tears stream down Lady Hua's face as she clings to the protagonist. "If you died, what would the child and I do?" The protagonist reassures her with a smile, his face bruised but his eyes gentle. "I'm fine. Look, I'm perfectly okay." Lady Hua confronts the protagonist, her expression a mix of fear and anger. You scared me to death. What if you couldn't get out? Is it worth dying just like that? The protagonist playfully dismisses her concerns. Is there even a question of worth it when saving my own wife and child? He winces as she hits him. Ouch, stop hitting me. Lady Hua checks the protagonist for injuries, while a concerned woman asks, young man, you'd better go to the hospital and get checked. The protagonist insists, I'm not hurt. No need for the hospital. From a distance, the protagonist, Lady Hua, and others watch the house burn as firefighters continue their efforts. How did a fire start out of nowhere? Protagonist narrows his eyes, a grim suspicion forming. It must be Su Li's doing. Lady Hua gently drapes a shawl over the protagonist's shoulders. Let's not stand here. I'll take you home first. He agrees. Okay. A sleek red sports car speeds down the street at dusk. Seated at a table, the protagonist and Lady Hua share a meal. Lady Hua asks, did Su Liuto invite you to dinner tonight? The protagonist replies, yeah, but I ran into some trouble on the way and got delayed. To think they'd actually do something like this. Lady Hua looks at her phone, her expression hardening. I installed surveillance cameras at home. The video is saved on my phone. If it really was him, I'll send him to prison. Surveillance footage shows Su Lu and his men entering a building. Lady Hua's voiceover declares, it really was Sule. I'll make him pay. The protagonist urges Lady Hua to eat. Alright, kids eat first. We'll settle the score with them tomorrow. Lady Hua, her gaze sharp and determined, declares, I will never forgive them. A bird's eye view shows a red motorcycle parked near a building. The protagonist on his motorcycle narrowly avoids hitting a red car. The driver of the car exclaims, holy shit, do you know how to park? Are you trying to hit someone? Driver, a young man, sheepishly apologizes. Sorry, I just got my license and I'm not very good yet. Could I trouble you to help me? A woman, revealed to be Officer Yang, reacts with surprise and annoyance. Why is it you? A woman, revealed to be Officer Yang, reacts with surprise and annoyance. Why is it you? She explains she's an apprentice who attends classes weekly, questioning why she hasn't seen him before. He casually replies that he only started yesterday. Two students greet the protagonist, calling him Master Wang. He responds with a polite good morning. Officer Yang confronts the protagonist, asking if he's a martial arts instructor. He retorts, asking if there's a problem. He angrily questions how he could claim to be an instructor when he can't even beat her. Officer Yang demands a fight, stating she doesn't believe he's an instructor and wants to test him. The protagonist asks what she's doing. She threatens to gouge his eyes out if he looks at her again. He calmly states he never fights women. Officer Yang lunges forward, clearly not accepting his refusal to fight. He proposes a deal. He'll give her a handicap using only one hand. If she loses, she has to run naked in front of him. She asks if they really have to fight. Officer Yang launches a fierce kick, calling him a pervert and a loser who dares to act tough. He effortlessly blocks her kick with his own, questioning if that's all the strength she has. Their kicks clash in a powerful stalemate. Officer Yang, frustrated, prepares for another assault. He unleashes a rapid series of kicks. He easily evades her flurry of attacks. Officer Yang, still defiant, asks if that's all the skill he has and accuses him of using family connections to become a police officer. She unleashes another powerful kick. The protagonist easily dodges her attack, sending her flying. He warns her not to get cocky, as he's about to fight back seriously. Officer Yang, undeterred, lunges forward again, shouting, "Take this." The protagonist catches her by the neck, stopping her advance. She struggles to break free from his grip. Their hands lock in a struggle. The protagonist pulls her close, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. She calls him a pervert and tries to pull away. He holds her firmly, ignoring her pleas to let go. Officer Yang is visibly flustered as the protagonist maintains his hold. This is a promotional banner for Madara scans. This is a promotional banner for Madara scans. It's just running naked, right? I'll strip. Ha, you're serious? I was joking. Don't take it seriously. How can this be? A martial artist must accept their losses and keep their word. No, I was really joking. Look all you want. Amiba, I'm a married man. Amiba, I didn't see anything. I'm a married man. I have things to do. Are you going up first? Humph, little punk. With that little courage, you want to fight me? A powerful blue dragon aura emanates from the protagonist, signifying immense power. The title of the series, Urban Hidden Dragon, is displayed with a dramatic flair. Meaning, you played so well, you could go perform in Vienna. The protagonist and Su family young lady are by a grand piano. Can you even understand classical music? Just shouting bravo blindly. I didn't expect Teacher Xia's piano level to be so high. Brother Wang, you're here. Can you understand what Wei is playing? Teacher Xia was playing Melody of the Night, right? This piece is very nice. Wow, Brother Wang, you like this piece too? It's my favorite piece. Haha, it's okay, but I prefer Country Love Concerto. Brother Wang, can you play piano? Do you want to play a bit? A little. Him, with those clumsy hands and feet, how could he possibly play piano? Brother Wang, ignore him. Come play a song. Alright, then I'll play Melody of the Night again. Musical notes swirl around the protagonist as he plays the piano with closed eyes, lost in the melody. Sounds so good. This kid actually knows how to play. The protagonist's hands gracefully dance across the piano keys. Brother Wang, you played too well. Many of the techniques you used, I never even thought of. Teacher Xia, you flatter me. You played quite well too. Just correct the small flaws in the middle section and it'll be great. You just know how to play a few notes and now you're instructing Wei. Wei was Melody of the Night just now played by you? I didn't expect your skills to have improved so much. Teacher Ren is here to give Wei a piano lesson. Master Wang, if there's nothing else, you can go. You guys have your lesson. I'll head out. Teacher Ren, the piece just now wasn't played by you? Then who played it? It was Brother Wang. Brother Wang? Wait, are you Professor Wang? No, you've got the wrong person. Wait, are you Professor Wang? No, you've got the wrong person. Professor Wang? He's a professor of what? He was a delivery guy before. Have you ever seen a professor running around delivering food? Professor Wang, it's me. I'm Ren Jingxian, English name Andy. I almost didn't recognize you. I took your class at Berkeley College of Music. Did you forget? You even personally guided me back then. It's you. Haven't seen you in years. Almost didn't recognize you. Time's about up. I have to go home and cook. Chat another day. Okay, take care, Professor Wang. Teacher Ren, what kind of professor is that kid? Honorary professor of Berkeley College of Music. Every time he held a class, there wasn't an empty seat. Even professors from other schools would come to listen. What, could you have mistaken him for someone else? Impossible to mistake. The melody just now couldn't be wrong either. Wei, if you have Professor Wang guiding you, why do you need another teacher? I didn't expect it either. Didn't I tell you not to bring me food? Pregnant people can't always eat takeout. How's your work at the martial arts hall these past 2 days? Pretty good. Punching around lets me stretch my muscles and bones. I'm not delivering food anymore. Who's calling me? It's the old man. Hello. Kid, go 3 days without a beating and you tear the roof off. You already have heavy killing intent, yet you run off to the martial arts hall to be an instructor? Believe it or not, I'll send your big sister over to have a good talk with you. Don't. What kind of anger is this? Isn't all work the same? Can't any job trigger killing intent? I've already sent word to Xia Tianxiong. You are not allowed to go there anymore. Honestly, find a job that doesn't involve martial arts. Fine, you've arranged everything. What can I say? By the way, the Strong have been active in Jiangning City recently. They stole a Buddha head from the museum and are preparing to sell it abroad. Snatched the Buddha head back and return it to the museum. The Strong? Alright, I got it. Also, keep the bead your big sister gave you safe. And hurry up and find the whereabouts of the other bead. Oh, okay, understood. Gotta find the bead ASAP, otherwise it'll be trouble if the old man finds out. What's wrong? Did something happen? Nothing. Take your time eating. I'm gonna meet someone this afternoon. Oh, then be careful. I'm leaving now. Have you admitted defeat? My skills were inferior. I lost. Since you admit defeat, just running naked, right? I'll strip. You're joking. Don't take it seriously. How can that be? A martial artist must accept their losses and keep their word. Don't. I was really joking. Look all you want. Amiba, I didn't see anything. I'm a married man. I have things to do. Going up first. Amiba, I didn't see anything. I'm a married man. I have things to do. Going up first. Little punk. With that little courage, you wanna fight me. The title Urban Hidden Dragon explodes onto the screen, cracking like thunder. This is an adaptation of the novel The River God is Also God by Chimiao. The original work is by He Shun is Also God, produced by Kwaikan Comics, with art by Xiong Man Shi. The story is drawn by Xiao Tu Ding, colored by Huang Jin Yuzi, and inked by Shi Tu BS. The line art is by 15, coloring by a duo, and editing by Xiao Gu. The script is by Kwaikan Mo Rin. Meaning, you played so well, you could go perform in Vienna. Fatty, a stout man in a yellow uniform, stands by a grand piano, watching the Su family young lady play. She, with her long light purple hair, sits gracefully at the bench. Can you even understand classical music? Just shouting bravo blindly. I didn't expect Teacher Xia's piano level to be so high. Brother Wang, you're here. Can you understand what Wei is playing? Teacher Xia was playing Melody of the Night, right? This piece is very nice. Wow, Brother Wang, you like this piece too? It's my favorite piece. Haha, it's okay, but I prefer Country Love Concerto. Brother Wang, can you play piano? Do you want to play a bit? Him? With those clumsy hands and feet, how could he possibly play piano? Brother Wang, ignore him. Come play a song. A little. Alright, then I'll play Melody of the Night again. Wang Han sits at the piano, eyes closed, lost in the music. Golden musical notes swirl around him, a visual representation of the melody. Sounds so good. This kid actually knows how to play. Wang Han's hands move with practiced ease across the piano keys, creating a beautiful melody. Brother Wang, you played too well. Many of the techniques you used, I never even thought of. Teacher Xia, you flatter me. You played quite well too. Just correct the small flaws in the middle section and it'll be great. Just know how to play a few notes, and now you're instructing Wei. Wei, was that Melody of the Night just now played by you? I didn't expect your skills to have improved so much. Teacher Ren is here to give Wei a piano lesson. Master Wang, if there's nothing else, you can go. You guys have your lesson, I'll head out. Teacher Ren, the piece just now wasn't played by me. Not by you? Then who played it? It was Brother Wang. Brother Wang? Wait, are you Professor Wang? No, you got the wrong person. Professor Wang? How did Brother Wang become Professor Wang? Teacher Ren, he's a professor of what? He was a delivery guy before. Have you ever seen a professor running around delivering food? Professor Wang, it's me. I'm Ren Jingxian, English name Andy. I almost didn't recognize you. I took your class at Berkeley College of Music. Did you forget? You even personally guided me back then. It's you. Haven't seen you in years. Almost didn't recognize you. Time's about up. I have to go home and cook. Chat another day. Okay, take care, Professor Wang. Teacher Ren, what kind of professor is that kid? Honorary professor of Berkeley College of Music. Every time he held a class, there wasn't an empty seat. Even professors from other schools would come to listen. What, could you have mistaken him for someone else? Impossible to mistake. The melody just now couldn't be wrong either. Wei, if you have Professor Wang guiding you, why do you need another teacher? I didn't expect it either. Didn't I tell you not to bring me food? Pregnant people can't always eat takeout. Protagonist's companion asks about his recent activities at the martial arts hall. Protagonist receives a phone call and questions the caller's identity, stating he's no longer a delivery driver. Caller berates protagonist, questioning his decision to become an instructor after only 3 days and remarking on his intense killing intent. The masked caller, dressed in an elaborate outfit, threatens to involve protagonist's older sister in a talk with him, questioning his anger and killing intent. Protagonist, on the phone, agrees to the arrangement, mentioning he has already contacted Xia Tianxiong and is seeking employment outside the martial arts world. Protagonist's companion informs him about a group called The Strong, who have stolen a Buddha head from a museum and plan to smuggle it abroad. Protagonist agrees to intervene. Protagonist is instructed to safeguard a bead given to him by his older sister and to locate another missing bead. He acknowledges the task, concerned about potential trouble if an elder discovers it. Protagonist's companion inquires if something is troubling him. Protagonist dismisses her concern, advising her to take her time with her meal as he has a meeting scheduled for the afternoon. As protagonist leaves, his companion urges him to be careful. Advertisement for Madara Scans, featuring their Discord server and website. Advertisement for Madara Scans, showcasing Madara Uchiha and promoting their team. A quote attributed to Madara Uchiha regarding unity and power is displayed next to an image of protagonist enveloped in a blue dragon aura. Scene transitions to a modern apartment complex in the afternoon. Protagonist meets Wang Han, who introduces himself and states that Brother Bing had mentioned protagonist. Wang Han asks protagonist to wait while he makes arrangements. One of the men recognizes protagonist, asking if he is the delivery driver involved with the Su family's heiress. Protagonist denies the accusation, but the other man insists, claiming to have seen a photograph. The men pressure protagonist for the true account of his involvement. Protagonist asserts that there is nothing to tell. One of the men offers protagonist a cigarette and asks what is happening. Protagonist explains that he married the Su family heiress, but her family opposed the union due to his financial status. He also mentions their internal conflicts and their efforts to manipulate the media. Men question why the Su heiress would marry him given her social standing, and suggest he wouldn't be working as a security guard if they were genuinely married. Protagonist repeats his earlier statement. However, one of the men accuses him of boasting, claiming the Su heiress purchased a house in the complex which is currently undergoing renovation and threatens to report him. Protagonist expresses surprise, asking if she genuinely bought a house in this complex. The men taunt protagonist, inquiring if he is frightened and if she did not even inform him about buying a house. One of them then notices President Su's car. As President Su's car arrives, one of the men salutes. President Su calls out to protagonist, asking why he is trying to hide. President Su asks Wang Han if he is employed at the martial arts hall. Protagonist sheepishly admits that an incident occurred and he resigned. President Su instructs him to accompany her. Haha, now there's a good show to watch. The protagonist flips the bird to the man in glasses, a clear sign of disrespect. President Su questions the protagonist, if I hadn't happened to come here, how long did you plan to keep this from me? The protagonist, surprised, asks, what are you talking about? As President Su states, I just started today too. I heard you bought a house here? Isn't living at my place perfectly fine? President Su dismisses the protagonist's concerns. Go quit the security job. I pulled some strings to get this job. It's not good to quit so soon. She then offers, be my driver. I'll give you 10,000 a month. President Su reminds the protagonist, after all, you lost your job because of me. Tomorrow morning, take me to work on time. Protagonist ponders aloud, does this count as living off a woman? A towering skyscraper, the headquarters of a company, stands against the bright blue sky. Two guards stand by a sleek red sports car, awaiting the protagonist's arrival. President Su informs the protagonist, I arranged a small office for you upstairs. When I don't need the car, you can move around freely. Walk around as you please. The protagonist replies, okay, thanks, boss. President Su adds, perform well. As President Su and the protagonist arrive, guards salute, hello, President Su. President Su simply acknowledges with an One of the guards observes the protagonist and President Su, thinking, the relationship between those two looks unusual. Fatty addresses someone named Lily. Lily, I heard your department is laying people off. If you lose this job, I imagine your life will be quite difficult, right? Lily, looking concerned, replies to President Sun, President Sun, I really need this job, but Fatty continues his proposition to Lily. Lily, I heard your mother is in the hospital and the daily expenses are high. As long as you agree, I'll give you 30,000 a month. Lily protests, President Sun, please have some self-respect. I won't sell my body. Fatty retorts, Lily, stop pretending with me. I've seen plenty like you. Fatty sneers, 30,000 a month. Stop acting like a chaste martyr, okay? Lily desperately pleads, President Sun, take your hands off me. The protagonist observes the scene, thinking, being an office worker with nothing to do is actually pretty boring. Lily shouts, President Sun, don't, while Fatty yells, you stinking bitch, I'm really fired up right now. Don't make me do this the hard way. The protagonist steps forward, asking, what's that sound? Office sexual harassment. Fatty, enraged, grabs Lily's shirt, shouting, you bitch, you still dare to resist. Lily cries out, help me. Lily pushes Fatty away, yelling, shut up, shut the fuck up, as she cries for help. The protagonist casually asks, busy? As Fatty continues to manhandle Lily. Fatty, startled, turns to the protagonist, shouting, what? Who are you? Do you have a death wish? Get the hell out. Protagonist calmly states, I said get out. The protagonist unleashes a powerful kick at Fatty. Fatty is sent flying, landing hard on the ground. Fatty, sprawled on the floor, exclaims, damn it, trying this crap in front of me? Trying to pull workplace bullying. The protagonist stands stoically while Lily watches. Protagonist points at Fatty, warning him, you dare hit me? I'm calling the police right now and sending you to jail. Fatty, pointing at the protagonist, shouts, and you, seducing me, trying to bribe me. Lily, standing behind him, denies, you're talking nonsense. I didn't seduce you. Fatty, with a determined glare, says, let's see who the police believe when they get here. Sorry, but whose phone doesn't have a video recording function these days? You dared to record it. Give it to me. A sharp slap echoes as the protagonist retaliates. Believe it or not, I'll end you today. Don't stop hitting me. I won't call the police. Forget it, let him go. We can't afford to offend him. I'm keeping the video. Let's see if you dare try anything funny again. I won't dare. I'll never do it again. This is an advertisement banner. Let's go. Do you have any other clothes? Yes, I'll go change it in a bit. Thank you so much for today. My name is Tion Lily. May I ask which department you're from? I'm new here, CEO Sue's driver, Wong Han. Thanks to you today. When do you have time? I'd like to treat you to a meal. No need for that. It's just a pleasure to help others. If that kid causes you any more trouble, just come find me. I'm leaving now. This company is a complete mess. The protagonist exits the building, meeting a guard. Hey bro, can I borrow a light? Haven't I seen you somewhere before? You are Wong Han, Brother Han. It's me, Da-chun. You are Han Da-chuan. Yes, it's me, Brother Han. I've missed you so much. Where have you been all these? Brother Han, back then my grandma said you were an absolute gem and told me to follow you around. But after graduating from elementary school, I never heard from you again. Haha, our grandma has great taste. Hey bro, don't leave after get off work. I'll treat you to some skewers. You big idiot. Go buy your dad a pack of cigarettes. Huh? Brother Han, that's my colleague. Wait a minute, I need to say a few words to him. The protagonist and Elder Chun approach Captain Ryu. Hidong, that's my good buddy I haven't seen in years. Give me some face and don't call me an idiot. I'll buy you cigarettes later. Holy crap, you big idiot, you still have any pride? Stop talking nonsense and go buy your dad some cigarettes. Don't shout. Keep your voice down. Don't let my brother hear this. Give me some face. Here's 50 yuan. Consider it money to buy you cigarettes. You big idiot, at least you're sensible. Dad will give you face today. The protagonist places a hand on Captain Ryu's shoulder, a gesture of support. Give him back his money. Huh? Who the hell are you? Let go of your dad. A swift punch from the protagonist sends Captain Ryu reeling. Han Da-chuan is my brother. He's kind, not stupid. If you dare bully him again, I'll kill you. Damn it, you dare hit me? Don't you dare run away. One man, smoking a cigarette, tells his companion, hey bro, why are you hitting someone again? This kid's not someone to mess with. His companion, wearing a uniform, replies, these kinds of people are just jerks. They won't listen to reason, so you have to slap them across the face. Turning his back to the camera, the man in the suit lights his cigarette. Behind him, several uniformed men are running towards him, one shouting, Captain, this is the bastard who hit me. Don't let him get away. The man in the suit and the uniformed captain stand facing each other, while the uniformed men approach. The captain addresses the approaching men, saying, brothers, I apologize to everyone. My brother Han didn't mean to hit anyone. He then turns to the man in the suit, Captain Liu, you can hit me. I'll take the beating for my tough brother. Please don't hit him. Uniformed men are agitated. One with tattoos on his arms yells, get out of my way. Nobody's going to listen to me today. I'll beat you up too. The tattooed man shoves the stout uniformed man forcefully. The stout man exclaims, huh, as he's pushed back. The man in the suit, protagonist, is standing calmly, holding a cigarette. The stout uniformed man, Fatty, is handing him a pack of cigarettes. The tattooed man, Captain Ryu, looks on with a question mark above his head. Captain Ryu, looking confused, asks the protagonist, Captain, what do you mean by this? Two speech bubbles appear. The first one, from an unseen speaker, declares, shut up. Given Brother Han's relationship with President Su, what's wrong with beating you up? The second bubble states, you deserve a beating. The tattooed man, Captain Ryu, is kicked forcefully in the leg by the stout uniformed man, Fatty. Both men are in mid-action, struggling. The protagonist places a hand on the shoulder of the stout uniformed man, Fatty, who is speaking. Da-chun is my brother, so don't bully him anymore. The protagonist replies, alright, your brother is my brother too. Anyone who bullies Da-chun from now on is going against me. Protagonist and Fatty share a moment, with Fatty patting the protagonist's shoulder. Fatty says, okay, thank you very much. The protagonist responds, not at all, Brother Han thinks highly of these brothers. That's giving us face. A large block of text appears at the top of the panel, serving as an advertisement for the website where the comic is hosted. A woman with her hair tied up in a bun, wearing a white blouse and a dark skirt, walks into frame carrying a cup of coffee. Three uniformed men look on in awe. One exclaims, holy crap, it's Tian Lily. Another adds, she's absolutely gorgeous. Anyone who marries this woman would need to get an injection of goji berries in their arteries. The protagonist stands with a cigarette looking at the woman who entered earlier. Beside him, Fatty remarks, look at your pathetic selves. If you like someone, go after them. What are you doing hiding here peeking? He then sighs, sigh, never mind. She's had it bad enough. Her husband was a gambling addict who died with a mountain of debt, and her elderly mother is still in the hospital, leaving her and her child alone. The woman, Tian Lily, smiles as she looks at the protagonist. Below her, the three uniformed men stare with hearts in their eyes, saying, Tian Lily actually smiled when she saw me. Tian Lily approaches the protagonist and the uniformed men. The men exclaim in surprise, holy crap, she's coming, and she's really here. Tian Lily offers the protagonist a cup of coffee, saying, I bought you coffee. Try to smoke less, it's bad for your health. The protagonist looks at the coffee Tian Lily is holding. He replies, thank you. Tion Lily walks ahead, holding the coffee. The protagonist follows, holding his own drink. The uniformed men trail behind. Two uniformed men look on in amazement. One exclaims, "Holy crap, bro, you're a god." The other adds, "Holy crap, that's amazing." The protagonist, holding a drink, is asked by a uniformed man, "Hey bro, what flavor is it? Is it good?" The protagonist sips his drink and replies, "It's so, a bit bitter." Another uniformed man retorts, "How could it be bitter? It must be so sweet." The protagonist stands with his arm around Fatty. Fatty laughs and says, "Haha, my tough brother has always been popular with girls since he was a child, and he's still popular with women now that he's grown up." He then asks, "Brother Han, why don't you take me as your apprentice?" The protagonist sips his drink while Fatty gives a thumbs up. They are standing together, seemingly in good spirits. A sleek, black luxury car pulls up. The uniformed men are gathered around, looking at it with amazement. One exclaims, "Wow, a luxury car." The Su family young lady, dressed elegantly, emerges from a car. She carries a stylish handbag and looks poised. The Su family young lady approaches the protagonist and the uniformed men. One of the uniformed men exclaims, "Holy crap, could it be they're here to see Brother Han again?" The protagonist looks surprised, thinking, "Huh? That can't be." The Su family young lady confronts the protagonist, her expression stern. She calls out, "Han Dachuan, I finally found you." Two uniformed men look on, surprised. One says, "Wow, I never expected Han Dachuan to know such a rich woman." The other adds, "You really can't judge a book by its cover." "Song Qian, what do you want?" "Ugh, you stink. You haven't showered in days. Our class monitor, Ding Jing, is getting married tomorrow. She asked me to contact our classmates and ask everyone who can attend to go." You look familiar." "Song Qian, this is my brother Han. Don't you remember him?" "Ah, I remember now, Wang Han, right? I remember you. Back in school, you were always the one who got a school-wide reprimand every Monday." "Oh, this hero doesn't dwell on past glories. Do some small projects." "Wow, what kind of project are you working on, big boss?" "Highly intelligent biomobile transportation engineering." "That sounds really high-end. What exactly does it do?" "I work as a driver for my boss." Smirk. "Damn, working as a driver? By the way, are you coming to Ding Jing's wedding? Her husband is a veteran in your company, and even your boss has to attend. If you go, you can also improve your standing with your boss." "Okay, tomorrow, Typhoon Hotel. Don't be late." "Okay, got it." "Bro, listen, you're really resourceful. Can you help me arrange an Audi A6 for tomorrow to keep up appearances? I don't want Ding Jing to look down on me." Start. "Chun, can you be a little more ambitious?" "Don't worry, I'll get you a luxury car tomorrow." "Alright, Brother Han, you're the most capable. It's almost time, I have to go up now. See you later, everyone." "Alright, Brother Han, I'll be waiting for you tomorrow." "Goodbye, tough guy." A shot of a modern apartment building. "Why are you back so early? Why do you always take a shower every time I come back?" "Oh, are you upset that I didn't wait for you to come back so we could shower together?" "Don't talk nonsense. By the way, can I borrow your car tomorrow?" "Want to drive my car? Forget tomorrow, let's do it now. Come on, drive like there's no tomorrow. Don't do anything reckless. I'm getting married. Put your clothes on." "Humph, don't think I can't see through your relationship with Suchi. You two should get a divorce and marry me. I have everything she has." The woman continues to undress. Woman provocatively poses in her lingerie. "Once I'm done with these next few days, I'll have a proper showdown with Suchi. You're trying to get rid of me now? Get lost, stop messing around. She's pregnant." The car had a minor problem and was towed to be repaired. It should be fine by tomorrow afternoon. "Never mind, I'll think of something else. I need it tomorrow morning." "Hey, young master. Old Lin, get me a Rolls-Royce Phantom. I need it tomorrow morning." "Okay, sir." "Now that I'm an office worker, it's really quite boring." "Pa." The mundane routine of office work, it's truly tiresome. Ugh. Suddenly, a notification flashes, shattering the monotony. A new quest has appeared, the Guild of Swordsmen. The protagonist, ever the opportunist, sees this as a chance to break free from his dull life. He enters the Guild of Swordsmen, ready for action. Stern-faced receptionist greets him, her expression unreadable. He's directed to a waiting room, the air thick with anticipation. Inside, other adventurers are already present, their gazes sharp and focused. The protagonist takes a seat, observing his surroundings. A notification pops up, the quest has begun. He stands, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. The protagonist enters the dungeon, a determined glint in his eyes. Monsters lurk in the shadows, their presence a chilling omen. He draws his weapon, the cold steel a stark contrast to the dark surroundings. The first monster charges, a guttural roar echoing through the chamber. Protagonist meets the attack head-on, his movements fluid and precise. A swift kick sends the monster reeling. He follows up with a powerful strike, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The monster collapses, defeated. A system notification appears. You have gained 100 EXP. More monsters emerge from the darkness, their numbers overwhelming. The protagonist braces himself, his stance unwavering. He unleashes a flurry of attacks, each blow landing with devastating force. Monsters are cut down one by one, their roars turning to whimpers. He pauses, catching his breath, the adrenaline still coursing through him. A faint glow emanates from a nearby chest. He approaches it cautiously, his senses on high alert. Opening the chest, he finds a new piece of equipment. A system notification confirms, you have acquired the Shadow Gauntlets. The protagonist equips the gauntlets, a surge of power coursing through him. Lady Hua, looking slightly flustered, states that she doesn't need anything. Lady Hua's internal thoughts reveal a surprise that someone would massage her feet. Blushing, Lady Hua covers her mouth, seemingly embarrassed or surprised by a thought. A subordinate informs CEO Su that the French expert team has arrived. Meanwhile, a younger employee apologizes to CEO Su. CEO Su, holding a book, coughs and asks what happened. The protagonist stands nearby, looking concerned. A subordinate explains that the French expert team has arrived, but their French translator is stuck in traffic. Another voice states they don't have a French translator. CEO Su reacts with disbelief, asking if no one in the company speaks a foreign language. The subordinate clarifies that all company translators speak English, but the French experts only speak French. The subordinate asks what they should do about using a translator. CEO Su explains that the project proposal contains technical terms and machine translation was inaccurate. The protagonist offers to give it a try, while CEO Su looks concerned about what to do. The protagonist asks if CEO Su speaks French, hinting at a potential solution. CEO Su explains that she spent time living on the streets of France and knows a little French. A subordinate urgently tells CEO Su they are running out of time. CEO Su questions Wang Han's capability, emphasizing the importance of the meeting and that they cannot mess it up. Wang Han confidently states that it should be possible, implying he can handle the situation. The scene shifts, showing a blurred background with a hint of a conference room setting. CEO Su, the protagonist, and their subordinate walk together, presumably towards the conference room. In the conference room, Mr. Chatham is welcomed by the group. Chinese characters that translate to welcome you are visible on a screen behind them. Mr. Chatham greets the attendees in French. Bienvenue, M. Chatham. Mr. Chatham expresses his pleasure in meeting them in French. Ravi de vous rencontrer, M. Su. CEO Su responds, stating that Mr. Chatham said it was a pleasure to meet her. CEO Su shakes hands with Mr. Chatham, while the protagonist observes, thinking that this man is a master of deception. The protagonist's internal monologue reveals his suspicion of Mr. Chatham, calling him a master of deception. A subordinate informs CEO Su that Mr. Chatham said he would invite 2 more members of the expert panel via video link. CEO Su simply replies, okay. On a video call, Yamamoto Ichiro introduces himself from Japan, stating he is happy to share. The subordinate addresses CEO Su, while the video call participant mentions that Chinese experts were participating. CEO Su looks surprised and asks if the other person speaks Japanese. The protagonist explains that he has been abroad and wandered before, so he knows a little about it. Subordinate exclaims amazement and asks if the protagonist can speak Japanese. The protagonist confirms he knows a little about it from his travels. A request is made for someone to translate and provide a brief overview of the project. From Japan, a voice states, "Hello sir. Next, I would like to introduce the status of this project." Lady Hua's internal thoughts question if the protagonist is still Wang Han, the food delivery guy she knows. 2 hours later, a subordinate reports that Mr. Chatham's team has returned to the hotel and expressed satisfaction. CEO Su instructs them to arrange the follow-up work, to which the subordinate agrees. The conversation continues, hinting at unspoken arrangements. He smiles, dismissing any notion of obligation. "It was nothing, don't be so polite with me." Her gaze sharpens, probing his intentions. "Tell me, what benefits do you want?" she asks, her tone laced with suspicion. "There has to be a payoff, you know." He leans forward, a calculating look in his eyes. "There has to be a payoff, you know," he reiterates. Across the desk, she considers his words. "In that case, I'll need to think it over thoroughly." Sigh escapes her lips. "Pooh dash," she mutters, her expression a mix of exasperation and amusement. "Be serious, this is a company." He sits back, a confident smile playing on his lips. I'd like to ask for leave tomorrow morning to attend a classmate's wedding. She leans forward, her tone questioning. That's it? He shrugs. Well, what else? Okay, I've approved the leave. You can go and get back to work, she says, her gaze steady. He nods. Okay, I'll go out now. As he turns to leave, he pauses. By the way, what do you want to eat tonight? She glances at some papers, her response curt, let's talk about it later. I'm busy. With his back turned, she shakes her head, holding a document. What a blockhead. You can't even seize the opportunity given to you. The scene shifts to a vertical strip of sky, hinting at a change of location or perspective. A towering skyscraper dominates the frame, its facade reflecting the blue sky. Chinese characters adorn its side, indicating a prominent business. On a tiled plaza, a man in a suit addresses another figure. Brother Han, calls out a voice from a distance. Further away, another man is seen. A third man asks, do you think this outfit suits me? While another replies, to Chun. He stands confidently, hands clasped behind his back. From the foreground, a voice asks, brother, I'm nervous. What should I do? A hand extends a luxurious wristwatch. What's there to be nervous about? I'm here for you. Just put this on, he reassures. The other man responds with a nervous, oh. He examines the watch on his wrist, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Hey bro, is this a Lux watch? Or is it a fake? He asks. The other man replies with a confident, it's true, of course. Today, I'm telling you to be really cool. He places a reassuring hand on his friend's shoulder. Brother Han, you're just kidding me. If this watch were real, it'd be worth over $1 million, right? The protagonist retorts, but this fake one doesn't look bad at all. He then asks, renting what? What's the point? The protagonist encourages him. Show some class. You're the big boss today, President Han. You need to stand up for yourself. His eyes widen in surprise, a gasp escaping his lips. Wow. A smug smile graces the protagonist's face as he turns, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Grips his friend's suit jacket, a determined look on his face. He gestures towards a sleek, luxurious car, a mirage of Rolls-Royce. He exclaims. The protagonist stands by the car, his friend beside him. Brother Han, no. Godfather, you're amazing. He looks at the car with wide, anxious eyes. Renting this car for a day would cost me about half a month's salary. I'll transfer the money to you when I get my salary next month. He opens the car door, a condescending smirk on his face. Look at you, so pathetic. Come on, get in the car. A nervous chuckle escapes him. Oh. He fidgets, his legs trembling slightly. Hey bro, I'm a little nervous. My legs are shaking. Do you think Ding Jing will even look at me? The protagonist dismisses his worries. What's there to be nervous about? Don't worry. If Ding Jing saw how successful you are, she'd be eager to run off with you. The scene widens to show a grand hotel entrance, decorated with balloons. Car pulls up. Arrive, a voice announces. Another voice calls out, get out of the car, CEO Han. A large framed photo of a wedding is displayed. Fuck, someone exclaims. Another voice comments, our old classmate is something else, marrying an old man. The protagonist and young Feng stand together, observing the scene. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were a grandfather and his granddaughter, young Feng remarks. The protagonist adds, I heard that Ding Jing married one of the founders of the Su family company. Let me see which one it is. Protagonist calls out, Han Dachuan. Young Feng, startled, asks, who? Meanwhile, someone is heard asking, why are you taking so long to arrive? A woman with striking purple hair approaches, dressed elegantly. Not bad. You look much more presentable after changing your clothes, she says. Young Feng recognizes her. Oh, it's Song Qian that she playfully interrupts. Don't expose my secrets today. The protagonist nods. Okay, I got it. Hurry up and go in. He instructs. Several classmates have arrived and are waiting upstairs. A voice adds. The protagonist nods. Okay, I got it. Hurry up and go in. He instructs. Several classmates have arrived and are waiting upstairs. A voice adds. The scene shifts to a grand ballroom, shimmering with an elegant, almost ethereal light. Inside, the ballroom is exquisitely decorated with cascading floral arrangements and sparkling lights, creating a festive and opulent atmosphere. A man named Fatty, dressed in a yellow uniform, addresses Teacher Fong. Teacher Fong, I didn't expect you to come. Do you remember me? Meanwhile, another man comments, speaking of your class, two people stand out in my memory. One is that big, goofy Han Dachuan, and the other is that troublemaker Wang Han. Teacher Fong is surprised, exclaiming, Teacher Fong. A woman, Song Qian, is recognized by the teacher. Ha, Song Qian. The teacher recognized her immediately. She's getting prettier and prettier, someone remarks. Mr. Han is invited to sit down. Mr. Han, please have a seat, a voice says. He replies, okay, thank you. Conversation continues about classmates. Song Qian, who is this boss? Someone asks. Teacher Fong clarifies. Teacher, this is Han Dachuan. The revelation causes surprise. What? Han Dachuan. Teacher Fong then adds, hey, it's me, Teacher Fong. A man cheerfully greets, haha, hello, hello. A question is posed to Han Dachuan. Dachun, where are you making your fortune now? It's revealed that Han Dachuan is the CEO of a media company. Our CEO Han, now runs a media company. Someone expresses surprise. Wow, this is profitable. You are? The man clarifies his current role. Oh, I'm CEO Han's driver now. Teacher Fong recognizes him, exclaiming, Wang Han, it's you, kid. You're not doing so well, are you? You're even working as Dachun's driver now. TSK. Wang Han is addressed. Wang Han, it's not that we look down on you for being a driver. It's just that everyone has such high expectations of you. The sentiment is echoed. Yeah, I thought you'd make something of yourself, but it turns out you're the worst off out of all these people. A sigh escapes one of the men. Sigh, everyone. A voice interjects, we're all old classmates. There's no need to compare ourselves. The driver is fine too. The conversation shifts to another classmate's absence. I ask, there's traffic, but I'll be there soon, someone reports. Then, she's amazing now, a rich wife earns millions a year. A toast is made. Sure. Someone remarks on the impressive attendees. I never imagined there were so many impressive people in our class. Some are officials, some are business owners. Of course, there are even drivers among them. Woman arrives, apologizing for her lateness. Oops, I'm late. Sorry, the traffic was terrible. Someone greets her. Zhuozhua, you've finally arrived. We were just talking about you. The woman, Zhuo Jing, addresses Teacher Fong. Oh, Professor Fong, you're here too. She then speaks to someone else. Zhuo Jing, back when we were in school, I knew you were destined for great things. Was my judgment right? She continues, oh, Professor Fong, you flatter me. By the way, I heard that big idiot Han Dachuan is coming too. Where is he? A man corrects her. Zhuojing, you can't call her a fool anymore. Now Renmin University's Chun is President Han, and he owns his own company. Someone hesitates, responding, A woman laughs heartily. That guy? Ha ha ha, she exclaims. Then, a more serious tone, stop exaggerating. Han Dachuan is clearly working as a security guard at Ding Jing's husband's company. A man interjects, that's not right. It was Wang Han who said Han Dachuan owns a company, and he's also Han Dachuan's driver. The conversation becomes heated. Dachun, everyone knows you like Ding Jing, but there's no need to make up such a stupid identity, ha ha ha, and you even conspired with Wang Han? Zhuojing pleads, Zhuojing, can you please stop this? Ding Jing is getting married today, give me some face. A woman retorts, you're such a fool, yet you care about saving face? Don't you care about substance? Have you laughed enough? That's so funny. Do you want me to make room for you to laugh slowly? Shaw, who are you trying to scare? Do you think this is like when you were in school? Do you know who my husband is? Very quietly. Okay, everyone, please stop arguing. We've finally reunited today, so let's all raise a glass to our teacher. Okay, everyone is well. Cheers. TSK. What are you doing? Is Han Dachuan sick? You're filthy, disgusting. You brainless idiot. I can't wear this dress anymore. It's disgusting. It originally cost 38,000. Give me back my money. 38,000? Jing, it's just a little bit of alcohol on it. Give me your clothes later, and I'll take them home and wash them for you. Stop disgusting me. Okay, you want to wash my clothes? Pay me back. 38,000. 38,000? Han Dachuan works as a security guard and earns 4,000 yuan a month. This piece of clothing is almost equivalent to Han Dachuan's annual salary. Our CEO Han doesn't care about this small amount of money. Give me your account number, and I'll transfer it to you right now. Hey Wang Han, how much do you earn driving a month? Then don't worry about it. I'll work for Boss Han and earn what you get in a year in a month. 38,000 has been deposited into your bank account. Keep pretending. I'll get Ding Jing's husband to fire your CEO Han. Then let's see if he'll still be pretending. Honey, over here. Why have you been parking for so long? This is my husband, Jin Ji. Husband, come quick. These are all my classmates. There was a slight problem with parking just now. Huh? What's wrong? Where did you park our Dior? When I parked just now, I accidentally scratched the car next to the flower bed outside. Is that the car with license plate number Jiang E00544 next to the flower bed outside? Yes, is this your car? That's right, it's President Han's car. Honey, it's just scratching those two poor bastards' beat-up cars. So what if it's damaged? It's not worth much. Just pay them back. I had someone look into it, and the repair cost is at least 700,000 yuan, which the insurance company won't cover. At 700,000? What kind of car is that so expensive? Rolls-Royce Phantom. Was that Rolls-Royce Phantom you drove in at the entrance? The keys are all here, what do you think? This must be rented, right? I have to say, you two are quite something, coming to someone else's wedding and renting such an expensive car just to show off. The car was bought by our boss, CEO Han, yesterday. Now that you've damaged it, you have to pay for it. Bought it yesterday? You couldn't buy even one wheel of this car if you sold both of you. By the way, Huang Li, don't you have connections in the government? Check who owns this car. Isn't this good? That's right, you can check it out. I also need to communicate with the car owner. Humph, let's see how you'll pretend once we find out. Okay, then I'll check it for you. The owner of this car could not be found. It belongs to a company, but the owner only left a mobile phone number. Lady Hua turns to Su family patriarch, Old Huang. That's right. Tell me your mobile phone number and I'll apologize to the car owner. I'll pay you any amount of money. She adds, but I can't let these two idiots succeed. Lady Hua smiles, holding her phone. I'll call the car owner right now. The protagonist looks confused, asking, huh? President Li's hand hovers over a sleek, dark object, likely a phone. Lady Hua speaks into her phone. Hello? Meanwhile, the protagonist and gunman look on. Su family patriarch asks Lady Hua, Old Huang, are you checking the car owner's phone number? Lady Hua replies, I had an insider check it, so there's absolutely no mistake. Seems this car belongs to Wang Han. Lady Hua's expression turns to shock and disbelief. The car belongs to Wang Han? How is that possible? Lady Hua clutches her phone, her face a mask of concern. The conversation continues around the table, with Elder Chun among those present. A voice from the table states, I've already asked the 4S shop about the repair cost. They'll give you a figure later, so remember to pay them back. Gunman addresses the protagonist, our CEO Han, originally wanted to meet with you in an ordinary capacity, but you insisted on belittling us like this. Then we'll drop the pretense and lay our cards on the table. Our CEO Han is the eldest grandson of a wealthy businessman in China. Do you understand? Lady Hua reacts with shock, exclaiming, what? The scene shows a formal gathering, with guests seated around a large table. From a distance, a couple stands, and a voice announces, Dear students, thank you everyone for coming to our wedding. Guests raise their glasses in a toast. Ding Jing, congratulations. Two men raise their glasses in a celebratory toast. A woman asks, who are these two? I don't remember them. Another voice clarifies, these are Wang Han and Han Dachuan. The protagonist smiles warmly at the bride, saying, I remember now. Welcome to our wedding. It's been so many years. Where are you working now? Han Dachuan explains, Wang Han is the driver and Han Dachuan. Someone comments, wow, Mr. Zhang, you've married another fair-skinned, beautiful and busty woman? A group of men, including Wan Long from the Black Dragon Society, arrive. The bride looks surprised as the protagonist greets her. Brother Wan, you're here. You're joking with me again. A guest points out, that person, isn't he Wan Long from the Black Dragon Society? Another replies, well, he's not someone to mess with. I didn't expect Ding Jing's husband to actually invite him. Wan Long, with the bride in his arms, exclaims, oh my, Mr. Zhang, you're quite the ladies' man. Han Dachuan tries to intervene, Brother Wan, you're drunk. Wan Long, still holding the bride, retorts, me, drunk? I haven't even had a drop yet. The groom, Su family patriarch, tumbles backward. Wan Long leers at the bride. Mr. Zhang's wife is so beautiful. Can't I have a look at her too? The protagonist steps forward, warning, Boss Wan is drunk, so please don't make things difficult for my wife. Voice shouts, take your hands off me. The protagonist points accusingly at Wan Long, who is still holding the bride. The bride looks distressed. Wan Long retorts, huh? Where did you come from? You dare to tell me what to do? Bride tries to de-escalate. Harmony brings wealth. Brother Long, don't be angry. Han Dachuan, please sit down. Wan Long, however, is defiant. The protagonist steps forward, stating, one person does the deed, one person takes the blame. If you have a problem, come at me. Meanwhile, the protagonist's companion warns Wan Long, you better behave yourself. A man in a suit greets a woman in a wedding dress, introducing someone as Brother Chun. A group of men are seated at a table, with one looking confused. A man in a suit exclaims, hello, Brother Chun, while another man sheepishly replies, hello. Brother Chun, a man with tattoos on his arms, speaks to the group, instructing them to behave yourselves during the wedding of his old classmate. Brother Chun, a man with tattoos on his arms, smiling, tells someone, all right, Brother Han, let's head over there first. Brother Chun apologizes to a woman in a wedding dress, saying, Sister Jing, I'm so sorry for offending you earlier. A man in a suit asks, Ding Jing, why didn't you tell me in advance that such an important old classmate was coming? While another man replies, no need, just sit here. A man with a fan gestures grandly, recalling, back in school, I always said that Da Chun was no ordinary person and would eventually soar to great heights. What do you think of my judgment? A man with a wine glass smirks, as if commenting on the previous statement. A man with a wine glass says, Teacher Fong, please stop, you've said both good and bad things. A man in a suit raises his glass, declaring, "Alright, what happened earlier is over. It's rare for old classmates to get together, so let's all raise a glass." As glasses are raised, a toast is proposed. That's right, let's all toast the newlyweds together. A man with a wine glass smirks, hearing someone say, "Teacher Fong, please stop. You've said both good and bad things." An elderly man with a fan laughs heartily, saying, "Ha ha ha, I don't hold grudges." A man in a suit raises his glass, proposing a toast. Let's all raise a glass. A group of people raise their glasses to toast the newlyweds, with shouts of "No, no, no" to CEO Han, and yes, respect to CEO Han. A couple, presumably the newlyweds, walk away as a man says, "Ding jing, congratulations. I won't bother you in your wedding night." Guests are seen leaving the venue, with one person saying, "Dear classmates, let's keep in touch." Car has arrived as one man tells another, "CEO Han, watch your step. The car has arrived." A man exiting a car waves to the crowd, saying, "Hello everyone, OLD classmates, we burp. CEO Han has an important meeting to attend, so I'll have to take my leave now. We'll meet again someday." A woman places a hand on a man's shoulder, saying, "OH, and don't forget to pay compensation." A man in a suit asks, "CEO Han, we're old classmates. Is there really a need to be so harsh?" A man with a stern expression declares, "Stop talking nonsense, not a penny less." A man in a suit cries out, "Ding jing, my goddess married someone else. Brother Han, I'm heartbroken," while another man urges, "Da Chun, stop talking and get in the CR first." A man inside a car looks distressed as another man outside the car seems to be pushing him in. A man stands beside a luxury car, checking his phone. A man on the phone asks, "What's wrong, sir?" As another text box states, "Plans have changed. Tonight, at Shanghao nightclub, a powerful figure is trading Buddha heads. Let's get things done quickly." A man on the phone replies, "Okay, I got it." A taxi pulls up to a grand building entrance. A man stands by a car, stating, "I heard that the boss behind this is from the Brotherhood Alliance. I'd like to see what their roles are." Voice echoes, warning, "This guy doesn't look like he's anything special. Don't go near him." Two men in suits stand impassively, their faces obscured. A third man, also in a suit, faces away from the camera. Two women in revealing bunny outfits and ears pose, one looking to the side with a serious expression, the other glancing back with a more playful demeanor. A text box explains, "The transaction took place in private room 1021, with the highest bidder winning. The seller was a mid-level manager known as Zhong Hui, nicknamed Little Master, whose grandfather was originally one of the 12 masters of a major gang in Hong Kong, skilled in martial arts." Below this, a photo shows a man with slicked-back hair. The man in the foreground, holding a phone, questions, "Little Master, do you think you're Wei Xiaobao?" Scene shifts to a vibrant club with flashing lights. Several women in bikinis and dresses are scattered throughout the frame, some dancing. The protagonist stands with his back to the viewer, observing the partygoers dancing under the disco lights. His expression is unreadable. A bartender serves a drink to the protagonist, who is standing at the bar. In the background, the crowd continues to party. The protagonist, holding a drink, receives a comment from someone in the crowd. "This youthful and energetic feeling is really great." Bartender hands the protagonist his martini. The protagonist responds with a simple, "Thanks." The protagonist receives his martini from the bartender. A woman with cat ears grabs the protagonist from behind, startling him. She asks, "Huh? Who's going to support me?" while he exclaims, "Excuse me." The protagonist looks surprised as he recognizes the woman who grabbed him. "It's you?" Woman with cat ears, now facing him, questions, "Why you?" The protagonist states, "It's quite an unexpected surprise to meet you here." The woman with cat ears accuses him, "You pervert, have you seen enough?" He reacts with a pained, "Ouch." The woman with cat ears confronts him, "Stop looking, what are you doing here?" The protagonist retorts, "If you can come, why can't I?" She then criticizes his attire, "You should at least dress nicely when you come to this place. Even bar girls wouldn't bother with you looking like that." Protagonist declares, "What do you take me for? I'm a respectable person." The woman with cat ears confronts him, "You pervert bastard, why are you pretending to be a respectable person?" The protagonist, holding a drink, stares ahead with a thoughtful expression as a notification appears. Transaction begins. The protagonist tells the woman, "I have something to do, let's talk later." She dismisses him, asking, "Who wants to talk to you? Things aren't going to be peaceful here tonight, you should go home early." The protagonist walks down a hallway, passing two guards. Another man follows, remarking, "It seems to be that private room." Elder Chun, smoking a cigarette, looks stoically ahead. A guard points to a QR code on the wall, instructing, "Scan the QR code." The protagonist, smoking, comments, "Scanning QR codes? Are scoundrels really keeping up with the times?" A guard reacts with alarm, shouting in surprise. A guard lunges forward, his expression one of shock and aggression. Protagonist stands ready, making a hand gesture as two guards advance on him. The protagonist unleashes a powerful kick, striking one of the guards. A guard cries out in pain as he's hit. The protagonist lands a solid punch on a guard, the impact creating a visible force. Protagonist delivers a swift punch to a guard's face, sending him reeling. It seems that violence is the only solution. The protagonist surveys the scene, a testament to his overwhelming power. Several men lie defeated on the floor, while others stand in stunned silence. What do you do? Two men, clearly enforcers, draw their weapons, ready for a confrontation. I'm sorry everyone, your business may not be able to proceed. Protagonist stands calmly, a stark contrast to the tension in the air. One of the enforcers readies his firearm. Get him. Two hulking figures charge forward, batons in hand, ready to subdue the protagonist. Wah! With a swift motion, the protagonist deflects the incoming attack. The protagonist counters with brutal efficiency, striking one of the attackers. Ha! What is this? You're from the 10 Elders Society. I don't know your name. The protagonist faces off against Wang Han, a tense standoff. Wang Han. It turns out to be the 9th young master's esteemed presence. I apologize for not greeting you sooner. Everyone, business is now over for today. What does this mean? Don't move. What 9th young master? I've never heard of him around here. This is my territory, and I call the shots. In a blur of motion, the protagonist evades the attack. The protagonist moves with incredible speed, dodging the incoming threat. The protagonist counters the attack, disarming his opponent. Some things shouldn't be said casually, or you'll pay the price. Let's get down to business. Where's the Buddha head? 9th young master, I know the rules of the 10 Elders Association. You can pick whatever you like from these items. Since you know the rules, you must also know that I am a person who follows the rules, and that I only want the Buddha head. 9th young master, did you come alone? If not, no, we strongmen never follow the rules when we get things done. The protagonist remains unfazed, a cigarette dangling from his lips, as Wang Han and his men draw their weapons. The protagonist's hand steadies a gun, ready for whatever comes next. If you have the guts, give me a shot. BLAM. I'm so hot, this is really troublesome. Getting wet is better than losing your virginity, right? The protagonist revels in the shower, the water cascading over her. Meanwhile, a man lights a cigarette, observing the scene with a detached gaze. Two men are struggling on the floor. Sober? Thank you. You're welcome. It was no trouble at all. Humph. Did you see everything? Honestly, lady, I came to save you. You undressed yourself so quickly. I'm the victim here, okay? You're a victim, my ass. I showed you everything. I have something to do. Hurry up and get dressed. Contact your colleague to come over. I have to go. You are not allowed to tell anyone about what happened today. The protagonist, looking serious, adjusts his backpack. Come here, I haven't had enough fun yet. Sister Lily, let's go. I'm going to the company too. She's all alone. Will she be all right? Grandma, stop hitting us. Just treat us like we're nothing and let us go. We'll never do it again. Don't worry, those thugs will be fine. The imposing skyscraper of the Sioux group looms against the sky. Eat up, honey, these are all your favorites. Wasn't it supposed to arrive soon? Why has it taken so long? It tastes good, and your cooking skills have improved again. Thanks for the compliment. Hello? Who is this? Darling, save me. Quickly, save your dad. Suchi, right? Your dad lost 3 million gambling here and even hit one of my men. Bring the money to ransom him right now. Don't call me anymore. What happened to him? He always uses this trick to swindle money from me. You have received a text message. Video plays showing a man on his knees, bruised and battered. What exactly do you want? Paying debts is a matter of course. Bringing 3 million yuan in cash to the Drunken World Entertainment Club. My name is Zhang Xiaohu. If you're late, I'm not sure if your dad is still whole. I'll go with you. Go to the finance department and ask them to prepare 3 million yuan in cash for me. I'll drive you there. Having another person means we can look out for each other. I appreciate your help, but this is really not something you can handle. Your involvement will only make things more complicated. Protagonist arrives at the Drunken World KTV Club in his red sports car. Hello, madam. Please come in. Go tell Zhang Xiaohu that I'm here. Drunken World. The name of this place sounds familiar. Third brother, Suchi, is here. Third master. My daughter is here. I'll give you the money right now. Please spare me. The money's here. Let him go. Nan, you've finally arrived. I was almost beaten to death. I never imagined that old dog Sujanya could have such a beautiful daughter. I brought the money, but your dad also beat my brother and he's still in the hospital. What else do you want? That's what I'm planning to do. My dear daughter, please make this sacrifice for your father's sake. Shameless. Bitch, dare you hit me? Force her to drink this bottle of wine. Lady Hua, you're trying to force wine down my throat. You? Go ahead and drink, take a couple of sips, and you won't be so arrogant anymore. Let me go. This is not a good outcome. Ah. Damn it, that bitch almost made me childless. Boss Zhang, third master, what has my daughter done to offend you? You can do whatever you want to her, it has nothing to do with me. Please have mercy on me. Please have mercy. Slash your face a few times first. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant. If you dare touch me, I will never forgive you. Stop. Wang Han, what brings you here? The guy trying to woo-woo my daughter like a toad trying to eat a swan. Damn it, a food delivery guy dares to yell at me? Are food delivery drivers really this reckless these days? Kill him. Humph. Take this. Take this. My head is spinning, the wine he gave me. You dare touch my woman? Damn it, are you brain dead from delivering food? You dare cause trouble right here at your third master's place. I'm going to kill you. Man's face contorts in shock, his mouth agape as he recoils. Hands struggle over a broken object, the sound of impact echoing. A man, holding a woman protectively, glares as another man shouts, I can't kill you like I'm killing an ant. The scene is filled with tension as the struggle continues. The man holding the woman shouts, move, move again, as the other man lunges. Sweat beads on a man's forehead as he recoils in fear, his eyes wide with panic. The man in the suit holds the woman, his gaze stern, while the other man, now on the ground, looks on in disbelief. He exclaims, whoops, as he tumbles to the ground. A desperate plea rings out, don't do it. He exclaims, whoops, as he tumbles to the ground. A desperate plea rings out, don't do it. Brother, you're here just in time. Call for help, I want him dead. He roars, you blind fool, how dare you touch the ninth prince's woman? Ninth prince, you are a magnanimous man. Shao who is blind to talent. Please forgive him this time. Confusion spreads as they ask, ninth prince? He commands, kneel down and apologize to ninth prince. While the other man pleads, ninth prince, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. She murmurs, my head is spinning, I want to go home. While he replies, I'll let it slide this time, we'll settle the score later. Son-in-law, I didn't know you were so amazing. Take me with you. He looks at her with cold eyes, stating, I don't know you at all, don't fucking try to get close to me. A man, bruised and battered, stammers, A man walks down a hallway, speaking on the phone. Hello? Who is this again? He continues on the phone, Wang Han, what are you pretending to be confused about? Where's the Buddha head? Didn't you say you were going to return it? He holds his phone up, signaling a bad connection. Hello? Officer Yang, what did you say? My signal is bad here. He argues back, Wang Han, don't try that on me. You saved me, but one thing is one thing. Stealing the Buddha head is a crime. I'm a policeman, don't push me. He reassures, Officer Yang, it's 1 week. I'll definitely return it after 1 week. Says, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Wait. He states, oh, I changed jobs. Then agrees. Okay. Within the week, I'll be waiting for you. An aerial view shows a red car parked outside a building with a few people standing around. From inside a car, he asks a security guard, could you help me call a car? I'm in a hurry. Sister Lily, where are you going in such a hurry? Let me give you a ride. The woman hesitates. Is this CEO Sue's car? Is it appropriate? Protagonist assures Lily, okay, then I'll trouble you. Please take me to the city hospital quickly. She asks, hospital? He confirms, yes, my mom is critically ill. Lily asks, oh, that's serious? Protagonist replies, okay, fasten your seatbelt. They arrive at the hospital, where a man is tending to a woman in a hospital bed. Lily rushes in, calling out, Mom. Protagonist asks the man, Xiaoqiang, how's my mom? The man replies, Sister Lily, you've finally arrived. Director Yen just said that Auntie needs surgery as soon as possible, otherwise her life is in danger at any time. Lily questions, surgery? What kind of surgery? Didn't Director Yen say before that surgery wouldn't help my mom's illness? He explains, he said there's an important medical conference in Jiangning City these 2 days, and many experts are coming. Coincidentally, there's an expert who can treat your mom's illness, so you should go see him as soon as possible. Lily ponders, should I look for Director Yen? But he has always had ill intentions. The man explains, Sai, I know he's divorced, has a child, and has always had other feelings for you, but right now it's all because of Auntie's illness. Director Yen states, Director Yen, I've already told Sister Lily about the expert and she's planning to meet with you. Why don't you have lunch together and chat while you eat? Director Yen reveals, no problem. The expert who can treat your mom is my teacher, Nyo Yenji. He happens to be in Jiangning City attending a conference. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Protagonist agrees, well, okay, Director Yen, let's go out for a meal together in a bit. Protagonist asks, is this the colleague who brought Lily here? Thank you. You can go ahead and do what you need to do. Lily replies, okay, Wang Han, you should go back to the company first so that President Su won't be able to find you. Wang Han says, okay, then I'll go back first. Protagonist wonders, why does that Director Yen seem a bit unreliable? He then dismisses the thought, forget it, it's other people's business. I should mind my own business. I'll ask the mom what she wants for lunch. Protagonist hears a commotion, reacting with a confused, huh? Director Yen tells protagonist, Director Yen, I've done everything you asked me to do. As for the job you promised me, when would you like to meet? Protagonist replies, don't worry, the problem is my teacher, Nyo Yenji, doesn't have time to come, so my relationship with your cousin might not work out. Protagonist reassures him, don't worry, my cousin knows about my aunt's condition. Besides, if you really get together with my cousin, having my aunt as a burden wouldn't be a good thing for you. Director Yen muses, you're right, let's do it that way. Protagonist adds, leave it to me. Protagonist curses, damn it, he laments, having encountered these two rotten people, Tion Lily's life is just too miserable. Protagonist asks on the phone, hey, fourth sister, do you know a doctor named Nyo Yenji? He continues, hey, I know you, Mr. Nyo. What's up? A friend of mine has a mom who is seriously ill and on the verge of death. I heard that Nyo Yenji seems to be quite knowledgeable about this. Protagonist tells the person on the other end, I'm hanging up now, I'm still busy. Message me if you need anything. He then says, okay, fourth sister. Protagonist enters the hospital room where Lily's mother lies in bed. Protagonist stands by the bedside, looking at his phone. Lily asks protagonist, Wang Han, why didn't you go back to the company? Protagonist tells Lily, Sister Lily, don't have lunch with that director. I've taken care of things for you, and the expert will be here soon. Protagonist turns away, his expression serious. Lily asks, is Wang Han real? Director Yen retorts, what are you, a mere driver, meddling in? What connections do you have to have brought in an expert from Beijing? Her cousin warns her, cousin, your colleague has ulterior motives. Don't listen to him. Director Yen says, Lily, I've made all the arrangements. Let's change our clothes and then go eat. Her cousin tells her, cousin, you go quickly. I'll watch over things here. Protagonist observes the scene, his gaze steady. Director Yen declares, my teacher is a very famous figure in the industry. What gives you, a mere driver, the right to speak so arrogantly? He adds, and you even said you invited my teacher. Protagonist responds, Wang Han, thank you. I appreciate your kindness, but about this matter. Protagonist states, I overheard your conversation in the hallway just now. Do I need to repeat it here? Director Yan's cousin looks on with a troubled expression. Lily exclaims, Lily, what are your friend up to? At a time like this, you really expect this lousy driver to help you? Director Yan's cousin shouts, get this driver out of here right now. Don't disturb your mom's rest. Protagonist calmly states, Wang Han, I know what you want to say, but that's my mom. It wasn't easy for her to raise me. Lily turns to the arriving Dean, asking, Dean, what brings you here? Lily turns to the arriving Dean, asking, Dean, what brings you here? Dean introduces Dr. Nyo Yenji, an expert who has arrived specifically to treat Lily's mother. Lily expresses surprise at the swift arrival of the experts. Someone calls out to Dr. Nyo, expressing relief at their arrival. Dr. Nyo prepares to examine the patient, who lies in a hospital bed. Lily questions Director Yan's presence, who reassures her cousin that he always keeps his word. Dr. Nyo explains her understanding of the patient's condition and confirms the surgery can proceed this afternoon. Lily, concerned about the cost, asks how much it will be, only to be told the surgery is free thanks to Mr. Wang Han. Lily reacts with surprise. Dr. Nyo, with a stern expression, asks about Wang Han's whereabouts. Lily, with a determined look, asks about Wang Han's location. The protagonist is seen in his car, the sky above. Lily stands near the protagonist's car. The protagonist asks Lily why she looks concerned and if the experts hadn't arrived. Lily thanks Wang Han, embracing him. Protagonist reassures Lily that it's okay and she's just having trouble breathing. The protagonist suggests lunch, but Lily declines, stating she has to deliver lunch to General Manager Su and they can do it another day. Lily agrees to lunch another day and tells the protagonist to drive slowly, as she is going to deliver the food first. The protagonist gets into his car, ready to drive. The protagonist is inside his car on the phone. The protagonist is on the phone, discussing a dinner party and his prepared clothes. Someone responds to the protagonist's instructions, confirming their compliance. An aerial view shows a grand entrance with several cars and people. A woman in an elegant dress exits a car. A man greets someone, commenting on their grand entrance. Protagonist and a woman in a formal gown are seen. The woman states that everyone present is a prominent figure and they should just grab something to eat without causing trouble. A woman's voice asks, "Sweetie, why are you so late?" A woman explains she was held up, and another person mentions Mr. Liu, the president of the Kowloon Chamber of Commerce, is present and suggests they go say hello. Someone remarks that Liu Chengping is over 70 but still energetic, married to a 20-year-old woman with whom he has a child. Congratulations are offered on the birth of a son. Someone asks about the grandpa's well-being. It's noted that today is a joyous occasion, with President Su even bringing his family. She brought her husband, the one who married CEO Su, the food delivery guy. Ha ha ha. Chin Lei, don't go too far. What? Miss Su's husband is a food deliverman? Look, the one eating is CEO Su's husband. A lavish banquet, guests are seen conversing and enjoying drinks. Haha, Miss Su, why didn't your husband go to deliver food today? Bring him over to meet us. I haven't met him before. Alright, let me introduce you all. This is my husband, Wang Han. Wang Han, this is Mr. Liu, the chairman of the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce. Oh, hello, Chairman Liu. Oh, Mr. Wang, you've arrived too? CEO Zhou, why did you shake hands with the food delivery guy? CEO Zhou, do you know Xiao Su's husband? Mr. Wang and I know each other. So what exactly does this person do? Mr. Wang, I drive for CEO Su. Oh, I got it. Humph, he's just a food delivery guy. Distinguished guests, welcome to my brother's 100-day celebration. The guests gather around the piano, anticipating a performance. I will play Wedding in a Dream for you. The young lady begins to play the piano, her performance marked by a slight hesitation. This girl, after learning piano for a few days, has to show off. How did Ren Jingxian teach this? The protagonist observes the scene with a thoughtful expression. Oh, it seems Miss Su's husband has some opinions on the piece. Why don't you give him your feedback? The playing was alright, but it lacked emotion. Haha, you actually said it after I told you you're something special? The young lady reacts with indignation to the critique. Yeah, delivery guy, you're amazing. Go up there and play a tune. Since you put it that way, shall I really come? Wang Han, shut up and don't do anything reckless. Protagonist walks towards the piano, drawing the attention of the guests. Dream Wedding, dedicated to CEO Su. The protagonist sits at the piano, his fingers poised to play. Maybe he really can play. His hands move across the keys, producing a beautiful melody. Protagonist plays with skill and emotion, captivating the audience. The guests are visibly moved by the performance, some even showing signs of enjoyment. The guests are visibly moved by the performance, some even showing signs of enjoyment. The applause echoes through the hall as the performer takes a bow, a mix of relief and satisfaction on his face. The audience, captivated by the music, offers a standing ovation. One guest, a woman in a sharp business suit, scoffs, "What's so great about it? I don't think it was played very well either." A stout man in a yellow uniform turns to a distinguished-looking gentleman, asking, "Teacher Ren, are you a professional or have you studied abroad? Could you please give your feedback on his piano playing?" The woman from before, identified as President Li, dismisses the idea with a smirk, stating, "I am not qualified to judge him." Stout man's face contorts in disbelief, his mustache twitching. What? A group of people, including the Su family patriarch and Lady Hua, stand together, their expressions a mixture of surprise and contemplation. The narrator explains, unexpectedly, Xiao Su's partner played the piano quite well, which truly surprised everyone. Later that night, under a crescent moon, two figures converse in a sleek car speeding through the city. One asks, "Tell me, how did you and Zhou Huixing meet? Why does he respect you so much?" The man driving, Wang Han, smiles confidently. "I met him once and helped him educate his son." The woman beside him, Lady Hua, questions, "You educated his son?" Another woman in the back seat comments, "To be fair, Wang Han, you look quite handsome when you play the piano." Wang Han replies, "Of course." The first woman mutters, "Such a show-off." Wang Han's expression turns serious as he glances at the rearview mirror. He speaks into the car's intercom, "Something's up. You two sit down." A close-up shot of Wang Han's foot pressing down on the accelerator. The red sports car surges forward, its headlights cutting through the night. Passengers inside the speeding car react. One exclaims, "This is the city center. Why are you driving so fast?" Another chimes in, "Let's see how fast this car can go." A third asks, "You're driving so fast. Aren't you afraid of getting your license revoked?" Wang Han grins, unfazed. Revocation of driver's license? Impossible, because I don't have a driver's license at all. The car swerves violently as a motorcycle cuts in front, its rider drawing a weapon. The passengers cry out in shock. The sports car is now flanked by two motorcycles, their riders aiming their weapons. The situation escalates into a high-speed chase. Gunfire erupts from the motorcycle on the right, bullets striking the sports car. A woman inside screams in terror. Ah! Lady Hua, her face etched with fear, urges the other woman, Shuafu, lie down quickly. Wang Han remains focused, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, his hands steady on the wheel despite the chaos. The sports car drifts sharply, narrowly avoiding a collision as a motorcycle rider attempts to ram it. The intense speed and sharp turns create a blur of motion, the city lights streaking past. Wang Han grips the steering wheel, his knuckles white. Hold on tight. His foot slams down on the gas pedal, pushing the engine to its limits. The sports car weaves through traffic, narrowly avoiding a motorcycle that has crashed and fallen. Another motorcycle rider opens fire. The car continues its high-speed flight, leaving the chaos behind as it races down the urban highway. As the car speeds away, a figure leans out from a pursuing vehicle, aiming a rifle. Bow your head. Man in the pursuing car, identified as gunman, steadies his aim with the rifle, his expression cold and determined. Bullets shatter the windshield of the sports car. Lady Hua cries out, "You too, hold on tight." The car is hit again, sparks flying from its chassis as it careens down the road. The pursuing car attempts to ram the sports car, creating a chaotic scene on the city streets. The sports car swerves violently, sparks flying as it narrowly avoids collision. Damn it, the tire's blown out. The car skids, smoke billowing from its tires as it loses control. It's them. They're coming for me. You two run. I have what they want. You're kidding me. Every single shot I fired just now was aimed at killing you. Don't just stand there. Get out of the car. They've caught up. This is a park. Let's go in first and talk. Two men in suits, armed with handguns and submachine guns, emerge from the darkness. Quickly squat down. Bullets rain down as the protagonist shields the two women, narrowly dodging the onslaught. Hit. One of the gunmen takes a direct hit, his head exploding from an unseen force. Go quickly. You really know martial arts. Of course, do you think I practice the dragon wrapping hand technique every day for nothing? They've all caught up. Come here. Protagonist shields the women as bullets whiz past. Damn it, you dare touch my wife? I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. The protagonist assumes a defensive stance, ready to fight. A projectile, possibly a bullet or shrapnel, strikes one of the gunmen in the face with brutal force. The intense action continues as the protagonist engages the attackers. You've got quite the influence, getting Abyss to send out the 7 fallen angels. The protagonist stands over a fallen assailant, a testament to his overwhelming power. Wang Han, are you alright? It's Abyss again. What are the 7 fallen angels? Fine. Look, there are 7 six-pointed stars on the corpse. It's the 7-star assassin from the assassin organization Abyss. What exactly is that thing in your hand? It's enough to make them send so many 7-star assassins. That thing can change the genetic structure of the human body and extend lifespan. That powerful? No wonder I wanted to kill you. I never expected you to be so skilled. There's something even more amazing that you haven't seen yet. Grandpa, I've had an accident. Please send someone to pick me up. I'll send you the address. My grandpa is sending someone to pick us up right away. Okay, have him send more people to protect us recently. Oh, and while you're at it, have him arrange for someone to fix Suchi's car. Okay, Nan, come with me. I'm scared to be alone. Okay. The protagonist walks towards a woman in a business suit, the city lights reflecting in the background. The woman, Wang Han, seems to be in distress, her clothing scattered around her. The woman, Wang Han, seems to be in distress, her clothing scattered around her. He holds up a piece of lingerie, a blush creeping onto his face. Wang Han looks on in shock as the garment is dangled before her. Protagonist reassures Wang Han, don't worry, it's only a surface wound. Has your mom had her operation? Wang Han replies, yes, she had the surgery. Thank you so much. He responds, no problem at all, happy to help. If you don't need anything else, I'll go up now. He holds up the lingerie again, a faint blush still visible on his cheeks. Wang Han questions, Wang Han, what's wrong with your face? Protagonist replies, yes, I had the surgery. Thank you so much. Wang Han then says, you're welcome. It was no trouble at all. If there's nothing else, I'll go upstairs now. Protagonist says, see you later, Sister Lily. He then adds, Wang Han, don't forget about the dinner I invited you to. He smiles, a hint of mischief in his eyes, and says, okay, let's make it up another time. Protagonist muses, I never knew Lily had such a wild side. Women are truly terrifying. Protagonist walks into a room where a woman is lounging on a couch. Protagonist says, no, could you please not dress so revealingly? There are young children at home. The woman retorts, what are you afraid of? If someone sees it, you'll be the one who suffers anyway. He insists, stop talking nonsense and put your clothes on. She then asks, by the way, is your business with Lin Shuefu related to life-extending drugs? Protagonist looks on, his expression unreadable. Protagonist asks, yeah, how did you know? The woman explains, this thing has already been targeted by the Eastern Europeans. Abyss sent the 7 fallen angels who almost killed Lin Shuefu. Protagonist lights a cigarette, remarking those bastards actually went to such lengths. The woman adds, Abyss is a tough nut to crack. He'll do anything once he gets paid. You guys need to figure something out quickly. She asks, any ideas? The woman says, I remember that Chief Abyss was once under your protection, and he owes you his life, doesn't he? Protagonist replies, hands, take them away. She playfully nudges him, asking, isn't the solution just a matter of you saying a few words? She leans in suggestively, while your wife's not around, let's do something fun. He retorts, you wish. Protagonist states, I will contact the leader about Abyss and help you resolve the situation, but you still need to be careful. The woman coos, okay, my little darling is awesome. What reward do you want? I'll give you anything. A young girl's voice calls out, brother, it's late at night, don't you want to do something? A young girl, Guagua, stands in the room and calls out, Dad. The woman exclaims, huh, my earring is gone. I can't find it. Woman asks Guagua, haha, Guagua, what brings you out here? Guagua replies, huh, these are amusement park tickets? Protagonist looks at the tickets, remembering, I almost forgot, I promised Ya Weining I'd take Guagua out to play this weekend. Protagonist tells Guagua, okay, I'll take Guagua out to play this weekend. Guagua, go to sleep now. Guagua happily exclaims, great, good night, Dad. Protagonist tells the woman, be more serious in front of the kids in the future. Kids these days are very smart. She replies defiantly, I'll make Guagua acknowledge me as her mother sooner or later. He then adds, by the way, I'm going back the day after tomorrow. The woman asks, oh, so urgent? Can't you stay for a couple more days? Woman, lounging on a couch, replies, you want me to stay a few more days? Then I'll stay a few more days. She turns to the man, her expression hardening. I was just asking casually, you should still leave. Her internal monologue seethes, that bastard. I'm gonna have a real showdown with that Suchi, who gave her the guts to steal my man. The scene shifts to the exterior of the Lin family villa, a modern, imposing structure. Suddenly, one of the men in suits reacts with shock as a knife flies towards him. The other man looks on, phone in hand. A close-up on a handgun being aimed, its barrel glinting. Swift, unseen force disarms and incapacitates one of the attackers. Back in the bedroom, 2 women are startled awake. One exclaims, who? A mysterious figure stands at the doorway, silhouetted against the night sky. They ask, do you have any last words? The figure's response is a chillingly simple pity. A close-up reveals the assassin's cold, confident smile. The assassin draws a gleaming blade. Your target is me. Don't touch her, the protagonist shouts, stepping forward to protect the women. The assassin, unfazed, places the knife against the protagonist's throat and whispers, hush. The assassin answers a phone call, her expression shifting. What's up, Medusa? New instructions, mission cancelled. Her eyes widen in disbelief. What? The order was personally given by the Emperor, do you understand? The assassin lowers her weapon, a smirk returning to her face. You guys are lucky. She leaps off the balcony, disappearing into the night. Inside, the 2 women are still shaken. One of the men rushes in, asking, Miss, are you all right? Another man, Elder Chun, approaches the Su family patriarch, asking, Shuefu, are you all right? The Su family young lady reassures him, Uncle, it's all right now, the assassin is gone. The Su family patriarch, kneeling beside the body of one of the attackers, comments, both were one-hit kills. What impressive skill. Did you get a good look at what the other person looked like? One of the women describes the assassin. She's from Abyss. I saw a 6-pointed star on her chest. 8 of them. Su family patriarch reacts with shock. What? An 8-star fallen angel? They didn't even attack you. The other woman explains the reason she didn't act just now was probably because she suddenly received that phone call. The person on the other end said that the Emperor had asked her to cancel the mission. The Su family young lady adds, yes, it's the heroic Emperor. The Su family patriarch muses, heroic emperor? I've never heard of this person in China. Could he be some foreign power? He adds, I don't know much about the situation abroad, so I'll ask around to find out who this heroic emperor really is. The Su family young lady looks concerned and says, okay, thank you for your hard work, uncle. Later, the assassin calls for a taxi, her mission abruptly cancelled. Protagonist, on his motorcycle, stops beside Sister Lily. Sister Lily, can't get a taxi? He asks. She replies, yeah, Wang Han, why did you drive today? He explains, Co Su's car broke down. Get in, I'll give you a ride. Sister Lily gets on the motorcycle with the protagonist. Okay, thank you, she says. He replies, don't be shy, sit tight. The protagonist speeds off on his motorcycle, weaving through the city. Sister Lily asks, by the way, Wang Han, how come I've never seen Guoguo's mom? He replies, her parents have both passed away and I'm taking care of her now. The woman behind him murmurs, oh, I see. She continues, wasn't CEO Su at the company today? The reply comes, CEO Su said she didn't sleep well last night and wasn't feeling well, so she wouldn't be coming to the company today. She's a mother herself, and she didn't even tell me she wasn't coming to work, and she didn't reply to my messages. The protagonist, now on his motorcycle, asks, did someone go home first? He revs the engine, a sound effect of startup accompanying the action. The camera focuses on the motorcycle's wheels as it prepares to move. The protagonist speeds off on his motorcycle, a voiceover stating, Guoguo will be home from school soon, let's go home and check on her first. Inside what appears to be an apartment, the protagonist stands as a woman's voice asks, honey, I heard you didn't sleep well last night and weren't feeling well. Are you alright? He turns, his expression unreadable. He looks surprised, letting out a huh. A woman in a pink dress and stockings lounges on a bed, asking, honey, why are you only getting back now? She leans forward suggestively, saying, honey, how about we try something exciting? Protagonist, taken aback, murmurs, this art style, why does it suddenly feel off? He then asks, play what? The woman pulls him closer, whispering, try something you've never done before. Turn around. As she touches him, she says, if it's too stimulating, I won't be able to handle it. Her hands slide down his back as she says, let me show you. She pulls out a small knife, her grip tightening. The woman lunges forward with the knife, exclaiming, how exciting. The protagonist effortlessly dodges the attack, his expression calm. He expertly blocks her strike. She presses her attack, but he remains unfazed. She lunges again, knife held high, and asks, who exactly are you? He replies, I'm your wife. Powerful impact is felt as the fight escalates. The struggle continues, the protagonist's hand reaching out. He throws a punch, stating, my wife doesn't have as many tricks up her sleeve as you. The fight intensifies, the woman on the defensive. She scrambles back, shouting, go ask the king of hell. She pulls out a handgun, aiming it directly at the protagonist. The protagonist remains composed, unfazed by the gunshot. She threatens, hand over the Buddha head. I'll give you a quick death. The protagonist counters, his leg sweeping towards her. Said you took the gold. The protagonist, ever observant, holds up a card, his gaze sharp. With a swift, powerful motion, the protagonist unleashes a devastating kick, the air slicing around him. Lady Hua cries out in shock as the protagonist's attack sends her weapons flying. The protagonist pins Lady Hua down, demanding answers. She retorts, I've already said it, I'm your wife. He questions her with a raised eyebrow. The protagonist holds up a small, ornate bead, asking, are you the daughter of the Valley Master of Chaofeng Valley? The protagonist swiftly incapacitates Lady Hua, sending her sprawling. Lady Hua, now on the defensive, retorts, even know about Chaofeng Valley? Must be wandering martial arts practitioners, too. Protagonist presents the bead, asking, is this yours? Lady Hua's expression shifts as she warns, you'd better not have the Buddha's head with you, or you'll be dead. Lady Hua, now unbound, demands, don't go yet, don't you tell me whether this bead is. As Lady Hua flees, the protagonist exclaims, damn it, he wonders what is happening. A close-up on a hand holding a smartphone. Wang Han, on the phone, inquires, old Lin, can you check for me if Su Qi has a twin sister or older sister? Wang Han receives a startling reply, young master, Su Qi is an only child. However, I recently discovered that Su Qi is not Su Jianya's biological daughter. Shocked, Wang Han asks, what, not his biological child? Is it possible to find out her biological parents? He's told, all that was found was a keepsake in Su Qi's swaddling clothes. However, Su Jianya sold that token. The protagonist ponders, could it be that the couple in Chaofeng Valley had twins? Or, should we ask Su Qi? The protagonist asks Lady Hua, there are some things I want to ask you about when you were a child. She questions, when I was a child, and then asks, why are you being so solicitous? Man enters, announcing, oh, the son-in-law is here too. He then addresses his daughter, my dear daughter, I'm really short on cash these past few days. I owe someone a little money, not much, just over 300,000 yuan. Lady Hua calmly states, I have no money. The father pleads, "My dear daughter, you're my only daughter. How can you bear to watch me die?" Lady Hua replies, "You've done this far too many times." She then adds, "I have no money, please leave." The protagonist questions Lady Hua, "There are some things I want to ask you about when you were a child." She asks, "When I was a child," and then queries, "Why are you being so solicitous?" The father announces, "Oh, the son-in-law is here too." He then tells his daughter, "My dear daughter, I'm really short on cash these past few days. I owe someone a little money, not much, just over 300,000 yuan. Lady Hua calmly states, "I have no money." The father pleads, "My dear daughter, you're my only daughter. How can you bear to watch me die?" Lady Hua replies, "You've done this far too many times." She then adds, "I have no money, please leave." The father pleads, "Sweetie, please help daddy one more time. Even 100,000 yuan is fine with me." Lady Hua, looking weary, says, "Okay." The protagonist then addresses Wang Han, "Wang Han, come with me to a meeting." The father exclaims in frustration, "She won't even give me 100,000 yuan, that wretched girl." The father, still fuming, is seen reaching for something. He mutters, "That stinky delivery guy is his driver. You should have some money in your pocket, right? I can use this to blackmail my dear child. This thing is the only clue she has about her past. I can definitely make money with this. Why are you still here? I told you, I have no money. My dear child, you're back just in time. There's something I've been keeping from you all these years. Another fabricated story? I don't want to hear it. I really didn't lie to you this time. Actually, you are not my and your mother's biological child. You remember that time you were seriously ill when you were in school and needed a blood transfusion, but neither your mother nor I had a blood type match? Didn't you lie and say you weren't feeling well that time? Yes, I checked, and the person who wants to cooperate with us is Yi Qingqiu, a genius in the medical field. Really? That's great. Yi Qingqiu? That name before, right? It's not easy to see Yi Qingqiu, so I'm bringing you along. Her pulse diagnosis is better than any of those instruments. Many people can't afford to have her take their pulse. This is a rare opportunity. Pack your things and let's go over now. Okay, don't rush. Let me go first. Is no one there? Just right. There's a bank card? Narrator. The protagonist is checking the bank card he found. What a stupid woman. She actually wrote the password on it. Now they're all mine. Hello, fourth sister? I've already met Su Chi. She's a very nice girl. In summary, your family is poor, but everything else is fine, and your child is healthy. What? You've already seen her? My fourth sister will be here soon, so be prepared. Don't talk nonsense. My fourth sister has a very good temper and is very easy to talk to. You're back. The food will be ready soon. Yi Qingqiu. Dr. Yi, what are you doing here? Haha, fourth sister. I've been craving your chopped chili fish head for so long. Today, I finally get to enjoy it. Fourth sister? The person in front of me is a living, breathing bigwig in the medical field, the youngest professor, Yi Qingqiu. Surely, he wouldn't have been invited to be an actor, would he? Could Wang Han really be some rich young master from a prestigious family, just out experiencing life? Su Chi, please sit down. I forgot to tell you today, so let me formally introduce myself. I am Wang Han's fourth sister, Xiao Jiang. Please sit down too. It's time to eat. Honey, this chopped chili fish head is my fourth sister's specialty. You should try it. Okay. Su Chi is pregnant now, so she not only needs to be careful about her diet, but there are also many things to take care of. Tonight, I'll be sleeping in the bedroom with her. Wang Han, you sleep on the sofa. Some people who sleep on the sofa probably won't be able to sleep. Eating still can't shut your mouth. Narrator. The night deepens as the city lights twinkle outside. Where can I find a woman who looks exactly like Su Chi? Who's texting me so late? A message appears on a phone screen showing a woman named Lin Shuefu. She states, "Remember me, I am Lin Shuefu. Thank you for entrusting the project to Su Chi before." Below, another message reads, "When do you have time? We'd like to invite you to sit down and thank you in person. This is my photo. The promise I made to you is still valid." Protagonist groans, covering his eyes. Oh my god, Lin Shuefu, that crazy woman. You'd post anything for Su Chi. The next day, a young lady calls out, "Brother Wang, over here." Protagonist, holding hands with the Su family young lady and accompanied by Lady Hua, greets, "Hello, Teacher Xia." Lady Hua adds, "Teacher Xia, thank you for waiting." Teacher Fong replies, "Good morning, Guagua. I'm too early. Let's go inside quickly." As they walk, Guagua asks, "Guagua, shall I take you to ride the carousel?" The group agrees with an okay. Protagonist tells Lady Hua, "It's okay, you guys have fun." Someone grabs protagonist's shoulder, startling him. "What are you looking at?" Protagonist turns, recognizing the man. "It's you." The other man reacts with surprise. Young Fong, now standing beside protagonist, exclaims, Weining, what a coincidence. Are you here to visit too? Weining, with Guagua and Lady Hua, replies, Kong Hungza, you actually followed me. Weining confronts Kong Hungza, stop following me. I'm going to tell Dad. Kong Hungza retorts, Weining, Wang Han already has a child, and you're still entangled with him. Weining fires back, my affairs are none of your business. Mind your own business. Kong Hungza warns, Master will be unhappy if he finds out. Protagonist glares, muttering, damn it, just you wait. Kong Hungza declares, if I can't have it, no one else can. Protagonist asks Guagua, Guagua, do you want to eat a hamburger and fries? Guagua excitedly replies, oh yes, Dad, go get them. Protagonist responds, good, I'm going. Suddenly, a cry rings out, help, someone has fallen into the water. Protagonist and the others look towards the commotion. What happened over there? Panic erupts as people notice someone struggling in the water. Help! A voice shouts, oh no, someone has fallen into the water. Weining, seeing the danger, declares, I'm going to save them. Kong Hungza tries to stop her. Weining, you can't go. What if something happens to you? Weining retorts, how can I explain this to Master? Weining struggles against Kong Hungza's grip. Let go. A life is at stake. Saving lives is the priority. He refuses. I won't let go. Gasp from the crowd. Look, someone has jumped into the water to save someone. Protagonist dives into the pool, and Weining cries out, Brother Wang! Protagonist swims swiftly towards the person in the water. Someone exclaims, wow, that's fast. As protagonist reaches the struggling individual, a bystander shouts, no, leave me alone. Another adds, there's still one person in the water. What? There's one more person. Protagonist finds the second person struggling. Yes, he was in the water, and his feet were tangled in the seaweed. From the shore, someone points. Look, that young man has gone back. Weining calls out, Dad, while protagonist dives back into the water. Guagua clutches Teacher Xia's hand, trembling. Teacher Xia, I'm scared. My own father died while trying to save someone who had fallen into the water. Teacher Xia reassures her, don't be afraid, Guagua, it's okay. Lady Hua adds, it's been so long since it came up. Could it be tangled in the seaweed and unable to get up? An older woman approaches the group. Little girl, please accept my condolences. Your father is probably not coming up. Weining snaps, shut your mouth. Kong Hungza questions, that young man has been down there for over 10 minutes. Why hasn't the rescue team arrived yet? Weining, enraged, slaps Kong Hungza. You shut up. Kong Hungza, stunned, asks, Weining, what are you doing? Weining retorts, what does his death have to do with you? Weining tries to break free from Kong Hungza's grasp. Let go. I need to save Brother Wang. She declares, a selfish person like you will never understand. Commotion near the pool. Look, it looks like someone is moving. A voice from the crowd observes, it doesn't seem to be that young man. Protagonist surfaces, carrying the second victim. Dad! Weining cries out, Brother Wang. The protagonist surfaces, carrying the second victim. Dad! Weining cries out, Brother Wang. Someone exclaims in astonishment, yes, it's absolutely incredible. A young girl, Weining, hugs the protagonist tightly, saying, Dad, don't worry, I'm all wet, so don't get your clothes soaked. Below, another voice says, Brother Wang. A doctor is attending to a person lying on the ground. Bystanders watch. One person remarks, he was still breathing, but he couldn't wake up. Another mutters, it's so weird. The protagonist kneels beside the person on the ground, ready to help. Someone exclaims, let me see. Below, a voice expresses surprise. I never expected this young man to know medicine. Weining embraces the protagonist again, saying, Dad's fine. I'm wet, so be careful not to get your clothes wet. Another voice calls out, Brother Wang. Doctor is attending to a person lying on the ground. Bystanders watch. One person remarks, he was still breathing, but he couldn't wake up. Another mutters, it's so weird. The protagonist kneels beside the person on the ground, ready to help. Someone exclaims, let me see. Below, a voice expresses surprise. I never expected this young man to know medicine. The protagonist is examining someone's hand. A woman asks, Brother Wang, what's wrong? Below, a voice states, that's strange. How could a perfectly healthy man have irregular periods? The protagonist is speaking to the person on the ground. You're the one with irregular periods. The person on the ground laughs and asks, haha, so it's a girl? Someone else exclaims, that person is still alive. That's wonderful. The protagonist addresses someone, girl, you've been in the water for so long. You're much more capable than this young man. The person replies, I could only hold my breath for a few minutes before I was about to collapse. I only managed to stay in that position by breathing in the oxygen from his mouth. Someone asks, what? Shocked exclamation. What? Then you guys. A woman calls out, "Brother Wang." The protagonist responds, "Please don't get me wrong, it was simply to save people." A group is gathered. Someone says, okay, everyone's alright, let's all go home." Another person adds, "Thanks to this young man." A young man introduces himself. "Hello, my name is Xiong Miaoing. Thank you for saving me today." The protagonist shakes hands with Xiong Miaoing. "It's nothing, my name is Wang Han." Xiong Miaoing replies, "Thank you, brother Wang Han. I don't know how to thank you. How about I treat you to a meal?" The protagonist suggests, "We were just about to go eat anyway, so why don't we all go together?" Someone reacts positively. "Really? That's great." The protagonist agrees. "All right." The protagonist leads the way, saying, "Let's go then, there are many restaurants over there." A man in the foreground looks on with a furious expression. The protagonist gestures, "Lead the way," as a man trips and falls. The protagonist turns as a subordinate informs him, "Boss, the person has arrived." The protagonist faces a new individual. "Who are you?" An older man introduces himself. "Young man, please introduce yourself." "I am Bai Deming, and people in the underworld call me Master Bai." The protagonist replies, "We don't seem to know each other, Master Bai." Master Bai states, "Young man, don't get me wrong. I saw you rescuing someone today. You're a very good swimmer." The protagonist asks, "Six fingers?" Master Bai continues, "To be honest, I'm in the underwater salvage business. There's something I need you to do underwater, and I'll give you this amount after it's done." A woman asks, "Sixth master, is he worth that price?" Master Bai confirms, "That's right, 6 million, but I'll give it to you after the deal is done." The protagonist questions, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? You do it all and then just pull up your pants and leave. Where am I supposed to find you?" A voice instructs, "Xiao Yi, hand over the card. Below, a deal is proposed, a 2 million deposit, and I'll give you another 4 million after it's done. How about that?" Protagonist looks at his phone, saying, "Wait a minute." The protagonist reads a message on his phone. A voice from off-panel says, "Old man, promise him." The protagonist thinks to himself, "Huh? How did the old man know I was talking to these people?" The protagonist tells Master Bai, "Okay, I'll take care of it." Master Bai agrees, "Okay, it's a deal." Protagonist faces a woman. "If you dare to run away with the money, I'll break your legs." She replies, "You need to tell me exactly what you're fishing for." Master Bai gives a sinister smile, stating, "Dragon Return Beach, retrieving corpses." Dragon Return Beach? Are you kidding me? The place is called Dragon Return Beach because the water flow is so rapid that even dragons have to turn back. That's why I came to find you. I'll send someone to pick you up in 2 days, okay? Since that's the case, fine. Protagonist is seen on his phone as a woman exits a car beside him. Protagonist answers a call, asking, "Old man, what happened?" An older man on the phone states, "They were gonna Dragon Return Beach to retrieve that thing. Go with them and get the things." The narration explains, to be precise, it is a golden statue. 400 years ago, an old monk named Shirkong in Jiangning City passed away peacefully. The older man continues, his disciples sculpted a golden statue for him, and inside the statue was a 7-jeweled pagoda. Protagonist, now smoking, asks seriously, "Old man, what do you need that thing for?" Protagonist agrees, okay, you give me your instructions and I will do as you say." A woman sits on a couch holding a document. Protagonist returns, and the woman greets him, "You came back so early today." Protagonist reveals a document, asking, "What's this?" The document is identified as an appraisal report. Protagonist dismisses it, saying, "It's nothing, it's my own business." The woman asks, "Huh? What's up?" The woman points to a bead on protagonist's necklace, asking, "Wang Han, I'm asking you, is that bead really yours?" Protagonist replies, "Yes, didn't I already tell you?" Woman presses, "So who exactly are you? I mean, who is your real identity?" Protagonist declares, "Okay, I'm not pretending anymore, I'm coming clean. I am the heir of an ancient clan, a powerful arms tycoon in the international market, and the second-ranked assassin on the international assassin list, known in the underworld as the Ace of Spades." The woman retorts, "I knew you wouldn't tell the truth. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Never mind, I'll go cook for you." Serene sky is shown. A woman exits a building and is greeted by guards. She says, "Hello, Seo Su." The guards reply, "Good morning." The woman confronts another woman, asking, "What are you doing here again?" The second woman replies, "You've taken the money, so aren't you obligated to do the job?" First woman states, "My relationship with Wang Han is stable, and we haven't thought about breaking up yet. I know you're probably thinking badly about me right now, but I've liked Wang Han for 12 years, and we're both people who can trust each other with our backs on our shoulders." The second woman retorts, "Wang Han still has 6 bullets in his body that were never removed, and it's because of me. I would do anything for him, including my life." The first woman offers, "If you still think it's not enough, give me a number and call me when you've figured it out." The second woman refuses, I won't sign. The first woman announces, my flight is at 7 p.m. You have 8.5 hours to consider. Another woman approaches and asks, oh, Seo Jong, what are you doing here? The first woman replies, I've finished discussing some things, so I'm leaving now. Don't bother seeing me off. The second woman asks, Nan, what does Miss Jong want with you? The first woman replies, Miss Jong? Who is this Miss Jong? Second woman explains, she's the big boss from Beijing I was doing business with these past few days. Don't you recognize her? Even Qingxiu knows her. Could she really be? Is her family very powerful? I don't know exactly how powerful they are, but my grandfather said that if her family wanted to buy our family home, it would be an easy thing for them. The woman, clearly agitated, shuffles through papers at her desk. Lingling, come in here for a moment. What's wrong, Siosu? Has anyone suspicious entered my office in the last 2 days? Suspicious person. Yes, Su Lu came here before. It must be Su Lu. President Li checks her phone, a troubled expression on her face. Su Lu, bring my bank card back to me. What bank card? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't forget, I still have the evidence of your arson and murder. I can put you in jail for life at any time. Give me your bank card within 10 minutes. What's wrong, little girl? It's okay, Shuefu. I have something to do and can't go out with you. I thought she was here to stage a cliché scene of a domineering CEO. Unexpectedly. Are you really okay? Then I'm off. Yes, it's really nothing. Here's your card back. I didn't spend much, just a little bit from my card. The man recoils in shock as the woman confronts him, holding his card. Here's your card back. I didn't spend much, just a little bit from your card. The man recoils in shock as the woman confronts him, holding his card. Sister, there's 100 million in this card. I only spent a little over 10 million, not much. Get out. The man flees as the woman, holding the card, watches him go. She actually gave me 100 million to give up Wang Han. A modern skyscraper stands tall against a bright, cloudy sky. Hey bro, tell us more about your naval battles with Somali pirates. Those pirates were all ruthless killers. Moreover, they eat human flesh at sea. Oh, really? Wang Han. Woman in a business suit stands in a hallway, observing the scene. Hello, Siosu. What are your orders? Suddenly, I feel that this man is about to leave me, and a stirring is in my heart. I want to eat braised fish for lunch. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. The woman on the phone looks concerned. She is a member of the Gau family. Gau family, the one from Dark 8 Gates, the hemp, swallow, sparrow, orchid, goo, and rong. These hidden 8 sects have actually come after us. Young master, it's said that the Gau family are now full of professional assassins. They're quite shrewd. Being targeted by the Gau family won't end well. They're just a bunch of shady characters using unorthodox methods. Take him away first. Conversation continues. Yes. As 2 men escort a struggling figure away, another conversation unfolds. Young master, the Dark 8 Gates are different from the Open 8 Gates. They're doing shady things, so we'd better be careful. The leader of the Gau family, Hu Shuesho, has hands stained with the blood of countless people. The protagonist reassures his subordinate, although I'm not afraid of them, you should still arrange for some people to secretly protect Su Qi. Yes, master. A woman in a white dress appears, addressing the protagonist. Wang Han, what are you doing here? The older man, the Su family patriarch, observes the scene. Lady Hua questions the Su family patriarch. Grandpa, you still call him young master? The Su family patriarch corrects her. You silly girl, didn't you want to know who won the Qin family's project? The person is right in front of you now. Lady Hua reacts with shock and disbelief. What? That big shot was actually Wang Han. She continues, her hand covering her mouth in astonishment. The photos I posted. The protagonist, holding his phone, seems confused. The Su family patriarch asks, what photo? Meanwhile, Lady Hua rushes up the stairs, exclaiming, people will die if this continues. The Su family patriarch comments, this girl is getting more and more unruly as she gets older. Su family patriarch instructs, by the way, old Lin, keep a close eye on that kid. He might still be useful. Continue searching for information about that butterfly. The protagonist responds to the Su family patriarch. Yes, master. The protagonist stands with a determined expression, hands clasped. A phone screen displays an incoming call from Xiong Miaoing. Protagonist answers the call. What is it, Xiao Xiong? The caller explains, hey bro, that Zheng Hongwei beat us to it and launched the software before us. He's already promoting it everywhere. The protagonist calmly replies, okay, I'll be right to the company. Lady Hua asks the Su family patriarch, Grandpa, where is Wang Hanren? He replies, he's gone. You silly girl, you usually want to see the young master, so why are you so out of control after you finally do? Lady Hua expresses her surprise. I never imagined he was such a big shot. The Su family patriarch advises Lady Hua towards others. You must also pretend you don't know his identity. Understand? Lady Hua asks, can't we tell Nan Nan either? He responds, yes, this is also to protect Su Chi's safety. The scene shifts to Xiong Miaoyin's office. Inside the office, someone reports to Brother Han, they've already spent a fortune recommending it across all platforms. Zhang Hongwei has already spent 2 million yuan on promotion. Protagonist questions his subordinate, didn't I give you 5 million? Why haven't you spent it? The subordinate replies, 5 million is too much, I dare not make a decision. The protagonist asks, have we completed all the software preparation work? His subordinate confirms it's done. The protagonist then exclaims, what are we waiting for? Let's throw all 5 million in. The subordinate is shocked. Huh? 5 million? Really? I've never spent this much money before. The protagonist states, you'll be managing the company from now on, so you need to get used to these kinds of small things in advance. Meanwhile, at CEO Zheng's location, a success is announced. CEO Zheng, it's a success. After spending those 2 million, our downloads exceeded 300,000 in just 2 hours. Another person exclaims, haha, that feels so good. I'm so happy. Don't leave tonight. I'll treat you all to a karaoke session. Laughter fills the air. Ha ha ha. CEO Zheng is so good and bad. I have even worse ones out there. Do you want to try them? Someone instructs, oh right, I'll order a courier service later, buy a bamboo basket and fill it with some water. Send it to Xiong Miaoyin. Another person laughs. Ha ha ha, all that effort for nothing. Xiong Miaoyin must be furious. CEO Zheng's location, an alert is raised. CEO Zheng, something seems a bit off. He responds, something's not right. The subordinate explains, it seems that Xiong Miaoyin and her group have also started promoting it. What? How could that be? Did someone give them money? Approximately how much did they spend? About 5 million. What? 5 million? Smash it. 5 million is their limit. We've contacted various platforms to request an additional 5 million. Brother Han, number one. Don't get too excited. This is just the beginning. Great, our software is number one. Account received 5 million renminbi. Brother Han, why did you transfer another 5 million to the company account? That guy surnamed Zheng won't give up so easily. He'll definitely increase his promotional efforts. Let's take it slow. They've intensified their promotional efforts, just as I predicted. Brother Han, you were right. Smash it. Throw in another 5 million. We absolutely cannot lose. 5 million at once? Isn't that a bit too much? Not many. If we want to win, we can't give our opponents a chance. Smash it. CEO Zheng, they've spent money again. What? How much was smashed again? Approximately 5 million. Damn it, you dare mess with me? CEO Zheng, what should we do? Should we still invest? I've already spent 7 million. I can't let it all go to waste. Old Huang. Stop. Contact that person and tell him to crash Utopia's servers. Okay, I'll go right away. CEO Zheng, what is this? You'll see in a bit. Just open up all the permissions on your computer. Yes. This pattern looks familiar somewhere. Now that you mention it, I feel like I've seen it on some forum before. Bafum? That's right, Bafum, ranked 10th on the international hacker list, leads a hacker organization called Blackout. A few years ago, the system of an international trading company in Northern Europe was compromised by Blackout, and it cost 100 million to resolve the issue. Yo Zheng, how did you manage to contact him? Good steel should be used most. There's no point in trying to outdo them in terms of wealth. It would be easier to just take the money and ruin them. Xiao Zhang is truly amazing. Oh no, our server has been attacked. What happened? Xiaoyu, who attacked us? This blackout pattern. Why does it look so familiar? It's Bafum, ranked 10th on the hacker leaderboard. What? It must be that guy surnamed Zhang who did this. They've started playing dirty tricks. Brother Han, I'm sorry. I made you waste 10 million. I never expected that he would be able to get Baphomet to attack us. Giving up already? He's just a hacker. Everyone knows a few hackers. Korean, German, Russian, English. Wow, this guy actually speaks so many languages. Korean. He murmurs in German, his gaze fixed on his phone. He answers the call, a slight smile playing on his lips. As the protagonist speaks on the phone, a group of onlookers marvel at his linguistic abilities, speaking in German, Russian, and English. Success. The removal of Utopia from major platforms has propelled them back to the top of the game charts. Meanwhile, a man with a long ponytail sneers, confident he cannot be beaten. Panic sets in as a man in glasses stares at his computer screen. Holy crap, what's wrong with my computer? How did it get like this? A glitching, distorted image appears on the screen. The screen flickers, revealing a provocative image. Chaos erupts as they realize their server is under attack. What, did they hire a hacker too? Someone exclaims. Another confidently states, so what if they hired a hacker? Buffett is the 10th ranked hacker on the hacker list. The gravity of the situation sinks in. They contacted several hackers, including those ranked 2nd, 4th, 6th, and even 1st on the hacker leaderboard. The man in glasses gasps, what? Amidst the panic, a woman celebrates. We did it. We did it. We're number 1. Her companion exclaims, Brother Han, you're amazing. Who are these people you hired? They actually managed to defeat Baphomet, who's ranked 10th on the hacker list. The protagonist explains to a group, a few old friends who used to go to internet cafes all night together when I was working abroad. Protagonist, smoking a cigarette, tells his associate, oh right, Xiaoxiong, I'll give you some more money later. Go and contact some internet celebrities and stars and ask them to endorse our software. The protagonist's striking red motorcycle is parked outside a building. The protagonist enters a bar and greets Lady Hua, Sister Meng. Lady Hua, behind the bar, asks, what made you decide to come here today? Protagonist replies, I need to ask you for a favor. Why is it so quiet here today? Lady Hua then states, I urgently need money and want to sell this place. This place is quite profitable, keep opening it. If you need money urgently, I can help you. The protagonist reveals his request. Mangjia, you used to be in the entertainment industry, and I'd like to find some celebrities to endorse my company's products. Lady Hua readily agrees. Sure, which celebrity do you want to find? I'll help you get in touch with them. The protagonist confirms he'll send a list later. By the way, Sister Meng, are you really going to sell the bar? Lady Hua replies, yes, a friend of mine wants to buy it, but she can't come up with all the money, so I need to find another friend who agrees to invest with her. The protagonist asks, 9 million? You really want to buy it? Lady Hua responds, seriously, it's a deal. I'll transfer the money to you in a bit. The protagonist and Lady Hua stand on opposite sides of the bar, their conversation continuing. Suddenly, a group of men enter the bar. Zhao Meng, is the money ready? The protagonist, still seated, asks, I'm asking you a question. Where's the money? Lady Hua, standing, replies, we're working on it. A concerned voice asks Lady Hua, Sister Meng, who is this person? The man in the orange shirt recognizes the protagonist. I think I remember you. You were here last month, right? Aren't you a food delivery guy? What are you doing here? The protagonist intervenes. Shichong, if you have a problem, come at me. Don't mess with my friend. The man in the orange shirt lunges at Lady Hua. Friend, stop talking nonsense and give me the money. Lady Hua recoils, slightly stunned but defiant. Excuse me? The man in the orange shirt grabs Lady Hua by the throat, demanding, what did you say? Sold? Sold to whom? With a brutal strike, the protagonist unleashes a devastating blow. Protagonist stands over the downed attacker, a bottle in hand. What kind of person bullies women? The protagonist tightens his grip on the attacker's head, the violence escalating. The protagonist tightens his grip on the attacker's head, the violence escalating. A heavy boot stomps down. The protagonist unleashes a devastating blow. The protagonist sends an attacker flying with a powerful kick, tossing aside a chair in the process. With such limited skills, you dare to shout and yell. Close up on the protagonist's intense gaze. The protagonist unleashes a swift, powerful kick, connecting with an opponent. Chaos erupts as multiple attackers are taken down with brutal efficiency. The protagonist's movements are a blur of motion, dispatching foes with ease. Protagonist stands tall amidst the defeated, while Su family young lady confronts him. Below, Wang Han addresses the downed men. Wang Han, stop fighting. They are from the Brotherhood Alliance. The protagonist reacts with a questioning look. Brotherhood? A group of people, including Su family young lady and Wang Han, are in distress. One man shouts, scared? It's too late to be scared now. Su family young lady tells Wang Han, you should leave. I'll handle things here. We can't afford to mess with the Brotherhood. The protagonist calmly makes a phone call. It's okay, I'll just make a phone call. Hey Eru, don't you guys in the Brotherhood have someone named Shichong? One of the men, seemingly Wang Han, is questioned. What are you pretending for? Who do you think you are? The sound of a phone ringing is heard. Buzz. The ringing continues. Buzz. The man on the phone, seemingly Wang Han, answers with a flustered expression. Okay. Wang Han apologizes profusely to the protagonist. Brother Han, I was blind and offended you. I apologize to you. The protagonist looks unimpressed. Don't tell me, tell Sister Meng. Wang Han pleads with Sister Meng while the protagonist observes. It's all my fault, I was blind. Sister Meng, please forgive me. The protagonist dismisses them. Alright, get out of here and don't come back again. Sister Meng looks concerned. Wang Han agrees. Okay, Brother Han, let's get going. Sister Meng reassures the protagonist. It's alright, Sister Meng, they won't be coming again. Wang Han expresses his gratitude. Wang Han, thank you so much. A serene view of apartment buildings under a twilight sky. Protagonist is with two young girls, Guagua and Cici, and another woman, likely Sister Lily. He thanks Sister Lily. Sister Lily, thank you so much for helping me bring Guagua back. Sister Lily replies, it's okay. Guagua and Cici had a lot of fun. The protagonist discusses a job opportunity with Lily. By the way, Lily, the finance job I mentioned to you at my new company, what's your decision? Lily responds, no problem, you've helped me so many times, I'll definitely help you with yours. One of the girls, Guagua, asks to do homework with Cici. Dad, can I go to Cici's house to do my homework? Cici chimes in, Uncle Wang, please let Guagua do her homework with me. We'll play together after we finish. The protagonist agrees with a condition. Okay, but you have to listen to Aunt Lily and not cause trouble. Guagua promises to behave. Thank you, Dad. I won't cause any trouble. Lily adds, Guagua is very well behaved. The protagonist is alone at home, feeling a strange sense of quiet. Suddenly I'm all alone at home, and it's really a bit strange. He sends a message, asks the child's mother what she's doing. Text message exchange reveals a conversation with Su Chi. She states she's drinking with friends, and later, I'll drink it just to make you mad. The protagonist replies, pregnant women should drink less alcohol, and I'll pick you up after you finish drinking. Su Chi declines, no need, I'll stay at Shuefu's place tonight. He concludes with, okay, be careful. With a determined look, the protagonist checks his phone, confirming a plan. Time to get down to business. A message reads, I'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow. He simply replies, good. The scene shifts to the exterior of a dimly lit bar, its sign illuminated against the night. Inside the bar, three women sit at the counter. One, with blonde hair, asks, who are you texting? Another, with auburn hair, dismisses it with, nothing. The auburn-haired woman, Lady Hua, is cautioned by her purple-haired companion. Sister Meng, stop drinking. You've drunk too much, your stomach can't take it. The purple-haired woman then adds, by the way, Su Chi, I sold the bar. Another boss has also agreed to a joint venture with you. I'll give you his contact information in a bit. Lady Hua, slightly annoyed, retorts, I'm not drunk. The purple-haired woman continues, you said last time you married a food delivery guy. When are you going to bring him over so I can meet him? Lady Hua replies, I can tell at a glance whether someone is a scumbag or not. Lady Hua defends her choice, stating, he's actually a pretty good person. She elaborates, he doesn't seem like a food delivery person. His sister is quite capable. The scene transitions to a rainy night, with a crescent moon hanging in the sky above apartment buildings. A woman, dressed in a short brown dress and high heels, stands dripping wet at a doorway. The protagonist confronts the woman, asking, didn't you say you were going to Lin Shuefu's place? She replies, I was worried about you being home alone, so I came back. The protagonist notices her state. What happened to you? You're all soaking wet. She simply responds, fine. He urges her, you should quickly wipe yourself clean and change your clothes. She looks at him with suspicion, asking, you? Suddenly, the protagonist's demeanor shifts. He grabs a piece of clothing and exclaims, damn it, cutie! The scene becomes chaotic as a struggle ensues. The fight intensifies with a knife flashing. The woman lunges, her hair flying, as the protagonist dodges. She questions him, knowing my name. The protagonist, with a grim expression, declares, then you must die. He prepares to strike. The protagonist overpowers the woman, pinning her down. He asks, what is your purpose? The woman, enraged, shouts, give me back the beads, and the Buddha head too, or I'll spare your life. A mysterious object, perhaps the beads, is seen. The protagonist's hand moves with speed. He maintains his hold, asking, you want everything. Do you want to fly to the heavens? The woman's expression is fierce as she prepares another move. A sharp object narrowly misses the protagonist's face. As the protagonist attempts to strike, she tries to defend herself. He lands a powerful kick, overpowering her defenses. The protagonist observes her closely, remarking, this woman looks exactly like Su Chi. She's definitely not in disguise. He then asks, are they twin sisters? The woman, still aggressive, asks, have you ever thought about becoming my sister-in-law? The protagonist retorts, are you my brother-in-law? She then demands, brother-in-law, please give me the Buddha head. The woman, her eyes burning with menace, declares, I stabbed the young master 3 times and left him with 6 holes. He wouldn't lie to me. Give me the stuff and I'll spare your life. The protagonist, standing firm, retorts, they are all close relatives. They lent me the Buddha head for a few days. He then adds, then I'll just have to send you to your death. The woman's expression hardens as she lunges forward, a fierce growl escaping her lips. Lady Hua, her gaze sharp, acknowledges the protagonist's words. Okay, I got it. Turning away, Lady Hua states, the Buddha head and beads are ready. I'll come back to pick them up next time. She then issues a chilling warning. Don't force me to kill you. A voice calls out, don't go yet, I have something to do. The protagonist lunges forward, his movements a blur, as Lady Hua turns to face him, her expression unreadable. Emerging from the elevator, the Su family young lady, dressed impeccably, casts a glance back. Su family young lady, now with her hair tied back, approaches a door, keys in hand. A soft click echoes as the door opens. The protagonist, lounging on the bed, is startled. Huh? Someone's here. The Su family young lady enters, her eyes scanning the floor. Why are there so many water stains on the floor? The protagonist grabs the Su family young lady, exclaiming, my sister-in-law, do you want to surprise me? She struggles. What are you doing? What are you talking about in your sleep? Let go of me. He checks her pulse, a thought crossing his mind. Pregnancy pulse. His expression shifts to confusion as he asks, huh? You're not? The protagonist, looking somewhat disheveled, asks, honey, didn't you go to Lin Shuefu's place? Why are you back? The Su family young lady replies, I left the document at home. I need it tomorrow morning, so I'll come back to get it. She notices the mess. Why is there water everywhere? What did you do? The protagonist can only respond with a bewildered, huh? A close-up on a woman's face, her expression unreadable. Protagonist asks, has a woman been to our house? The Su family young lady explains, a woman came by, and she looked exactly like you. She looks away, a troubled expression on her face. Wang Han, I never knew you were this kind of person. She then adds, this time, the reason came up with was quite ingenious. The protagonist insists, I didn't make this up. The Su family young lady replies, Wang Han, I really misjudged you. The protagonist opens the door, he seems flustered. I really don't know how to explain this now. He continues, I can't exactly say you're not your parents' biological daughter, and that you have a twin sister. The protagonist tries to reassure her. Let me explain. The Su family young lady, still processing, says, Wang Han, I really misjudged you. He looks on, a mix of confusion and concern on his face. The protagonist continues, I really don't know how to explain this now. I can't exactly say you're not your parents' biological daughter, and that you have a twin sister. The scene shifts to the next morning. A voice from a car calls out, Brother Wang Han, I've already sent someone to the entrance of your residential area. The protagonist replies, okay, I'll be right there. Lu Yi, dressed in a sharp business suit, stands by a car. Get on the bus, we've been waiting for you. The protagonist sits in the car, his expression thoughtful. Lu Yi instructs, don't ask so many questions, you'll know when you get there. From now on, when you see the gentleman, call him Sixth Master. Learn some manners. The protagonist questions, didn't Bai Deming teach you to trust those you employ and not to employ those you don't trust? Lu Yi ties a blindfold around the protagonist's eyes, stating, Sixth Master said that this is the first time we've worked together, so we must be wary of others. The protagonist dismisses her concern. None of these things are useful to me. Lu Yi then commands, drive. We've arrived. Wake up. This is our secret base. Everything you need is inside. Ah, Brother Wang Han, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's see how thick your skin is. The protagonist unleashes a blindingly fast sword strike, aiming for the massive serpent's head. Serpent's scales shimmer, deflecting the attack as it coils, ready to strike. The protagonist dodges the serpent's lunge, narrowly avoiding its fangs. He carries a yellow oxygen tank, ready for a submerged confrontation. Business is important, so I'll spare your life for now. The protagonist leaps across the jagged terrain, oxygen tank in tow. The serpent lunges from the water, its scales glinting menacingly. The water ripples as the serpent moves beneath the surface. They're out. Man struggles in the water, clearly outmatched. Hey, where are your things? Where are the people who went down with you? That young man can't get out. As for what you want, I've put it in a safe place. If you want it, you'll have to pay extra. Idiot, tell me quickly, where is it? Alright, young Master Wang Han, what do you want to talk about? I can help you eliminate anyone who is blocking your path to advancement. Oh, really? Then help me eliminate these Japanese. If he dies, I can take his place. Do you dare? Always keep my word. Idiot. The protagonist draws his pistol, a confident smirk on his face. The protagonist's precise shots take down his opponents with brutal efficiency. Mr. Bai, it's solved. Brother Wang Han, you have great marksmanship. What did I tell you? Spending 6 million to invite Brother Wang Han over is definitely worth it. Mr. Bai, you flatter me. The old man insisted that I infiltrate your ranks, so I have no choice but to help you get rid of these few little bastards. Sixth Master Hamasaki is dead. How are we going to explain this to our superiors? Simple. It's not just us who's here to steal the golden body. There are also powerful figures and members of the Dark Eight Gates. What does it have to do with us that Hamasaki Ichiro was killed by them? I see. Road leader. Give you 2 million in exchange for your golden statue. You can't afford to mess with the person behind this. If you take the money, you'd better be alive to spend it. Okay, 2 million. You said it. Transfer the money to me, and I'll go get the golden statue for you. Xiao Yi, transfer the money. Yes. The money is gone. 2 people came with me. That thing was incredibly heavy. I couldn't move it by myself. The old man suddenly became talkative. He must be up to no good. You 2 go with him. Yes. I'll go too. That old rascal is really wicked. Who knows what he's up to? Okay, thank you for your help, Brother Wang Han. The diver plunges into the deep blue. Bubbles rise around the descending diver, hinting at the depths below. I never expected there would be a shipwreck underwater. The vastness of the underwater world reveals a sunken vessel, a silent testament to a past tragedy. Chains bind a figure to the ship's deck, their struggle evident even in the silence of the deep. More divers descend, their intentions unclear as they approach the scene. A diver's determined gaze, masked by their gear, hints at the confrontation to come. The world above seems distant as the diver prepares for action. A guttural cry echoes in the water. The fight erupts underwater as a diver grapples with another. A diver confronts the bound figure, their intentions escalating. A violent clash as one diver strikes another with brutal force. The impact sends shockwaves through the water. A struggle for dominance ensues between the divers. One diver gains the upper hand, pinning the other. Pressure mounts as the attacker tightens their grip. The divers converge, their actions a blur of underwater combat. A flurry of kicks and punches as the battle rages on. The fight spills over to the deck where others are engaged. Water churns, obscuring the chaos below. Hey old man, don't run away. The chase is on, a desperate flight through the underwater currents. Go to hell. A diver draws a weapon, ready to end the pursuit. Bullets fly through the water as the confrontation escalates. Water churns as the underwater struggle intensifies. A diver is held at knife point by another, the tension palpable in the murky depths. A lone diver descends into the abyss, their fins kicking through the water. A desperate cry echoes, Xiao Yi. Struggle continues underwater, limbs entangled in the deep blue. A violent clash erupts, bubbles exploding around the struggling divers. One diver grapples with another, a knife held menacingly close. A close-up on a diver's eyes, wide with shock and determination. A muffled gasp escapes as the fight reaches a critical point. One diver offers oxygen. Here's your oxygen. You go up first. Sign language. In the distance, another diver is thrown back, struggling in the water. The close-up continues on the diver's mask, the water distorting their features. Frantic plea is heard. Put down your golden robes. A triumphant declaration. I got the golden statue, you piece of trash. Sign language. A diver, enraged, promises retribution. I'll spank your ass until it's rotten. One diver clutches another, who appears injured and bleeding. The words "has something gone wrong" are spoken. Chaos erupts in the water as divers struggle. The words "has something gone wrong" are spoken again. A panicked shout. Doctor, where is the doctor? What happened? We didn't bring a doctor. One diver carries an injured companion while another stands by. Xiao Yi encountered members of the Dark Eight Gates and was injured. Sound of tearing fabric. What about the golden statue? The reply comes grimly. They stole it. A heated discussion ensues. Sixth Master, they've headed upstream. I'll take some men and go after them right away. The response, don't go yet. The young master must have invited some powerful expert. They will definitely clash first and will wait to reap the benefits. The sounds of struggle continue. I first sealed several acupoints on her to stop the bleeding and then quickly took her to see a doctor. A clinic stands under the dim evening light. A surgeon emerges, the surgery in progress sign illuminated. How about it? The surgeon is asked. The wound was stitched up. Fortunately, he was brought in time. Otherwise, he would have certainly died. The mission failed? It seems this doctor has quite a powerful background. Dr. Ren, could you please let me see the person in charge? I'd like to explain things to them personally. Even the members of the Dark Eight Gates have gotten involved. In that case, I'll make a phone call. Mr. Bai, who is this doctor? He is our liaison with our superiors. A while later, I know what you're thinking. If you bring back the golden statue within 3 days, you can take over Hamasaki Ichiro's position. I have found the best helper. This is young brother Wang Han, and this is Dr. Ren Qingchuan. Hello. I have to perform surgery on a patient later, so I won't keep you any longer. Sixth Master, remember this well. 3 days. Don't forget. Okay, I'll definitely get it done within 3 days. The car speeds through the night. Sixth Master, shall we go find the Dark Eight Gates and the bandits now? We only have 3 days. It's a small matter. I have people on both the Dark Eight Gates and the Strongmen. Members of the Dark Eight Gates have been seriously injured, and her golden body was stolen by someone else. Let's go and take it back now. Aza, how many times have I told you? If you want to do great things, you have to be calm and composed. You can't rush things. Sixth Master's lesson was correct. Mr. Bai, I'm working for you now. Can you give me a heads up? Who are we working for? Brother Wang Han, there are some things you shouldn't know. But don't worry with your skills as long as you achieve something great sooner or later. With Mr. Bai's words, I will definitely help you get your hands on the golden statue. Haha, okay. Sixth Master, where are we going now? We've all been busy for so long and are all tired. Let's go to our usual spot to relax for a bit. It just so happens that Brother Wang Han must be tired too, so let's take him to relax. Okay, Sixth Master. Group arrives at a luxurious establishment. Oh, Sixth Master, you've finally arrived. I've missed you so much. Boss lady, if you miss me, just miss me. Don't use the word death, I can't stand hearing that. Haha, may Sixth Master live a long and healthy life. Please come to the VIP suite upstairs. The group heads to the VIP suite. The protagonist and his companions relax in a lounge area. Oh no, I've been busy all day and haven't received any messages from my wife. Lin Shuafu, I've done enough to soothe her. Now you should say a few nice words to Nan Nan. Su Qi, I'm hungry. Why aren't you replying to my messages? The phone rings, displaying SUQI. Wang Han, where are you? You haven't answered the phone or replied to messages all day. I went out to run some errands and just got back to the city. Protagonist stares at his phone in shock as a frantic voice demands to know why a woman's voice is heard in the background. Answering the call, protagonist snaps back, clearly frustrated by the unexpected interruption. The staff member questions the urgency, trying to maintain the relaxing atmosphere, but protagonist is clearly not in the mood for leisure. Protagonist informs them he has urgent family matters to handle, stepping away to make a necessary phone call. Outside the room, protagonist is met with a dead line, realizing he has been blocked. Protagonist mutters to himself, noting that the elderly caller always knows exactly when to interrupt. Elderly man in robe confirms the location of the items, hidden near a V-shaped mountain pass by a bird's nest. Protagonist prompts for the next move, ready to act on the information provided. Protagonist listens intently, his expression hardening as he receives his instructions. Protagonist reflects on the impeccable timing of the call, still holding the phone to his ear. Elderly man in robe reiterates the exact coordinates, ensuring protagonist knows where to find the stash. Protagonist asks again for the next phase of the plan, keeping his voice low. The order is clear: infiltrate the target immediately and uncover their origins. Protagonist stands tall, his aura manifesting as a dark, powerful dragon, signaling his resolve. Protagonist ends the call, turning his attention back to the men waiting in the room. The men explain that they can no longer relax, as the road chief has reached out regarding the golden statue. Protagonist watches as the group prepares to move, noting the shift in their demeanor. Desolate town looms ahead, the destination for their dangerous encounter. The group arrives at the outskirts, confirming they have reached the correct location. They recount how the teams split up to secure the golden statue while others searched for the body. Team acknowledges the plan, ready to execute their assigned tasks. Protagonist focuses his gaze, preparing for the inevitable conflict ahead. Lady Hua speeds down the road on her motorcycle, firing her weapon at the car ahead. A massive truck suddenly blocks the path, forcing Lady Hua to confront the immediate danger. Lady Hua cries out in alarm as the situation spirals out of control. With wide eyes, Lady Hua realizes the collision is unavoidable. A thunderous impact sends Lady Hua flying as the motorcycle is crushed by the collision. Protagonist slams his hand against the car window, his face etched with urgency as he shouts for them to stop. The chaotic scene reveals a red motorcycle mangled on the asphalt, with Lady Hua sprawled nearby while protagonist stands firm near his vehicle. Bald attacker and his companion loom in the background, their dark suits signaling a professional, cold-blooded intent. Protagonist realizes the gravity of the situation. His identity is on the line as he recognizes the looming threat of Xiao Xiangzhu Zhonghui. Bald Attacker receives a cold order to dispose of the target, his expression hardening as he prepares to move. Lady Hua, clutching her bleeding wound, snaps back with defiance, refusing to be indebted to anyone. Protagonist maintains his composure, delivering a chilling promise to finish what he started if their paths cross again. A spectral blue dragon aura manifests behind Protagonist, underscoring the hidden, overwhelming power he carries. The focus shifts to the intricate dragon emblem on his belt, a subtle mark of his status and authority. The tension inside the moving car spikes as Lady Hua and Protagonist trade sharp, biting remarks. A violent collision rocks the vehicle, the sudden impact throwing everything into disarray. Amidst the chaos, a sharp command cuts through the air, demanding better control of the vehicle. Protagonist remains focused, his eyes locked on the road as he maneuvers through the danger. A heavy boot slams onto the pedal, pushing the vehicle to its absolute limit. Tires screech against the asphalt as the car surges forward with aggressive speed. From above, the road looks like a hunting ground, with vehicles closing in for a deadly interception. Lady Hua shouts a warning, noticing the incoming car threatening to ram them from the front. The pursuers don't hold back, their aggressive tactics escalating as they try to force Protagonist off the road. Protagonist keeps his hands steady on the wheel, his expression cold and calculated under the pressure. The vehicles drift dangerously close, narrowly avoiding a catastrophic pileup on the highway. A sudden, sharp turn sends the car swerving to maintain its position. High-speed chase continues, the vehicles weaving through traffic in a blur of motion. Lady Hua stares at Protagonist, her curiosity piqued by his mysterious and lethal efficiency. Protagonist brushes off her questions, asserting that his legend remains far beyond their reach. The confrontation turns tense as Lady Hua levels a knife at Protagonist, demanding to know his true identity. Protagonist calmly questions her about her own family, turning the interrogation back on her while driving. The conversation shifts to the mysterious white bead, the object of their hidden agendas. Protagonist claims the bead as his own, revealing that it was with him from the very beginning. The protagonist sits in the car, deep in thought, processing the revelation that the pearl is now in Hu Dai's possession, and that she is the twin of Su Qi. Hu Dai demands the return of the beads, but the protagonist, brandishing a knife, asks if she hadn't already stolen them back. Dai denies it, her face twisted in pain as she grips her bandaged wound. The protagonist stares at the center console, bewildered by the disappearance of the object and wondering if it was stolen. Hu Dai, still clutching her side, coldly instructs the protagonist to pull over at the upcoming intersection. The protagonist insists on taking her to the hospital, but she snaps at him to stop the car immediately. The car pulls over to the curb under the dark night sky. Hu Dai steps out of the car, her movements stiff as she holds her injured arm. From the driver's seat, the protagonist reminds her to keep her promise regarding Su Qi, only to be met with her sharp mockery of his naivety. The protagonist watches her leave, muttering that he saved her for nothing. As the protagonist contemplates his next move regarding the missing item, his phone suddenly buzzes. Call comes through from Bai Deming. Bai Deming praises the protagonist's work and informs him that his superiors are pleased and wish to meet him in person. The Bai family villa stands looming and silent in the daylight. The protagonist enters the villa and announces his arrival to the men waiting inside. An elderly man thanks the protagonist for his efforts, confirming that they will meet the boss very soon. They inspect the golden statue, noting an incision where the pagoda was previously extracted. The elderly man assures them that the statue's presence is enough, mocking Bai Deming's ignorance regarding the true value of the pagoda. A door clicks open as someone arrives to escort them. Group prepares to transport the statue, confirming it is ready to be moved. A man enters, inquiring about the status of the job, and is told the statue is ready. The man confirms the boss is pleased with the progress and asks when he can finally meet him. He orders them to bring the statue and follow him immediately to the boss. The protagonist maintains his focus, ready to finally confront the mastermind behind the entire operation. Doves fly over the sprawling, luxurious estate grounds. The group walks through the villa, carrying the statue. The protagonist observes his surroundings, noting that the residents of this place are clearly not ordinary. A woman in a traditional dress sits nearby, seemingly distracted as they walk past. The escort sternly warns the others to keep their heads down and avoid looking around. He instructs the protagonist to accompany him further, ordering the rest of the men to wait outside. The protagonist remains unfazed by the warnings, dismissing the rules of the house with a casual air as he continues to explore. He challenges his companion, questioning if he truly understands the identity of the boss behind this operation. His companion admits his ignorance, speculating that the organization is shrouded in mystery. Protagonist offers a simple, stoic acknowledgement, his expression unreadable. A woman in a traditional dress stands gracefully in the garden, her presence commanding attention. She moves with elegance, unaware of the eyes observing her from the shadows. The protagonist is warned again to keep his gaze steady and avoid drawing unnecessary attention. He grows suspicious, wondering if the woman is being held against her will by her employer. The woman playfully scolds the koi fish in the pond, calling them by nicknames and warning them against bullying each other. Doubt lingers in his mind, and he cannot help but question the nature of the woman's situation. She continues to interact with the fish, her voice light and seemingly detached from the tension nearby. She gestures toward the water, her tone firm as she threatens to get angry if the bullying continues. A surge of power manifests as a spectral dragon, marking the protagonist's hidden strength. A sudden slip breaks the calm as the woman loses her footing on the slick ground. She cries out in surprise as she teeters on the edge of the pond. Reacting instantly, the protagonist lunges forward to prevent the fall. He catches her arm, the tension of the moment captured in their locked grip. He pulls her to safety, checking to see if she has sustained any injuries. The protagonist assures his contact that he will soon become a trusted confidant, regardless of the cost. He inquires about the woman's background, specifically why her surname differs from the one he expected. His companion explains the rumors surrounding her birth, noting that it is a topic best left avoided. The spectral dragon returns, signaling the protagonist's readiness for the next phase of his plan. Sudden notification on his phone stops him in his tracks, his expression shifting to shock. A harsh message from Lin Shuefu warns him about the dangers of meddling in personal affairs. He quickly dismisses the interruption, claiming it is merely a personal matter. The car speeds away, leaving the city behind as they head toward their destination. A mysterious voice muses on the difficulty of being abroad and the deep longing for a reunion. President Lee corners protagonist, questioning why he has returned to China despite his success abroad. He dismisses the inquiry with a calm, vague response. Protagonist admits that while he thrives overseas, there are people in China he simply cannot bring himself to abandon. The atmosphere shifts as protagonist enters, carrying lunch and interrupting the tense meeting. President Lee demands to know his identity. A lingering shot of the office environment, highlighting the professional yet cold workspace of President Lee. President Lee introduces protagonist as her driver, maintaining a sharp, composed demeanor despite the unexpected arrival. The tension thickens as the inquiry turns toward the contents of the bag, questioning if it is meant for Nan Nan. President Lee bluntly tells protagonist that they have already eaten and he is free to take the items away. Protagonist attempts to initiate a conversation, but is met with an immediate cold rejection from President Lee. Protagonist asserts his authority, demanding President Lee step outside so he can speak privately with the CEO, mocking the driver's audacity. Protagonist stands his ground, insisting he has been honest and that there is no need for them to stir up trouble. The confrontation escalates as protagonist physically intervenes, prompting an outraged demand for him to leave. A sharp impact resonates as protagonist grabs the other man's hand, silencing the protest with a display of superior strength. President Lee reacts with shock, slamming her hands onto the desk as she realizes the situation is spiraling out of control. The verbal sparring continues, with protagonist questioning if trust is even possible under these hostile conditions. Protagonist is interrupted by a sudden notification on his phone, signaling a shift in priority. The screen glows with an urgent message from an elder, demanding an immediate callback. Determined to change the narrative, protagonist vows to force them to believe his intentions. President Lee advises Nan Nan against engaging with such people, dismissing the conflict as a waste of energy. Protagonist persists, offering to keep her company, only to be told she has prior commitments for the evening. President Lee draws a firm boundary, stating she is married and warning that their friendship is at risk. Protagonist challenges the claim, demanding to know where this mysterious husband is, as he has never heard of him. A calculated response follows, acknowledging the past departure and expressing a desire to make amends. President Lee remains unmoved, stating she has a meeting to attend and he is free to do as he pleases. The door closes with a resounding thud, leaving protagonist in the quiet office. Protagonist takes a call, inquiring about the progress of the investigation regarding the rumors surrounding the driver. A look of cold arrogance crosses his face as he scoffs at the idea of a mere driver attempting to steal his woman. Protagonist receives orders to attend a charity fundraiser and secure cooperation from Master FO. Confusion flickers in his eyes as he questions the motive behind teaming up with the Buddha faction. The order is final. Stop the nonsense and ensure contact with Master Buddha is established by tomorrow. The elite guests arrive in style, greeted by a formal reception as they step out of their luxury vehicles. Inside the gala, the atmosphere is tense. A guest dismisses the charity fundraiser as nothing more than a front for the wealthy to launder money. A young lady from the Su family spots a familiar face, her eyes narrowing as she asks who has arrived. A man exchanges pleasantries with the others, his presence commanding attention as he discusses the merits of the event. The man turns to the Su family woman, offering to be her date while noting his supposed foot injury. The group continues their conversation, exchanging polite words as they mingle in the lavish ballroom. The Su family woman pulls the man aside, requesting his company in the restroom area. A woman nearby watches with a sharp, calculating gaze as the pair walks away together. The woman seethes with jealousy, noting that yet another woman has caught the man's attention. Her frustration boils over as she recalls broken promises, clutching her drink in anger. The man stops outside the restroom, telling the Su family woman he will wait for her. Inside, a mysterious figure in a cap ambushes the Su family woman, forcing her into a struggle. Hearing the commotion, the man rushes to the scene, his aura flaring with intense energy. He moves with lethal speed, his boots thudding against the floor as he closes the distance. The man grabs the attacker's arm, demanding they release their grip immediately. Recognition flashes in his eyes as he realizes exactly who is behind the mask. He confronts the woman, questioning why she keeps following him. The woman attempts to bolt, but the man is already one step ahead. He catches her by her ponytail, stopping her escape in its tracks. He slams her against the wall, pinning her down with overwhelming force. The man holds up a token, demanding to know why she hasn't fulfilled her end of their bargain. She lashes out, cursing him and telling him to go to hell. The man deftly blocks her strike, warning her to start behaving herself. Another woman enters the room, shocked to find the two of them in such a compromising position. The tension peaks as the man manages to restrain her with a swift, decisive motion. He declares that there is no way she is escaping his grasp this time. The protagonist intervenes, firmly blocking the assailant, and demands they release the woman, clarifying that she is not Su Chi. The assailant holds a blade to the captive's throat, coldly warning the protagonist not to make any sudden moves. The captive lets out a sharp cry of terror as the blade presses closer. The assailant demands the beads in exchange for the captive's life, but the protagonist remains unfazed, claiming he barely knows her and telling the captor to go ahead and kill her. Caught off guard by his indifference, the assailant questions if he truly believes she wouldn't dare follow through. The protagonist meets Wang Han, noting that while he has received remittances from him before, this is their first face-to-face encounter. Wang Han replies that he is there to visit the children and handle other business. The protagonist introduces himself, stating he is looking for Zhao Debao, and the two share a formal handshake. The group turns their attention to the arrival of Lady Hua as Wang Han inquires about the reason for her visit. A display of the protagonist's aura, manifesting as a powerful blue dragon, signifies his underlying strength. Wang Han is questioned about his presence, and he explains to Lady Hua that he is there to conduct some business. A philosophical remark is made, suggesting that kind people are naturally drawn to one another. Wang Han is introduced as a frequent sponsor of the welfare home, highlighting his charitable nature to Lady Hua. Jiang Juanhao scoffs at the mention of a driver, mockingly questioning how much a man in his position could possibly contribute. Lady Hua observes the tense exchange, her expression shifting as she prepares to intervene. Lady Hua presents a donation of 200,000 yuan to Director Liu, making it clear it is a personal contribution. The protagonist holds up the check, signaling his commitment to the donation. Jiang Juanhao is visibly rattled, questioning if the protagonist can truly afford such a sum, while the protagonist hands the check to Director Liu. Lady Hua chides Jiang Juanhao, reminding him that charity is not a competition for show. Jiang Juanhao and Lady Hua exchange heated looks as the confrontation escalates. The protagonist expresses his desire to perform charity work, claiming he wants to become as excellent as Lady Hua to be worthy of her. Director Liu agrees to lead the group to visit the children, de-escalating the immediate tension. The children play happily in the yard, unaware of the adult conflicts surrounding them. The protagonist and Lady Hua watch the children playing, noting how much fun they are having. The protagonist approaches Lady Hua, holding a toy plane and telling her he has something important to discuss. Lady Hua invites him to speak, and he brings up the rumors regarding a woman who looks exactly like her. Lady Hua questions the logic of his story, specifically the claim about a woman who looks like her jumping from the 12th floor. Wang Han faces immediate rejection as he is coldly told that he has been fired and should stop bothering Nan Nan, as his presence is unwelcome. Defiant, Wang Han snaps back, demanding to know why his discomfort matters and asserting his right to speak to his woman as he pleases. The atmosphere turns icy as he is sternly told that his lack of self-awareness is disappointing and that he needs to stay away from Nan Nan for good. As the confrontation ends, Wang Han is left behind, watching as the others walk away, indifferent to his protests. Fuming with frustration, protagonist lets out a sharp curse, his irritation reaching a breaking point. A cold, lethal suggestion cuts through the air, proposing that a permanent solution like killing him in his sleep would be the most efficient path. Protagonist approaches Elder Chun, who is lounging in the sun, and greets him with a casual remark about how long it has been. Elder Chun sighs, admitting that the 10 Elder Society is too dangerous to get involved with and that he is simply too old for such games. Frustrated by the dismissiveness, protagonist accuses them of being cold-hearted, declaring he is done playing along with their games. Protagonist presses further, bluntly asking what price it would take to lure Elder Chun out of his comfortable retirement. The bidding escalates from 10 million to 20 million, but Elder Chun remains unmoved, claiming money is irrelevant now that he is practically living in diapers. Protagonist is taken aback by the stubborn refusal, but Elder Chun hints at a potential compromise, a condition that must be met. Elder Chun reveals the catch. A vengeful spirit is haunting him, making it impossible to sleep, and he needs protagonist to resolve it. Protagonist eyes the factory in the distance, processing the gravity of the situation Elder Chun has laid out. A close-up on protagonist's hand clutching a cigarette, his tension palpable as he weighs the request. With a grim resolve, protagonist gives a short, sharp nod of agreement. Protagonist demands to know the identity of the entity stalking him, and Elder Chun names one of the 4 powerful hall masters, Lin Wanhu. Protagonist is stunned, arguing that Lin Wanhu is a legendary grandmaster while he is only a minor one. Is he being sent to his death? Elder Chun waves it off, laughing that Lin Wanhu wouldn't dare touch him, especially given his status as the 9th prince of the 10 clans. Protagonist asks where he can find the apprentice, and Elder Chun promises that the apprentice will make contact when the time is right. As they part ways, Elder Chun can't help but fire a final sarcastic jab about protagonist's soda consumption. Nearby, others continue their day, unaware of the heavy conversation that just transpired. A woman refuses to leave, insisting they stay together despite the man's attempt to head back to the company. Protagonist speeds away in his car, his mind racing as he navigates the city streets. Suddenly, a cold, focused look crosses protagonist's face as he senses danger. Crash! A heavy object smashes through the windshield, forcing protagonist to swerve in shock. Realizing this is an assassination attempt, protagonist leaps from the vehicle, eyes scanning for the attacker. He lands perfectly, his muscles coiled and ready for the inevitable confrontation. Protagonist charges up the stairs, shouting a death threat to the assailant hiding above. Attacker flees across the rooftop, but protagonist is right on his heels, demanding he stand and fight. A freak accident unfolds as a flower pot crashes onto the windshield of a parked car, narrowly missing the bystanders. Lady Hua catches sight of a familiar vehicle and immediately urges the driver to stop the car. The car screeches to a halt, leaving everyone inside stunned by the sudden turn of events. Lady Hua rushes out of the vehicle, her eyes locked on Wang Han as she calls out to him in alarm. Bystanders gather near the damaged car, marveling at the sheer luck of the man who avoided a lethal blow from the falling pot. Lady Hua points urgently toward the rooftop, her expression shifting to one of intense concern. The group turns their gaze upward, confusion etched on their faces as they process the chaos. High above the city, protagonist is locked in a desperate, gravity-defying chase across the rooftops. Onlookers below remain fixated on the scene, still reeling from the narrow escape. Lady Hua continues to signal toward the rooftops, desperate for the others to see the danger. The high-stakes pursuit continues, with protagonist relentlessly closing the distance. Protagonist stands tall, his aura manifesting as a powerful blue dragon, signaling his overwhelming combat prowess. Wang Han watches from below, his voice filled with urgency as he tracks the figures leaping between buildings. A frantic question hangs in the air as the chase forces everyone to question the destination. Protagonist launches a devastating kick, forcing his opponent onto the defensive at the very edge of the building. The momentum carries them through the air, turning the rooftop into a lethal arena. A collective gasp erupts from the street as the two figures teeter dangerously over the abyss. The cornered attacker lashes out with a desperate strike, trying to create distance. Protagonist braces for the impact, his focus absolute and unwavering. Protagonist seizes the attacker's leg, his grip ironclad as he refuses to let the fight end so easily. Gravity takes hold, and both men plummet toward the concrete below in a final, desperate struggle. Witnesses below watch in horror, unable to comprehend the sheer madness of the encounter. The impact is brutal, both combatants crashing against the building's exterior as they fight for control. Protagonist counters with a lightning-fast strike, dominating the exchange mid-air. They continue to trade blows, turning the descent into a high-speed martial arts duel. Protagonist lands a heavy step, grounding himself to deliver a decisive blow. The final surge of power, protagonist prepares to finish the confrontation once and for all. Protagonist launches into a high-speed pursuit, his movements blurring as he closes the distance. With lightning reflexes, protagonist intercepts the incoming strike, locking his opponent's wrist in a firm, unbreakable grip. Protagonist pivots, delivering a crushing blow that forces his opponent onto the defensive. The momentum of the clash carries both fighters out into the open air, suspended in a dangerous mid-air struggle. Protagonist's opponent sneers, mocking his martial arts prowess even as the situation spirals out of control. Protagonist executes a flawless aerial maneuver, preparing to turn the tide of the skirmish. Protagonist retorts with cold intensity, dismissing the threats as he readies his next lethal move. Kicking off the momentum, protagonist unleashes the coiling dragon hand, a devastating technique that ripples through the air. The impact lands with a sickening crunch, shattering the opponent's guard entirely. The force of the strike is absolute, leaving no room for recovery as the opponent is overwhelmed. Protagonist follows up with a brutal kick, driving his opponent down with relentless pressure. The sheer force of the collision craters the concrete, signaling the end of the fight. A violent cough echoes as the opponent is left broken and gasping for air. Blood spatters as the opponent suffers the full weight of protagonist's retribution. Watching from a distance, the observer is left in shock at the sheer scale of protagonist's power. Protagonist delivers one final, crushing blow that pins his foe against the wall. The sound of footsteps rings out as protagonist clears the area, the smoke rising from the scene. President Lee rushes toward the scene, calling out in desperation. Protagonist calmly issues orders over the phone, his voice steady as he secures the aftermath. With the opponent neutralized, protagonist drags him away to extract the information he needs. Search continues below, with confusion mounting as the target remains elusive. Evidence suggests foul play as the realization hits that the situation has escalated. Desperate for answers, President Lee prepares to take matters into her own hands. A sudden roar of an engine signals a new development in the chase. A vehicle speeds away, leaving the pursuers behind in the dust. Inside the vehicle, protagonist keeps a watchful eye on his captive, his patience wearing thin. A tense negotiation unfolds over the phone, with the 7 pagoda as the primary bargaining chip. Protagonist remains unmoved, coolly countering the demands with his own set of conditions. Conversation takes a dark turn as a threat is leveled against those close to him. With the stakes now personal, protagonist commands his driver to change course immediately. The vehicle swerves, tires screeching against the asphalt as it tears through the city streets. A hand reaches out, trembling slightly as it grips the door handle to force entry. Lady Hua steps into the room, her voice sharp as she calls out, demanding to know if Wang Han is present. She pushes the door open, her expression shifting from impatience to sudden, visceral shock. Lady Hua gasps, finding President Lee bound and gagged on the bed, struggling in silence. Rushing forward to help, Lady Hua demands an explanation, her confusion turning to alarm. President Lee manages to muffle a desperate warning, her eyes wide with terror as she screams for Lady Hua to watch her back. Atmosphere turns frigid as a hidden threat looms, the tension in the room reaching a breaking point. Lady Hua spins around just in time, her reflexes kicking in as the air whistles with the force of an incoming strike. A blunt force connects, sending Lady Hua crashing down, a cry of pain escaping her lips. Standing over her is her attacker, a cold glare fixed on the woman she just incapacitated. Lady Hua gasps for air, pinned down and desperate, demanding to know the identity of her assailant. The struggle resumes instantly, the aggressor pressing their advantage with ruthless efficiency. A sharp, decisive blow forces Lady Hua into submission, her defenses crumbling under the pressure. Pinned to the floor, Lady Hua continues to demand answers, her voice trembling but defiant. In the shadows of her mind, protagonist looms like a phantom, his presence a dark omen of the conflict to come. The attacker tightens their grip, exerting crushing force as they loom over Lady Hua. With a chilling tone, the attacker claims a twisted kinship, declaring herself a sister of sorts. A haunting vision flashes, a memory of a man holding an infant, sparking a desperate internal question. Is this really her sister? The attacker presses a weapon to Lady Hua's throat, the cold steel leaving no room for error. Lady Hua struggles, her mind racing as she wonders if the words spoken by Su Jianya hold any shred of truth. President Li lunges from the floor, grabbing the attacker's leg in a desperate attempt to intervene. The attacker retaliates instantly, delivering a swift strike that renders President Li unconscious. Wielding a blade with lethal grace, the attacker demands to know the reason behind Lady Hua's search for Wang Han. Lady Hua, gasping for breath, shoots back a question of her own, demanding to know what business the attacker has with him. The attacker turns toward the entrance, addressing Mr. Bai as the situation takes an even darker turn. Mr. Bai looks on with a sinister grin, promising that the answers will be revealed shortly. The elderly man in the robe asks Miss Chi where the items are, and she promptly hands over a small wooden box. The elderly man in robe turns his attention to protagonist, teasingly telling him to support his big sister. Protagonist agrees with a simple nod, while the elderly man in robe urges Miss Chi to get into the car so they can return home early. The elderly man in robe instructs Wang Han to share a car with Miss Chi for the journey. Protagonist acknowledges the plan with a brief confirmation as he heads toward the vehicle. Vehicles roar to life, tires spinning against the pavement as they accelerate away. Inside the car, protagonist wonders aloud if the move at the old dock was just a distraction, while Miss Chi comments on his tan. Protagonist dismisses the comment, claiming his skin tone is healthy for a man, while Miss Chi excitedly shows off her new nail polish. Protagonist compliments her nails, but the light-hearted moment is cut short as he notices her showing off her pedicures as well. Suddenly, the driver warns protagonist that something feels wrong. Protagonist keeps his cool, telling the driver not to worry. The driver's expression remains tense, beads of sweat forming on his face as he senses the impending danger. Massive red truck suddenly swerves, barreling directly toward their vehicle. The driver screams for protagonist to be careful as the collision becomes inevitable. The truck slams into the car, metal crunching under the immense force of the impact. The sound of the crash echoes through the air as the car is sent spinning. Protagonist kicks the car door open, shattering the glass to escape the wreckage. Protagonist pulls Mississippi Chi close, shouting for her to hold on tight as they exit the vehicle. He shields her with his own body, ensuring she is protected from the debris. The car lies overturned on the road, leaking fluids as smoke rises into the sky. Protagonist glares at the attackers, cursing the old woman's ruthlessness. A group of men armed with blades surrounds them, mocking the situation as a quick victory. The thugs advance, blades drawn and ready to strike, while protagonist stands his ground. Attackers shout in anger, closing the distance between them. They charge forward in a frenzy, screaming for their targets to be killed. Miss Chi asks who these people are, clearly rattled by the sudden ambush. Protagonist tells her not to be afraid, reassuring her that he is there to handle the threat. An attacker leaps into the air, blade raised high, aiming for a lethal strike. Protagonist delivers a powerful, precise kick, knocking the weapon out of the attacker's hand and telling him to get out of here. The blade is caught in mid-air, the impact vibrating through the attacker's grip. Protagonist stands firm, blade drawn, shielding his companion as they face a looming threat. Caught in a heated confrontation, the masked assailant admits his blunder, realizing he arrived unarmed. Protagonist eyes the situation, noting the familiar tactics of his opponent. The gunman lunges forward, his blade slashing through the air with lethal intent. With lightning reflexes, protagonist intercepts the attack, grabbing the assailant by the throat. Protagonist grips his blade tightly, demanding the truth behind the identity of his masked foes. The mask is ripped away, and protagonist is stunned to recognize his adversary. The leader of the thugs barks a ruthless command, ordering his men to swarm and finish the job. The pressure mounts as the attackers close in, eager to end the skirmish. New combatant drops from above, his blade descending in a lethal arc. The blade is caught in mid-air, the impact vibrating through the attacker's grip. Protagonist holds his ground, though a bead of sweat betrays the intensity of the clash. Attacker stares back, his eyes narrowing behind the mask. The assailant pauses, recognizing the man before him as Master Xia. Master Xia demands to know why they are present, his presence alone halting the aggression. The tension peaks, a sudden tremor shaking the very ground beneath them. Master Xia issues a cold ultimatum, forcing the group to abandon their hall to survive. Protagonist wastes no time, urging his companion to escape while the situation holds. The thugs realize their cover is blown, their panic evident as they face Master Xia. Master Xia keeps his composure, insisting that they only want the items and wish to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Thugs retreat, scrambling away from the scene as the order to stop is ignored. A sudden stumble nearly costs them their balance, but they keep moving forward. The pursuit intensifies as the motorcycle-bound attacker reaches out, desperate to snatch the prize. Master Xia intervenes, his voice booming with authority to stop the thief in their tracks. Swift strike from Master Xia's blade cuts through the air, forcing the attacker to recoil. The protagonist and Su family young lady find themselves in a precarious spot as she trips over a rock, narrowly avoiding a nasty fall while a motorcycle approaches in the background. Lady Hua, riding her motorcycle, aggressively demands the item, her voice cutting through the tension as she reaches out. The protagonist retorts with a sharp warning, refusing to hand over the goods. Powerful blade swings through the air, its metallic sheen reflecting the intensity of the confrontation. The protagonist stands tall, his aura manifesting as a majestic blue dragon, signaling the activation of his latent power. Lady Hua strikes, but the protagonist maneuvers with lethal precision to protect Su family young lady from the incoming blow. With the immediate threat neutralized, the protagonist secures Su family young lady, moving quickly to maintain their advantage. The protagonist inspects the mysterious golden artifact, the box popping open with a distinct crack. A close-up reveals the protagonist's hand firmly gripping the box, his expression unreadable. Protagonist keeps the artifact tucked away, his focus shifting back to the mission at hand. With the item secured, the protagonist tosses the empty box aside, signaling for Su family young lady to move. An enemy lunges forward, snatching the discarded box with a triumphant grin. Lady Hua attempts to intercept, but the protagonist is already one step ahead, blade drawn. Sound of a mechanism clicking echoes as the enemy realizes the box is empty. Frustration boils over as the enemy shouts, realizing they've been played. The protagonist calls out to a nearby rider, urgently requesting to borrow their motorcycle. The rider hesitates, caught off guard by the sudden request as the protagonist mounts the bike. The engine roars to life, the motorcycle tearing away from the scene at high speed. Protagonist taunts his pursuers, claiming they aren't even fit to follow in his wake. A sharp turn forces the motorcycle to drift, the tires screeching against the asphalt. Su family young lady clings tightly to the protagonist, breathless from the high-speed chase. She comments on the protagonist's incredible driving speed as they weave through traffic. The protagonist's phone begins to buzz, interrupting the intense ride. He glances at the screen, identifying the incoming call. The caller demands to know his location and if he has secured the goods. The protagonist confirms the item's existence, his voice calm and composed. Still on the phone, the protagonist brings the bike to a halt at their destination. They arrive at the elegant Li Wenyuan's residence, a place of refined beauty. Inside, the host expresses gratitude for the protagonist's efforts in retrieving the stolen artifact. The protagonist humbly dismisses the praise, handing over the item as if it were a minor task. Protagonist directs the others to escort Miss Chi to her room while he prepares to attend to business, prompting the men to acknowledge his orders. The protagonist walks down the hallway, ensuring Miss Chi is guided safely back to her quarters. Miss Chi pauses to ask if the protagonist is heading home tonight, and he provides a firm confirmation. Once inside her room, Miss Chi expresses her gratitude, fearing for her life had he not intervened, but the protagonist dismisses her concerns. She asks if he is free tomorrow, but the protagonist explains that he has been overwhelmed with work lately. Ignoring his excuses, she insists on going shopping with him, leading the protagonist to offer to speak with her brother to arrange his day off. Protagonist encourages her to get some rest as he prepares to depart for his next task. Upon meeting Elder Chan, the protagonist immediately notices his pale expression and asks what is wrong. Elder Chan reveals that an incident has occurred, deeply displeasing Mr. Li, and suggests they return to discuss the situation. Close-up captures Elder Chen's grim expression. He is clearly shaken by the gravity of the situation. The group gathers for a tense meeting, demanding to know exactly what occurred during the operation. Elder Chun explains that despite the limited number of people privy to the details, their location was compromised, suggesting a traitor is among them. The accusation of a mole sends a shockwave through the room, leaving everyone suspicious of one another. Men exchange uneasy glances, each wondering who might be feeding information to the enemy. The protagonist maintains a stoic, observant gaze, silently analyzing the reactions of everyone present. His hands remain clasped, standing in calm contrast to the rising panic and finger-pointing occurring around him. Elder Chun expresses his deep distress over the betrayal, while one of the men suggests an undercover agent must be among Mr. Lee's ranks. Elder Chun turns his attention to the man beside him, asking who he suspects is the mole. The man hesitates, claiming they have been through too much together to even fathom such a betrayal. The atmosphere turns cold as they debate the possibility of an undercover agent hiding among them. One man defends the protagonist, pointing out that he saved their lives and was the one who rescued Miss Chi. Elder Chun questions the protagonist directly, demanding his opinion on the identity of the mole. A menacing aura surrounds Elder Chun as he declares he will take matters into his own hands. In a sudden flash of violence, a strike lands, sending blood spraying across the room. The room descends into chaos as the immediate impact of the sudden execution takes hold. Elder Chun stands with his weapon drawn, smoke rising from the barrel as he justifies his lethal action. The room erupts in protest, with someone screaming that he killed the wrong person and questioning if the victim was truly a mole. They discover the body has been stripped, creating a gruesome scene as Elder Chun keeps his weapon trained on the others. The men scramble to inspect the fallen, their hands stained with blood as they realize the horror of the situation. A final, chilling realization dawns on them as they inspect what was hidden beneath the clothing. The tension spikes as a hand retrieves a small, red-lit tracking device from a hidden pocket. The elderly man grips a handgun, his voice cold as he notes that a detector was used to monitor the group. He issues a stark ultimatum: follow him for a life of luxury or face ruthless consequences for their perceived betrayal. The room falls silent as the loyal subordinates pledge their allegiance to the man they call Sixth Master, while a victim lies broken in the corner. The order is given for everyone to disperse, clearing the room under the watchful eye of the leader. Wang Han turns to leave but is abruptly halted by a command. Wang Han pivots, his expression guarded as he asks if there is a task to be done. The leader offers a reprieve, granting Wang Han a day off to spend time with Miss Chi after his hard work. The sky shifts, casting a heavy, ominous atmosphere over the surroundings. Clouds drift, mirroring the uncertainty building in the distance. Wang Han receives a call while driving, his voice calm as he asks if something happened at school. The voice on the other end clarifies that it is a dinner invitation from his father. Wang Han acknowledges the message, requesting to speak directly to the man in charge. The Su family young lady hands the phone over, informing her father that Wang Han has something to discuss. The Su family patriarch takes the call, his tone warm and familiar as he greets Wang Han. Connection is steady, the weight of the conversation hanging in the air. The Su family patriarch suggests they find time for tea, while Wang Han promises to visit when his schedule permits. Curiosity piqued, the Su family young lady questions why her father is suddenly reaching out to Wang Han. He dismisses her concerns with a wave, telling her it is time to rest. A sudden, violent impact echoes through the room, shattering the calm. The subordinate demands to know what Wang Han had to say, his frustration evident. Su family patriarch reveals that Wang Han has sworn to keep their secrets. Distrustful, the subordinate insists that they cannot rely on such a person and suggests eliminating him. The Su family patriarch warns against escalating the situation with Wang Han. The subordinate presses for an explanation, confused by the sudden display of caution. The reason is laid bare: Wang Han is backed by the formidable Lin Qingyun. Realization hits the subordinate hard, his face twisting with shock and indignation. A stinging slap cuts through the air, silencing the room instantly. The tension is palpable as a stinging slap cuts through the air, silencing the room instantly. Protagonist clutches his burning cheek, his eyes narrowing as he mutters that Wang Han forced his hand. A heavy thud echoes as protagonist steps out of his vehicle, his expression cold and unreadable. The urban skyline looms, a backdrop to the brewing conflict. Lady Hua approaches, her voice laced with concern as she asks if the patient has finally been discharged. Taking the initiative, protagonist reaches out to help carry the heavy bag, his demeanor calm. A new arrival notices the interaction, her eyes shifting toward protagonist with curiosity as she asks if this is the brother-in-law. The focus shifts to the subtle details of the encounter, emphasizing the grace of the moment. The group walks together, the mother expressing her deep gratitude to protagonist for his life-saving help. Curiosity getting the better of her, the woman questions how someone so wealthy could possibly reside in such a modest neighborhood. Protagonist brushes off the remark with a smirk, claiming he is actually penniless and that the car is merely a rental. She pauses, her expression shifting to one of mild surprise at the revelation. She sighs, labeling him a vain man as she turns away. The click of heels resonates on the pavement as the distance between them grows. Protagonist reaches the door, his hand gripping the handle with intent. Inside, a woman in a towel greets him, noting his unusually early return. Protagonist enters, the atmosphere between them shifting instantly. He steps closer, whispering a compliment about her scent, his proximity clearly unwelcome. She reacts with a sharp slap to his hand, declaring her status as his sister-in-law to maintain boundaries. Protagonist watches her, his expression remaining cold and calculating. Her eyes flash with indignation, a silent warning written across her face. She demands to know why he has invaded her home once again. Protagonist calmly explains that he chose this location because the lack of surveillance cameras makes it a safe haven. He questions her motive for using the apartment as a shelter, while she highlights its convenient proximity to the city center. He shifts the conversation, demanding to know the whereabouts of her sister. She retorts with a biting question, asking why he is so concerned about his own woman's movements. Protagonist and a woman sit together on a sofa, both fixated on their respective smartphones, creating an atmosphere of shared tension. The woman eyes her screen with deep suspicion, murmuring to herself as she tries to identify the individual displayed. She suddenly nudges protagonist with her foot, demanding to know if he recognizes the person on the screen. Protagonist leans in closer, his expression sharpening as he inspects the digital image for clues. Screen displays a man in glasses, accompanied by cryptic text that leaves them both searching their memories. The image shifts to reveal the man's attire, a striped prison uniform bearing a logo from a psychiatric hospital. Flicker of recognition crosses her face as she confirms that she shares his assessment of the situation. An air of unease settles over the room as they ponder the identity of the mysterious figure. Protagonist rises from the sofa, his boots hitting the floor as he prepares to take action. The tension peaks as the name Wu Fa is finally spoken aloud, hanging heavily in the air between them. This is an advertisement banner. This is an advertisement banner. This is an advertisement banner. She confesses that the name feels familiar, yet the exact circumstances remain frustratingly out of reach. The question of the man's true identity continues to haunt their conversation. They remain seated, the weight of the investigation pressing down on them in the quiet room. The revelation of Wu Fa echoes again as they struggle to connect the dots. A flashback triggers, revealing a powerful figure standing alongside a spectral blue dragon. The figure holds a glass of wine, his posture radiating an aura of absolute dominance. His eyes narrow, reflecting on a memory that dates back 2 decades. He recounts the tale of a mad monk who once terrorized the martial arts world. The monk was known for his deceptive smile, masking a dangerous and unpredictable nature. His presence alone was enough to unsettle those around him, despite his calm facade. He would spend his days debating Buddhist teachings with the most enlightened monks of the era. Yet his philosophy was twisted. He believed that anyone weaker than him was unworthy of the path. With a cold, calculated strike, he eliminates those he deems trash, brandishing a firearm in the sacred temple. Protagonist explains that this man was a legendary grandmaster over a decade ago before his descent into madness. He recalls the monk's bizarre obsession with shaving his head, followed by the news of his institutionalization. The woman rejects the idea of a simple robbery, pointing out that Wu Fa is linked to the Hero Alliance. She questions the legitimacy of the alliance, suspecting the involvement of Li Wenyuan. Protagonist stares at the woman standing before him, his expression one of confusion as he asks if she is truly there and if something is wrong. The protagonist, weighed down by shopping bags, is urged by his companion to hurry toward their destination. They arrive at the imposing facade of Crown KTV, a venue buzzing with activity under the night sky. The protagonist confirms they have reached the correct location. His companion remarks on the impressive nature of the place, clearly anticipating a night of excitement. As they approach, a group of rowdy, intoxicated individuals exits the building. The protagonist guides his companion forward, focused solely on getting inside. The protagonist is visibly annoyed to cross paths with the group, sensing trouble brewing. Tension spikes as a sudden, forceful collision occurs between the protagonist and a man in a floral shirt. The man in the floral shirt immediately lashes out, accusing the protagonist of being reckless. A look of genuine shock crosses the protagonist's face as he realizes the situation is escalating. His companion steps forward, attempting to de-escalate by apologizing for the supposed mistake. The man in the floral shirt ignores the apology, becoming instantly infatuated with the woman. With a lecherous grin, he demands her contact information, completely disregarding the protagonist. The atmosphere turns frigid as the protagonist stands his ground, shielding his companion from the unwanted advances. The woman coldly rejects the man, refusing to associate with a stranger. The protagonist intervenes, calling out the man's shameless behavior. With a cold, warning gaze, the protagonist demands they leave, having no patience for this encounter. The man in the floral shirt is left stunned by the sudden show of authority. The man lets out a drunken, pungent burp, clearly trying to intimidate them. Disgusted, the woman expresses her utter contempt for his behavior. The protagonist moves with lightning speed, catching the man's hand before he can react. A sharp cry of pain escapes the man as the protagonist applies overwhelming pressure to his wrist. Panic sets in as the man calls for his associates to attack the protagonist. With a swift, decisive motion, the protagonist delivers a crushing blow to the man's throat. The man collapses to the ground, gasping in agony as the fight ends as quickly as it began. The man collapses to the ground, gasping in agony as the fight ends as quickly as it began. Protagonist stands tall, his swift, decisive strikes leaving his opponents defeated and scattered across the floor. The room falls into a tense silence. The defeated foes lie motionless while protagonist maintains his calm, dominant stance, leaving the onlookers stunned and trembling. Protagonist stares down with cold, piercing eyes, delivering a final, chilling verdict. He had offered them a chance, but they had squandered it. With a heavy, deliberate step, protagonist looms over the cowering man, his presence demanding absolute submission. The man cries out in sheer terror, his face contorted as he realizes the magnitude of the mistake he made by provoking protagonist. A sharp, painful cry escapes the man as protagonist delivers another crushing blow, ensuring there is no room for further resistance. Protagonist turns his cold gaze toward the woman, his voice cutting through the air as he demands her attention. Protagonist maintains his stern composure, noting that if it weren't for the sake of her sister, the consequences would have been far more severe. The woman trembles, clearly overwhelmed by the display of power, while protagonist remains the center of the suffocating atmosphere. Focus shifts to the floor, highlighting the stark contrast between the elegant heels and the harsh, combat-ready boots of protagonist. Protagonist calmly gestures for them to move inside, his tone leaving no room for argument, while the woman follows, visibly shaken. A man smoking nearby eyes the situation with suspicion, questioning if they truly grasp the identity of the person they are dealing with. The man admits his limited knowledge, knowing only that the individual in question is someone of significant status. Frustration boils over as they realize they were ill-prepared for the level of combat prowess displayed by their adversary. The woman pleads her innocence, tearfully explaining that she had only met the man yesterday and was unaware of his capabilities. She questions the logic of the situation, wondering if they should seek an explanation from the local boss given the disturbance on his turf. Anger surges as they discuss the perceived arrogance of the intruder, determined to restore their reputation through revenge. The man grimaces, admitting he has no connection to the local boss and is completely out of his depth. She reveals that she took the initiative to contact her brother, who has the necessary connections to bring reinforcements. Inside a private room, protagonist and Sue family young lady stand before the screen, selecting a song to break the tension. Sue family young lady, feeling down, asks protagonist to sing a song for her, hoping to lift her spirits. Protagonist takes the microphone, the intimacy of the moment grounding them both in the neon-lit room. Protagonist asks for her preference, and she eagerly replies that she wants to hear him sing anything at all. With a playful smile, protagonist begins to sing, his voice filling the room as he performs with surprising enthusiasm. As the music plays, he dances, his carefree attitude contrasting sharply with the earlier violence of the evening. Su family young lady bursts into laughter, finding his performance both funny and endearing. He pauses, handing the microphone over with a smirk, signaling that it is now her turn to take the stage. She hesitates for a brief moment, surprised by the sudden change, as she reaches out to take the microphone from him. Outside, a group of men arrives at the door, their leader pointing toward the room, ready to confront the person inside. The door swings open, and a group of men barges in, their leader gesturing aggressively toward the room. Protagonist stands firm, his expression cold and unbothered by the sudden intrusion. The leader of the group freezes, his eyes widening in shock as he realizes who is standing before him. He stammers, claiming his men reported a scuffle, only to realize he's walked straight into protagonist. Trying to save face, he quickly shifts his tone, offering to reimburse any damages and asking if there's anything else he can do. The sound of footsteps echoes as the tension in the room remains palpable. Protagonist turns his attention back to the situation, signaling that it is time to move on. Suddenly, a bald attacker kicks the door open, his face twisted in a sneer as he demands to know who hurt his brother. The intruders point their fingers, their eyes locking onto the target they were looking for. The bald attacker stares down protagonist, demanding an answer for the violence inflicted on his kin. The bald attacker continues to shout, clearly agitated while his brother looks on, ready to escalate the conflict. Su family young lady grips protagonist's arm, her expression filled with worry as the situation spirals. Protagonist remains unfazed, coldly reminding them that he gave them a chance to walk away. Bald attacker lashes out with verbal abuse, accusing protagonist of being a fake. With an arrogant gesture, the bald attacker brags about his influence and his history of taking whatever he wants. He gloats about his past conquests, completely oblivious to the danger he is in. Protagonist stares back with lethal intensity, declaring that no one is allowed to touch those he protects. The bald attacker pulls out a baton, grinning as he prepares to teach protagonist a lesson. Baton swings through the air with a sharp whistle, aimed directly at protagonist. Protagonist looks on, his patience wearing thin as he delivers one final warning. The brother, frustrated and humiliated, clenches his fist in rage. He vows to get revenge, his face distorted by anger. The bald attacker screams for his men to charge, ready to unleash chaos. The men prepare to strike, their movements synchronized for an all-out attack. Protagonist calmly questions if they have any idea where they are, knowing they are in the wrong place to start a fight. The bald attacker spits out a curse, claiming that he and his brother are protected by the big boss of the casino. Protagonist exhales a puff of smoke, unimpressed by the name-dropping. The bald attacker continues to boast about his close ties with the boss, warning protagonist not to cause any trouble. Antagonist stares down the protagonist, arrogantly asking what would happen if he simply refuses to back down. The tension spikes instantly as the protagonist remains unfazed by the threat. Without a word, the protagonist unleashes a lightning-fast kick, catching the bald attacker off guard. Challenge is repeated, but the confidence behind the words is starting to crack. The protagonist maintains a cold, steady gaze, completely unimpressed by the posturing. Another brutal kick lands, sending shockwaves through the room as the protagonist asserts dominance. Bald attacker crumples to the floor, groaning in agony as his underlings look on in disbelief. Desperate, the thug tries to invoke a powerful name, claiming his brother has connections to Zhang Qinghu. The protagonist doesn't care about the name-dropping and delivers a clean, decisive blow. Bald attacker scrambles to his feet, furious and demanding his guards swarm the intruder. Even while cornered on the ground, the thug continues to scream threats about his brother's connections. The bald attacker bellows for a total beatdown, watching as his men move in to finish the job. Flurry of impacts follows as the thugs are systematically dismantled. The violence is absolute, leaving no room for negotiation as the protagonist silences the opposition. A woman nearby cries out in shock, clearly overwhelmed by the sudden eruption of brutality. She can barely bring herself to look at the carnage unfolding before her. The bald attacker dismisses the mess, claiming he's just clearing out the trash to keep things quiet. He orders his men to drag the victims away and ensure they are thoroughly punished. Thugs are hauled away like garbage, their resistance completely broken. Another woman is grabbed by the hair, pleading for mercy while desperately claiming ties to Brother Han. The bald attacker scoffs at her claim, showing no hesitation before delivering a crushing kick to her face. The chaos finally settling, the atmosphere turns eerily calm. The woman turns to the protagonist, genuinely puzzled by the high level of respect shown to him by the boss. The protagonist brushes it off, simply stating he had helped the boss out with a minor favor in the past. Deciding he's had enough of the stifling air, the protagonist suggests stepping outside. As he moves toward the exit, a sharp scent catches his attention. The protagonist stops dead, immediately sensing the distinct, metallic tang of blood lingering in the air. He doesn't waste time, urging his companion to move quickly as the situation turns grave. Protagonist moves with urgency, his expression tense as he guides the Sioux family young lady away from the danger zone. Sioux family young lady gasps in horror, her hand trembling as she covers her mouth, clearly shaken by the gruesome sight before her. The floor is littered with bodies, a chilling scene of carnage where a survivor weakly calls out for Wang Han. Protagonist stares at the devastation, his brow furrowed as the reality of the mass casualty event sinks in. A man in a striped uniform mocks the injured man, asking with a twisted sense of curiosity if he thinks the victims are still capable of movement. Captain Ryu continues his psychological torment, gesturing dismissively as he asks if the earth itself is moving. The bloodied man attempts to maintain his composure, insisting that the earth is constantly rotating, just as he was taught in school. Captain Ryu looms over him like a shadow, his presence suffocating as he challenges the man's logic regarding the wind. With a chilling smile, Captain Ryu points out that while the wind may be still, the man's heart is betraying his fear. Captain Ryu strikes, his hand glowing with a lethal, crackling energy that forces the man to cough up blood. Impact lands with brutal force, the energy surging through the victim as he is overwhelmed by the strike. The Sioux family young lady cries out, unable to bear the sight of such calculated cruelty. Captain Ryu chuckles to himself, his demeanor erratic and unsettling as he looms over his next target. Captain Ryu turns his gaze, his eyes sharp behind his glasses as he identifies Wang Han. Protagonist notices the insignia on Captain Ryu's uniform, realizing with dread that he is from the Jiangning City 2nd Mental Hospital. Captain Ryu beams with recognition, calling out to Wang Han as if they were long-lost companions. Protagonist recoils in shock, his eyes wide as he realizes the dangerous history between these two men. Captain Ryu recounts the exact time that has passed since their last encounter with disturbing precision. Captain Ryu gestures with his hands, claiming that their meeting is a matter of destiny. Protagonist urges the Sioux family young lady to run, but she stumbles, her strength failing her. Captain Ryu watches them with an amused expression, continuing to command them to keep running. Protagonist knows they are in grave danger, recognizing that Captain Ryu is completely unhinged. Captain Ryu pursues them, his voice echoing with a manic desire to continue their conversation. Panic ensues in the building as people scramble to escape the unfolding tragedy. Civilians flee in terror, their backs turned to the chaos as they desperately seek safety. Captain Ryu corners Wang Han, pushing forward with relentless intent while the Sioux family young lady tries to move away. Protagonist shouts for Wang Han to keep moving, desperate to get them out of the line of fire. Captain Ryu grabs protagonist, his grip firm as he fixates on his philosophical obsession. Captain Ryu continues his monologue, lamenting his decade of meditation and his failure to understand the nature of Buddha. Captain Ryu questions the very foundation of existence, pondering why the equality promised by Buddha remains nowhere to be found in this world. He continues his philosophical inquiry, suggesting that the line between humanity and enlightenment is thinner than anyone dares to imagine. Discourse deepens, asserting that all things possess the inherent potential to transcend their current state and reach the status of Buddha. The scene shifts to the bustling streets, where the ambient noise of sirens cuts through the tension as protagonist and Captain Ryu stand amidst the chaos. Disrupted by the overwhelming clamor, Captain Ryu insists they relocate to a quieter place, pulling protagonist along. Protagonist demands to know their destination, clearly frustrated by the sudden and forceful detour. Nearby, an officer urgently clears the area, warning that the immediate vicinity has become far too dangerous for civilians. Eyes turn toward the rooftops as a chilling realization dawns on the crowd. The serial killer is hiding in plain sight. Observers point upward in shock, noting that the figure above appears to be holding someone else's hand. Protagonist struggles to break free, while Captain Ryu remains fixated on reaching a higher vantage point to seek his elusive enlightenment. Protagonist attempts to pull away, citing urgent matters, but Captain Ryu refuses to release his grip. Tensions boil over as Captain Ryu locks protagonist in a firm hold, demanding a final answer to his philosophical obsession. Protagonist is taken aback, realizing that despite his eccentric behavior, Captain Ryu possesses an alarming amount of physical strength. The struggle continues as Captain Ryu maintains his relentless pressure, forcing protagonist to confront the situation. A vision of power flickers as the blue dragon aura manifests, hinting at the true, hidden strength of protagonist. Inside the quiet residence of Lin Shuafu, the atmosphere is starkly different from the chaos outside. Two women lounge on a bed, scrolling through their phones when they stumble upon a viral video of the rooftop confrontation. They lean in closer, their expressions shifting from casual interest to genuine shock at what they see on the screen. Recognition strikes as they identify one of the individuals in the video as Wang Han, deepening the mystery. Back on the streets, protagonist finally confronts Captain Ryu, demanding to know what his true intentions are. Captain Ryu doesn't answer directly, instead urging protagonist to stay close and provide protection. Surroundings grow dark and imposing, casting long shadows over their path. Protagonist points out the obvious. With his own capabilities, Captain Ryu has no need for such protection. Captain Ryu admits that protagonist helped him find clarity, and he feels a deep, almost obsessive need to repay that debt. Protagonist tries to brush it off, insisting that their bond is one of brotherhood and requires no transactional repayment. Suddenly, a phone vibrates in protagonist's hand, displaying an incoming call from Su Chi, interrupting the moment.